Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. How about you teach Xiao Bei to understand human speech first? After thinking for a moment, Chu Cheng Xu said. Instantly, Xiao Wu's expression froze, and her rabbit ears drooped down. That's true, Xiao Bei is only a 1,000-year-old soul beast. How could it understand what she's saying? She thought to herself that in this age of culture, as a summoned spirit, Xiao Bei shouldn't be unable to understand human speech. She must teach it when she has the time. Xiao Bei, just be a person. Meanwhile, as Xiao Wu was thinking about how to teach Xiao Bei the language, Xiao Bei's attacks had already put Daima Bai in a precarious situation. After Daima Bai retreated earlier, Xiao Bei was relentless, pressing forward step by step, claws and tail swinging wildly, not giving Daima Bai any chance to catch his breath. In just a few exchanges, Daima Bai, focused on defending his front, didn't notice his back, resulting in a long claw mark across his chest. Luckily, he reacted quickly, leaning backward when the lion's claw approached, leaving only a superficial wound. Otherwise, he might have lost his life. Suddenly, Xiao Bei made a surprising move. After a claw strike, the massive lion head lunged forward. Unprepared, Daima Bai was struck directly, the lion head smashing into his chest. With a loud boom, the powerful impact sent Daima Bai flying several meters. Before he even hit the ground, Xiao Bei charged again. But just at this critical moment, someone observing from afar was about to intervene. Chu Cheng Xu waved his true spirit flag and shouted, "Xiao Bei, stop!" Immediately, Xiao Bei, who was about to pounce on Daima Bai, halted its attack. It wasn't that Xiao Bei understood Chu Cheng Xu's words, but rather that as the master of the summoned spirit, Chu Cheng Xu cut off the soul power supply. Although Xiao Bei's intelligence wasn't very high, it still had some awareness, so it stopped. However, even though Xiao Bei stopped attacking, it didn't lower its guard. Its front paws scratched the ground, and its large eyes kept a firm watch on Daima Bai. "Fatty, your backup is useless. What do you think I should do with you?" Chu Cheng Xu said to Ma Hongjun with a playful expression. Big brother, I'm sorry." Meeting Chu Cheng Xu's playful gaze, Ma Hongjun shuddered, his neck shrinking, and he said with some hesitation. Hearing this, Chu Cheng Xu raised an eyebrow and carefully scrutinized Ma Hongjun. He had already beaten this fat guy earlier, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. It wasn't meaningful to continue hitting him, so he figured it was better to extort something useful. Unfortunately, Ma Hongjun was poor. The low-level Soul Master subsidies he received from the Spirit Hall each month weren't even enough for entertainment, so there was nothing valuable to rob. However, Daima Bai was a different story. Not to mention anything else, Daima Bai had a storage soul guide, and it was certain that there were quite a few gold soul coins in it. Daima Bai was someone who often rented the Red Ocean Suite at the top of the Rose Hotel, and the room rate wasn't cheap, 10 gold soul coins per night. This showed his wealth. And that was just the room fee. In addition to the accommodation, there were also expenses for entertainment, dining, tips, and other miscellaneous costs, which definitely added up to a significant amount. Right now, Chu Cheng Xu was lacking a storage soul guide with a larger internal space, so he planned to rob Daima Bai to improve his own situation. After all, Daima Bai had started this trouble, so it was reasonable for him to confiscate his wealth. With this thought, Chu Cheng Xu glanced subtly toward a figure standing on the roof of a village house not far away. Flamber. TSK. A poor guy, nothing of value. Get lost. Chu Cheng Xu waved his hand, signaling Ma Hongjun to leave immediately. Glancing at Daima Bai, Ma Hongjun still didn't leave. Whether they were plastic brothers or not, Daima Bai had been called by him, and after all, he had to save face. He couldn't just abandon Daima Bai here, right? Otherwise, not only would he lose face at Shrek Academy, but Daima Bai would definitely seek revenge, and his fat body couldn't withstand that. Seeing Ma Hongjun didn't leave, Chu Cheng Xu didn't say much. He walked up to Daima Bai, who had already gotten up from the ground. "Golden-haired freak, do you admit defeat?" Chu Cheng Xu asked with a smile. "Humphrey." Daima Bai snorted coldly and turned his head away. He never expected that he, with all his imposing presence, would come to avenge his plastic brother only to end up in a disadvantageous position. "Yo. Still stubborn? Golden-haired freak, You have two choices: 1. Hand over your storage soul guide, or 2. I'll beat you up and then you hand it over. With a merciful tone, Chu Cheng Xu gave Daimobai two options. If Daimobai obediently complied and the gold soul coins in the storage soul guide were considerable, Chu Cheng Xu might spare him for the sake of this small gift. Do you know who I am? Daimobai said in a deep voice. I know. White Tiger Martial Soul, someone from the Starluo royal family. Then you know. Seeing that Chu Cheng Xu was knowledgeable, Daimobai relaxed a bit. Bringing up the royal family, he thought that this pretty boy wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Alright, stop talking. Hand over your stuff, and I'll let you go for the sake of the Starluo Empire. Chu Cheng Xu waved his hand, signaling Daimobai to hurry up and hand over the captured gold. I am the prince of the Starluo Empire, you better not make a mistake. Daimobai couldn't hold back his anger. How dare this guy rob him when he knew he was from the royal family? Look at you. So what if you're a prince of the Starluo Empire? This is the territory of heaven, what's the point of being a Starluo prince here? Hurry up and hand over your stuff, or I'll send you to Heaven City as a spy. I'm sure your identity as a Starluo prince will fetch a good price. Chu Cheng Xu said disdainfully. If he didn't know about Daimobai's situation, he might have been intimidated by his status. After all, the Starluo Empire was not weak. Its military power even surpassed that of Heaven, and the royal family's strength, especially the Dai family, was among the top on the continent. It was definitely not something a powerless genius like him could provoke. But in reality, Daimobai was just a prince who had been neglected and almost abandoned by the Starluo royal family. Even if the royal family knew he had been beaten and robbed, they wouldn't care. In fact, Daimobai's older brother and political rival, Daiwaizi, might even pay Chu Cheng Xu a fee to encourage him to continue. Of course, the premise was that Chu Cheng Xu couldn't kill Daimobai or cause irreparable harm. Otherwise, it would be a slap in the face to the Starluo royal family, and they wouldn't let it go easily. Chapter 45, Robbing the Rich to Help the Poor. Daimobai was furious, never expecting that mentioning his royal background wouldn't intimidate his kid. What are you stammering for? Hurry up and choose: either you hand over your storage soul tool, or I beat you up first and then take it. It's your choice, but if you don't decide, I'll choose for you. As he spoke, Chu Cheng Xu glanced at the pendant hanging around Daimobai's neck. Daimobai didn't have any rings, bracelets, or other ornaments, and his waist didn't have any special items either. The only thing that seemed like a storage soul tool was the pendant around his neck. Upon hearing this, Daimobai fell silent. Although Chu Cheng Xu gave him two choices, neither was acceptable to him. Handing over the storage soul tool voluntarily? Absolutely not. After all, there were people watching. If he gave in without a knife even at his neck, how could he face anyone at Shrek Academy? Moreover, if this got back to his father, the domineering emperor, and he found out that his son was this spineless, he would definitely send someone to break his legs. As for handing over the storage soul tool after getting beaten up, if he was going to give it up anyway, why go through the beating first? He might as well just hand it over right away to avoid the pain. So, Daimobai could only remain silent and hope that Chu Cheng Xu would take the storage soul tool from him directly. Looks like you want to get beaten up. Fine, I'll grant your wish. With that, Chu Cheng Xu flicked his true spirit flag, and his first soul ring lit up. A massive, over 10-meter-high celestial blue tree spirit appeared. Then, under Chu Cheng Xu's control, the celestial blue tree spirit lowered several tough vines. The celestial blue tree spirit, being a 100-year-old spirit, had only the healing innate soul skill. However, when it upgraded to a 1000-year spirit, it gained the protection innate soul skill as well. Let me give you one last chance. Otherwise, I'll just tie you up and beat you. The vines from the celestial blue tree spirit dangled down, clearly indicating that Chu Cheng Xu wasn't joking. Daimobai. After much internal struggle, Daimobai finally relented. He took off the pendant from his neck and threw it to Chu Cheng Xu. There was no choice. The situation was more powerful than his pride. Compared to surrendering the pendant voluntarily, being beaten and then handing it over would be even more humiliating. As for the potential shame of his father hearing about it, he had already become a laughingstock when he fled from Starluo City to escape his older brother Daiwaizi's oppression. At this point, whether he was a coward or not didn't matter anymore. What he regretted was that his future rotten life wouldn't be as easy as before. Daimobai shot a furious glare at Ma Hongjun. If it weren't for this damn fatso, how could he have ended up in this situation? Not bad, not bad. You little tiger are quite sensible. Chu Cheng Xu happily took the storage pendant that Daimobai threw. After wiping off Daimobai's soul power, he re-established control over the pendant. Immediately, he could sense the storage space inside. It wasn't bad being a prince of the Starluo Empire. Daimobai's pendant had quite a large internal space, about 30 cubic meters. There weren't too many items inside, mostly clothes, but the bottom was covered with scattered gold soul coins. However, the most valuable items inside weren't the scattered coins, but a stack of gold coin cards worth 10,000 gold soul coins each, issued by the Tandu Empire. Chu Cheng Xu counted the cards and found that Daimobai's private little vault contained over 200,000 gold soul coins. Although 200,000 gold soul coins wasn't a huge fortune, it was still a nice windfall for Chu Cheng Xu. It would be enough to cover his daily expenses for the foreseeable future. Here, I'll return these things to you, so you can't say I didn't leave anything for you. After checking the contents, Chu Cheng Xu tossed Daimobai's clothes and other items back to him, as a token of goodwill. However, it was clear that Daimobai didn't appreciate this kindness. You took my storage soul tool and over 200,000 gold soul coins, and now you're returning my clothes and calling it goodwill? Despite the resentment, Daimobai had no choice but to accept. After all, his entire fortune, including his spare clothes, was in that pendant. If he didn't accept this goodwill, he would have nothing to wear. Alright, you're done here. Get lost. And remember, don't get into my hands again next time, or it won't be so easy to resolve. Chu Cheng Xu waved his hand, signaling them to leave, and threw in a final warning. Daimobai glared at him with hatred before turning and heading back to Shrek Academy without looking back. Seeing Daimobai leave in anger, Mahonjun immediately followed. Suddenly, Mahonjun had a thought. Why were Chu Cheng Xu and Xiao Wu here? After all, this was the outskirts of Sodto City, with only a few scattered villages along the road, and no other significant Soul Master presence. Could it be that they were headed to Shrek Academy, and they were here to enroll? Thinking about this, Mahonjun's face turned pale. In his mind, Chu Cheng Xu was now equivalent to a great devil. If he was here to enroll, Mahonjun would essentially be living in constant fear from now on. Brother, you look happy. There must be a lot of gold soul coins in there, right? After the two left, Xiao Wu pointed at the pendant in Chu Cheng Xu's hand with a smile. What do you want? Chu Cheng Xu shot a glance at Xiao Wu and immediately wiped the smile off his face. Hee, share some with me, won't you? Xiao Wu extended her hand, looking at Chu Cheng Xu with anticipation. Share some? I suppose I should. Chu Cheng Xu stroked his chin, thought for a moment, then nodded. He pulled out a single gold soul coin and placed it in Xiao Wu's hand. Just one? Xiao Wu, who had been smiling in anticipation, now widened her eyes in disbelief. They had agreed to share, and yet he only gave her one gold soul coin? Don't want it? Then give it back to me. Chu Cheng Xu made a move as if to take back the coin. Humphrey, you're so stingy. Xiao Wu quickly stuffed the coin into her small rabbit pouch around her waist. Although it was only one coin, it was still a gold soul coin. Chapter 46, Seems to make some sense. Xiao Wu, how much savings do you have in your little bag? Chu Cheng Xu curiously glanced at Xiao Wu's rabbit pouch. Don't you dare try to get any ideas about my pouch. Immediately, Xiao Wu's expression changed, and she quickly held the pouch behind her. After all, when they left Notting City, her grandmother had given her quite a few gold soul coins. She absolutely couldn't let him trick her into giving them away. Seeing Xiao Wu protect her pouch like a mother hen guarding her chick, Chu Cheng Xu smiled and didn't take it seriously. The only reason he mentioned it was to distract Xiao Wu. After all, Xiao Wu's pouch was hardly bigger than a palm, and even if it was filled with gold soul coins, how much could it hold? Compared to the over 200,000 gold soul coins he had just taken from Daimobai, it was nothing. You're such a money grubber. Let's go, we still need to get to Shrek Academy. Chu Cheng Xu waved to Xiao Wu and started walking toward the small village ahead. Not long later, they arrived at the village entrance. Is this really a Soul Master Academy? After a moment of silence, Xiao Wu asked Chu Cheng Xu with a stunned expression. Look, doesn't it say Shrek Academy on the sign? Chu Cheng Xu pointed to the wooden arch at the village entrance, where a sign hung. The sign, which looked rather worn, had 5 big characters carved into it, Shrek Academy. This can't be a Soul Master Academy, right? Xiao Wu couldn't help but raise her voice. Looking through the wooden arch, all Xiao Wu could see were ordinary houses. There wasn't a single building that looked like it belonged to a Soul Master Academy. Brother, I think we should go to another, more prestigious academy. Even if we don't go to the Heavened Royal Academy, we have hundreds of better options than this. Xiao Wu complained. Chu Cheng Xu smiled without saying anything but glanced toward a corner not far away. There, a Soul Saint level expert was listening to their conversation. Cough, cough little girl, don't look down on this academy. Shrek Academy is quite powerful. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Flender, who had been hiding, finally revealed himself. He leaped into the air, his 4-eyed cat eagle martial spirit activated, and 7 soul rings yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, Black flared as he flew down from the sky. Huh? Aren't you the shopkeeper? You're a soul saint? Xiao Wu looked in surprise at the 7 soul rings on Flender. Even on the entire continent, a soul saint with 7 rings was a formidable figure. To think that this small, shabby village, no, this dilapidated Shrek Academy, hid a soul saint with 7 rings? Let me introduce myself. I'm Flender, my martial spirit is the 4-eyed cat eagle. I'm a 78th level agility type battle soul saint, and I'm also the dean of Shrek Academy. Flender adjusted his glasses and said seriously to Chu Cheng Xu and Xiao Wu. You're the dean? Then why is the academy in such a state? Xiao Wu asked curiously. As far as she knew, her grandmother worked as a class teacher for the 6th grade at Notting Academy, earning 100 gold soul coins a month. Her grandfather, who was the dean, earned 500 gold soul coins a month, plus an honorary baron title with 100 gold soul coins a month, making a total of 600 gold soul coins a month. With Flender's 7-ring soul saint strength, earning over 10,000 gold soul coins a month shouldn't be surprising, right? In that case, the academy should at least be able to afford normal teaching buildings, not to mention the expensive and maintenance-heavy simulated training grounds. Was he pretending to be poor? Or was Flender just too stingy? Haha, little girl, you don't know, do you? The academy intentionally keeps it like this. A soul master needs more than just soul power. Without trials and hardships, how can they grow into true strong warriors? Comfort and luxury are the biggest obstacles on the path to becoming a powerful soul master. Talented students like you must never be distracted by these external factors, or you'll waste your talent. Flender said seriously, although a hint of awkwardness flashed across his face. Xiao Wu. It seems. He has a point? She had heard of many powerful hidden soul master families on the continent. Could Shrek Academy be one of those hidden academies? Meanwhile, Chu Cheng Xu, who knew the truth, almost laughed out loud. Not having money was just not having money. He could talk all he wanted, but it was just to deceive someone like Xiao Wu, who hadn't seen much of the world. Seeing that Xiao Wu seemed to be convinced, Flender secretly smiled and said, So, little girl, would you like to enroll in our Shrek Academy? Hearing this, Xiao Wu looked at Chu Cheng Xu. Although the academy was shabby, it seemed to have some potential. At the very least, Flender's 7-ring soul saint level strength was real. If I may ask, we come from a remote area and are quite poor. We were wondering about the tuition fees. Chu Cheng Xu asked Flender. He had just made some money, so the 100 gold soul coins per year for Shrek Academy weren't much. But yesterday, Flender had said that talented students might be exempt from tuition. If he paid the tuition now, wouldn't it imply that they weren't talented? Such a principled issue was something he couldn't compromise on. Flender was stunned. He had seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless. Perhaps before today, Chu Cheng Xu had been short on money, but Flender had seen with his own eyes how he had just robbed Daimabai. Though Flender didn't know how many gold soul coins were in Daimabai's storage soul tool, judging by Daimabai's usual spending habits, the 200 gold soul coins for the two of them was nothing more than pocket change. After thinking for a moment, Flender came up with an idea. A smile appeared on his face as he said, All right, I'll make an exception and let you enroll first. As for the tuition fees, you can pay them later after you receive your soul master subsidies. Ha! Trying to outsmart me? I've been around longer than you. The low-level soul master subsidies from the Spirit Hall were fixed. A second-ring Great Soul Master got 10 gold soul coins per month, and a third-ring Soul Venerable got 100 gold soul coins per month. With you two, one a Great Soul Master and the other a Soul Venerable, together you'll get 110 gold soul coins a month. Even if you don't have a single copper coin in your pocket now, you'll be able to pay the tuition next month at the latest. Soul Master subsidies? What's that? Xiao Wu asked curiously. She had never heard of Soul Master subsidies before. Could there really be a place where Soul Masters could get money? How come she didn't know about it? Flender was shocked. How could a Soul Master not know about the subsidies from the Spirit Hall? Was she joking? Chapter 47, No Money, No Life Either. Little girl, are you really clueless, or just pretending? Flender asked Xiao Wu with a dark expression. Xiao Wu blinked innocently. Soul Master subsidies are the gold soul coins you collect from the Spirit Hall every month. Seeing Xiao Wu's naive expression, Flender explained, feeling a bit speechless. You can get gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall? Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. Was the Spirit Hall some kind of charity organization? How could they be so generous? Wait, you've never collected them before? Flender was stunned. Where did these two come from? How could they not know about this benefit? No, Xiao Wu shook her head. Alright, Soul Master subsidies are a welfare program funded and supervised by the two great empires, distributed by the Spirit Hall to Soul Masters below level 40 across the continent. A 1-ring Soul Master gets 1 gold soul coin per month, a 2-ring Grandmaster gets 10 gold soul coins per month, and a 3-ring Soul Elder gets 100 gold soul coins per month. Adjusting his glasses, Flander gave a brief lecture. The funding came from the 2 great empires, but the credit went to the Spirit Hall. It sounded absurd, but it was the truth. The reason? The Spirit Hall was powerful and influential. Moreover, the Soul Master subsidy policy aligned with the interests of most Soul Masters on a continent without infringing on the interests of other Soul Master clans or forces. Since it didn't concern them, they turned a blind eye. The 2 great empires had no choice but to agree. Over time, the policy became deeply rooted, and with the Spirit Hall deliberately downplaying the empire's contributions, many Soul Masters who received subsidies didn't even realize the funds came from the empires. They thought it was out of the Spirit Hall's kindness. In this way, the 2 great empires suffered significant losses. The children, Soul Masters, belonged to someone else. The empires, the money to raise them, subsidies, also came from someone else, yet over half of these children grew up to align with the Spirit Hall. It was truly a genius idea. Hearing this, Xiao Wu was dumbfounded for a moment before her expression turned sour. She turned to Chu Cheng Xu with a displeased look. "Brother, why didn't you tell me we could get money from the Spirit Hall?" Grabbing Chu Cheng Xu's shoulders, Xiao Wu shook him excitedly. 1 ring meant 1 coin per month, 2 rings meant 10 coins, and 3 rings meant 100 coins. Oh my god. How many gold soul coins had she missed out on over the years? I didn't know either. Besides, hasn't Grandma been giving you pocket money? Haven't I also given you money to spend? Chu Cheng Xu fibbed a little. That's true. Hearing his explanation, Xiao Wu nodded. Indeed, even though she hadn't collected the subsidies, Grandma Li Wan had never skimped on her pocket money. In fact, most of Chu Cheng Xu's pocket money had also ended up in her hands. In truth, Chu Cheng Xu hadn't told Xiao Wu about the subsidies for her own safety. An 11-year-old Soul Elder at level 38? Even for someone with innate full soul power, this was unheard of. The only comparable case might be Qian Renxu, born with innate level 20 soul power. To collect the subsidies, one had to register their age, martial soul, and undergo a soul power test. The crystal ball used to test soul power worked by absorbing a portion of the Soul Master's energy, displaying the soul power level through the ball's brightness. While mastery skills could enhance control over one's power, they couldn't alter its essence, meaning they couldn't disguise or hide the results of the soul power test. Perhaps higher-level mastery skills in the future might make this possible, but the current purple-level mastery clearly wasn't enough. If Xiao Wu went to the Spirit Hall for subsidies, it would expose her as a super genius from Nodding City. Such talent, if nurtured, would undoubtedly grow into a powerhouse on the continent. But for a super genius from an ordinary background, how would the major forces react? If they couldn't recruit her, they might as well destroy her to prevent her from joining a rival faction. While Xiao Wu's strength couldn't be hidden, her age could be falsified. The only ones who knew Xiao Wu's real age were the teachers and some students at Nodding Academy. But teachers and students from Nodding Academy were at the bottom of the hierarchy on the continent, with no chance to interact with the major powers. Besides, his grandfather, Sun An, had already altered Xiao Wu's enrollment records. Given Soul Master's rapid physical development, Xiao Wu's high soul power made her develop even faster. Claiming she was 15 or 16 instead of 11 wouldn't raise suspicion. An 11-year-old Soul Elder was absurd, but a 15 or 16-year-old one, while still a genius, wasn't unheard of. With things at Nodding Academy handled, as long as he communicated with Flender, even if Xiao Wu's talent became known, it wouldn't draw excessive attention from the major powers. Senior, Xiao Wu and I are still growing and need adequate nutrition. Even with the subsidies, we're strapped for cash. You wouldn't want us to suffer from malnutrition and hinder our cultivation, would you? And with only half a year left in the academic year, don't you think? Chu Cheng Xu spoke to Flender with a serious expression. The implication, no money, no life either. You stingy miser, I should just squeeze you to death. Flender cursed inwardly. Fine, given your special circumstances, I won't charge you tuition fees. Suppressing the urge to grab Chu Cheng Xu and give him a good beating, Flender forced a smile and spoke with an air of generosity. Whatever, it was just a bit of tuition. If it brought in 2 geniuses, it was worth it. At most, his old comrades would have to endure a bit longer without pay. Once the academy's finances improved, he'd compensate them later. Really? Thank you, Headmaster Flender. Seeing the tuition issue finally resolved, Chu Cheng Xu nodded in satisfaction and warmly expressed his gratitude. Yes, thank you, Headmaster Flender. Xiao Wu followed suit, thanking Flender. Follow me. I'll handle your enrollment procedures. With a wave of his hand, Flender led them to his office. Flender's office was the most luxurious building in Shrek Academy. It was a standalone structure, a two-story wooden house that didn't leak wind or rain. The first floor served as the office, and the second as living quarters. Introduce yourselves first. Once inside, Flender plopped into his chair and curiously looked at the two newcomers. Chapter 48, a shocked Flender. Chu Cheng Xu, 12 years old, martial soul, true spirit banner, level 29 Grand Spirit Master. Xiao Wu, 11 years old, martial soul, soft bone rabbit, level 38 Assault Spirit Elder. The two exchanged a glance before reporting their basic information to Flender. In Chu Cheng Xu's opinion, Flender might not be a saint, but one thing was certain, unless faced with an enormous temptation like a 100,000-year spirit bone, Flender wouldn't betray his students. After all, their extraordinary talent alone wasn't enough to provoke him into such actions. You're a level 38 spirit elder? Flender stood up in shock, staring at Xiao Wu in disbelief. An 11-year-old level 38 spirit elder? Was this some kind of monster? Could it be one of those legendary 100,000-year spirit beasts in human form? Chu Cheng Xu, he actually guessed it. But upon further thought, Flender dismissed the idea as absurd. Even if a 100,000-year spirit beast could take human form, it wouldn't be this exaggerated. Otherwise, the continent would already be ruled by spirit beasts. I don't know what's going on either. My spirit power just seems to grow really fast. Xiao Wu blinked innocently, lying with a straight face. Wow, what a treasure I've found. Flender couldn't help but take a closer look at Xiao Wu. Although he had learned yesterday that she was a 3-ring spirit elder, he hadn't been able to gauge her exact spirit power level. He had assumed she had just broken through to the 3rd ring. Compared to Chu Cheng Xu, a 12-year-old level 29 Grand Spirit Master, it hadn't seemed too extraordinary. But now, to learn that she was already level 38? At this rate, wouldn't she reach the 4th ring by next year? Potential for a titled Luo? Forget that, this is potential for an unrivaled powerhouse. She could rival the likes of the legendary Sky Invincible, Qian Daliu, and Land Invincible. Tang Shen, unparalleled titans of the Spirit Master world. The thought that a future supreme powerhouse might one day claim to have attended Shrek Academy filled Flender with a sense of pride. He felt this might be the most brilliant decision he'd ever made. Dean Flender, I have a favor to ask. Chu Cheng Xu's voice interrupted Flender's daydreams. What is it? If anyone asks about our ages in the future, please tell them we were born in the year 2626. 2626? That would make you 16 years old? You don't look it, though. Flender scrutinized Chu Cheng Xu with some doubt. Raising their official ages wasn't a problem. Xiao Wu, with her rapid development due to her high spirit power, could easily pass for 16. But Chu Cheng Xu? If he hadn't said anything, Flender would have guessed he was younger than Xiao Wu by a year or two. It's fine. I'll look the part once I advance to Spirit Elder. Chu Cheng Xu waved it off casually. Good grief. Not only do you avoid paying tuition, but you're also planning to get a free 3rd spirit ring out of me? Flender's eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder this kid had chosen now to enroll at Shrek Academy. He had it all planned out. What do you mean, free? Isn't it a teacher's duty to help students obtain spirit rings? You little rascal. When it comes to shamelessness, I, Flender, vote to you as the strongest on the continent. Flender huffed, annoyed. Chu Cheng Xu? By the way, what's the deal with your spirit skills? They seem to summon spirit beasts. Flender recalled the incident outside the village. He had witnessed a clash where Daimabai, along with Ma Hongjun, had tried to teach Chu Cheng Xu a lesson, only for Daimabai to end up thoroughly humbled. Daimabai wasn't just any spirit elder, he was a standout among 3-ring spirit elders. Yet he had been defeated by Chu Cheng Xu, a mere level 29 Grand Spirit Master, who had used only a single spirit skill. The astonishing disparity left Flender burning with curiosity. Yes, my true spirit banner is a mutated martial soul. Its spirit skills allow me to summon spirit beasts corresponding to the spirit rings I've absorbed. Chu Cheng Xu nodded. A mutated martial soul? Flender's expression turned complicated. His disciple, Ma Hongjun, and his close friend, Yu Zhaogang, also had mutated martial souls. Unfortunately, Yu Zhaogang's mutation was a malignant one, leaving him a complete waste in cultivation. Ma Hongjun's martial soul was better off, being a benign mutation, but it still carried significant flaws. Chu Cheng Xu, however, seemed to have hit the jackpot with his mutation. Not only did his martial soul lack any visible drawbacks, but his innate talent was extraordinary, likely innate full spirit power. What Flender didn't know was that without his cheats, Chu Cheng Xu would have been another Yu Zhaogang, struggling to become even a basic spirit master. Does your mutated martial soul have any weaknesses? None that I've discovered so far. So, if you ever hunt a 100,000-year spirit beast, You'd be able to summon it to fight for you? Flanders' heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly asked. A 100,000-year spirit beast was comparable to a level 96 titled Douluo in strength. Only the Spirit Hall and the Hidden Clear Sky clan had confirmed experts of that caliber. If Chu Cheng Xu could acquire such a spirit ring, he'd leap straight into the ranks of the continent's top powerhouses upon reaching titled Douluo. Probably, but 100,000-year spirit beasts are incredibly rare. I doubt I'll ever find one. Chu Cheng Xu feigned regret, though inwardly, he wasn't worried. With his system, he didn't need to rely on luck to obtain high-level spirit rings. Even if he couldn't find a 100,000-year beast, he could always upgrade weaker ones over time. Xiao Wu, so terrifying. Poor little me, trembling in fear. Chapter 49, How about I treat you to some sausages? Half an hour later, after learning the basic details of Shrek Academy and receiving the keys to their dormitory, Chu Cheng Xu and Xiao Wu left Flanders' office. Brother Chu, do you think we've fallen into a trap? Xiao Wu said with a frown. What makes you say that? Well, Flanders' strength isn't bad, but aside from the two of us, there are only 3 other students in this academy. Isn't his what they call a chicken academy? A wild chicken academy? Yes, a wild chicken academy. Who cares if it's a wild chicken or not? As long as someone can help us get spirit rings, that's all that matters. Everything else is a minor issue. Chu Cheng Xu wasn't concerned about the quality of Shrek Academy's teaching. His only requirement was that they could assist him in acquiring spirit rings when he advanced. Although he could enhance spirit rings over time, their initial quality still mattered. For example, attaching a 3rd spirit ring of just over 1,000 years would only elevate his spirit power to a 31st level spirit elder upon advancing. However, a spirit ring of 3,000 to 4,000 years might boost him to level 32, or even level 33 if it were 5,000 to 6,000 years old. Every additional level of spirit power saved months of training. Naturally, Chu Cheng Xu wanted his 3rd spirit ring to be as powerful as possible. Hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded thoughtfully. Although Nodding Academy was a proper primary spirit master academy, what had she really learned there in nearly 6 years? Apart from going from illiterate to fluent in reading and writing, she hadn't gained much from the classroom. In a world where strength reigned supreme, everything else was secondary. Only personal power truly mattered. Even the most profound theoretical knowledge couldn't compare to a strong fist. Take Herming, for instance. He was simple-minded and couldn't even speak, but that didn't stop him from dominating spirit beasts under 100,000 years in the forest. Not long after, the two found the dormitories Flender had assigned to them. Looking at the 2 small wooden houses before them, covered in dust, with rusty locks and even a missing corner of the roof, the two exchanged glances. Brother, is this really the student dormitory? Xiao Wu pointed at the dilapidated huts. Though she appreciated having a private room, these huts seemed worse than the shared dormitories at Nodding Academy. At least those didn't leak wind or rain. How about we make do for a few days, and I hire someone to build a new one? Chu Cheng Xu stroked his chin, considering. With enough gold soul coins, building a new wooden house wouldn't take long. Xiao Wu. At that moment, a creaky door opened from a nearby dormitory. Turning to look, they saw a man in simple gray clothes, with short hair and a full beard, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he stepped out. He looked like he'd just woken up. Who are you? The man asked, wiping away the sleep from his eyes. Hello, I'm Chu Cheng Xu, and this is Xiao Wu. We're new students at the academy. Chu Cheng Xu replied, recognizing the man as Oscar but refraining from revealing his foreknowledge. You're new students? Oscar's eyes widened in surprise. He knew the state of the academy all too well. Not only was it not enrollment season, but 2 new students arriving at once? What was going on? Could it be they'd been duped by Flender, just like he had been? Uncle, are you a teacher at the academy? Xiao Wu asked skeptically. His spirit power was low, only that of a spirit grandmaster. But he didn't look like a student either. What kind of student was this old? Was he like Yu Zhao Gang at Nodding Academy, just here to freeload? But wait, that didn't make sense. Shrek Academy was so run down, freeloaders here would starve on air and wind. Uncle? Oscar's face stiffened. Did he really look that old? He was only 13. How could they call him uncle just because he had a beard? Brother Chu, do you think this uncle is a bit off in the head? Xiao Wu whispered to Chu Cheng Xu. He just has a beard. Did you have to call him uncle? Chu Cheng Xu said, exasperated. Oscar wasn't bad looking. If he trimmed his beard, he'd definitely outshine Tang San before the latter awakened his blue-silver emperor bloodline. Otherwise, a certain wealthy young lady wouldn't have fallen for him in the original story. Exactly. This brother here is sensible. I'm only 13. Just because my hair grows a bit faster doesn't mean you can call me uncle. By the way, my name is Oscar. I'm a food-type spirit master. How about I treat you to some sausages? Oscar made a tiny gesture with his fingers, promoting his sausages. A little? More like a lot. Xiao Wu thought, but her interest peaked when he offered her food. For the cheerful Xiao Wu, being treated to food symbolized friendship. Why had Chu Cheng Xu become her first good friend at Notting Academy? Because he had treated her to meals. Seeing Xiao Wu's eager expression, Chu Cheng Xu opened his mouth to speak but hesitated. He knew what Oscar's sausages were like, even if Xiao Wu didn't. If the shape were different or the chant less suggestive, Oscar's sausages would undoubtedly be a hit. 5 copper coins per sausage? 5 silver coins would be more like it. After all, they weren't just snacks but food imbued with the restorative power of a second-ring food-type spirit master. Their value should be measured against medicinal aids for recovery. But the sausages were long and thick, and the chant. Well, it was hard not to think otherwise. Of course, the fact that Oscar's sausages weren't popular wasn't just due to the chant, it also highlighted how knowledgeable people were. Brother Chu, Xiao Wu, wait a moment. I'll go inside and make some for you. With that, Oscar headed back into his room to prepare the sausages. Why go inside to make them? Because if they saw how the sausages were made, they might not want to eat them. If he didn't take advantage of the new student's naivety, when would he ever find new takers for his sausages? Chapter 50, I didn't take any money. Wait. Oscar, we appreciate your kindness, but let's not trouble you. Chu Cheng Xu hurriedly stopped him. It's no trouble at all. It'll only take a moment. Hold on. Let me say something first. Okay, go ahead. Maybe you don't know, but about half an hour ago, I beat up a soul elder with a white tiger martial soul and a great soul master with a chicken martial soul. I think you should reconsider this carefully. Chu Cheng Xu spoke in a calm tone, emphasizing the word carefully. Oscar froze, then looked shocked. Whoa, looks like this new junior is quite the tough nut. It's one thing for that fatso Ma Hongjun to get bullied, he's always been a troublemaker. But even Daimo Bai, the big boss, got beaten up. Wait a minute. Reconsider? Does this mean Chu Cheng Xu knows the secret behind my sausages? Sweat began to form on Oscar's forehead. Well. Junior, I suddenly feel a bit under the weather. Maybe next time, okay? Oscar laughed awkwardly and quickly retreated into his cabin. Bang. The door slammed shut, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Brother, didn't Oscar say he'd treat us to sausages? Why'd he change his mind? Xiao Wu complained. Maybe he really isn't feeling well. Like, say. He has a sudden case of hemorrhoids. Chu Cheng Xu replied with a straight face. Xiao Wu. The student dormitories at Shrek Academy were dilapidated. After years of neglect, thick layers of dust had accumulated inside. By noon, the two had finally cleaned up their respective rooms. Looking at the dormitory, with its missing eaves and drafty walls, Chu Cheng Xu became even more determined to hire someone to build a new house. It had to be luxurious not just for comfort but also to impress potential close friends among future students. He couldn't help but imagine Daima Bai's reaction, using his money to build my house, steal his fiancée, and raise my own kids. Daima Bai, thank you so much. As they walked to the cafeteria, they encountered Flender and a short but burly middle-aged man with muscles like steel. Flender, are these the two new students? The man asked, stroking his chin as he scrutinized them. Yes, that's them. Chu, Xiao Wu, let me introduce you. This is our vice principal, Xiao Wuji. He's a soul saint at the 76th level, a true expert. Just call him Teacher Zhao. Flender said. Hello, Teacher Zhao. The two greeted him politely. Hello. Xiao Wuji nodded, but his gaze lingered on Chu Cheng Xu, filled with curiosity. He was intrigued. A 16-year-old at the 29th level? That's hardly impressive. So why did Flender accept him without an entrance exam? Xiao Wu was understandable 16 years old and already a 38th level soul elder. Her talent was undeniable. But Chu Cheng Xu? Why? Unbeknownst to Xiao Wuji, Flender had fudged the numbers, making the pair seem 4 or 5 years older. Could it be that this kid is loaded? Flender, the cheapskate, must have been bought off. Xiao Wuji thought. Pulling Flender aside, Xiao Wuji whispered, Flender, isn't it time you paid us our overdue salaries? Relax, Zhao. We're all brothers here. Do you think I'd stiff you for life? As soon as the academy's finances improve, you'll be the first to get paid. Flender replied sheepishly. Flender, you sly dog. Don't play games with me. Xiao Wuji fumed. Usually, Flender's lack of funds was understandable. But now, with money in hand, he still wouldn't pay? What games? I didn't take any money. Flender looked genuinely confused. Come on, this kid's talent is mediocre. You're telling me he got in without paying you? Shrek Academy had always had high standards, and applicants had to pass rigorous exams. A 16-year-old at level 29 getting in without testing? Xiao Wu wasn't buying it. I didn't take a dime. Not only had Flender not charged extra, but he was also footing the bill for their meals. Really? Really? Flender rolled his eyes. Then why'd you accept him? Xiao Wu was even more puzzled. I just did, okay? Stop asking so many questions. You'll understand later. Flender said cryptically. Although Chu Cheng Xu's talent wasn't as extraordinary as Xiao Wu's, he had great potential. As long as he didn't die prematurely, becoming a titled Douluo seemed inevitable. Hearing this, Xiao Wu gave Chu Cheng Xu another thoughtful glance. While Flender was stingy, he wasn't stupid. If he made such a decision, there had to be a reason. Shrek Academy's cafeteria was far from luxurious. It was a simple wooden structure, with a sign that read cafeteria hanging above the door. Before they even entered, Chu Cheng Xu heard Oscar's voice. Dai, why are you eating here today? Don't you usually head to Sodto City for better food? At a long wooden table, Oscar sat with a humble meal, looking at Daimobai in surprise. Daimobai's face darkened as he angrily shoveled the bland food into his mouth. There was no way he could admit that he'd been robbed and could no longer afford fancy meals. That would be way too embarrassing. Chapter 51, Why should I repay money borrowed with skill? Xiao Wu, don't talk too much. Ma Hongjun tugged at Oscar, signaling him to stop asking questions. By now, Ma Hongjun's face had mostly recovered, thanks to Oscar's peculiar sausages. While they were hard for those in the know to stomach, their restorative effects were undeniable. 2 sausages later, Ma Hongjun's face was no longer a pig's head. Though traces of the beating lingered. Just then, footsteps echoed from the cafeteria entrance. Oscar and the others turned to see Flender and Xiao Wu entering, accompanied by Chu Cheng Xu and Xiao Wu. Oscar seemed unfazed, but the expressions of Ma Hongjun and Daimobai changed instantly. Especially Ma Hongjun, his body visibly trembled. His earlier bad premonition had come true. The Demon King had officially joined the academy. Oscar, are these 2 also students at the academy? Care to introduce us? Chu Cheng Xu glanced at Daimobai and Ma Hongjun, speaking to Oscar with a playful smile. Oscar froze. Didn't you just beat them up? I even used my sausages to heal Ma Hongjun's swollen face. Now you act like nothing happened and want me to introduce them. Oh, right. You were the one dishing out the beating, not taking it. Of course, you'd act like nothing happened. These 2 are Daimobai, Martial Spirit White Tiger, age 14, and rank 35 Soul Elder, and Ma Hongjun, Martial Spirit. Phoenix, age 11, and a rank 21 Grandmaster. Oscar gestured toward the 2 as he introduced them. Nice to meet you. I'm Chu Cheng Xu, and this is my sister, Xiao Wu. We're both 16. Chu Cheng Xu smiled warmly. What? 16? Oscar blinked in surprise. These 2 juniors were older than him? Humphrey. Daimobai snorted coldly and buried himself in his meal. But the spark of vengeance reignited in his heart. Chu Cheng Xu is already 16. Older than me by a year, yet he's only a rank 29 Grandmaster. His talent is clearly inferior to mine. I may not be able to beat him now, but once I reach rank 40, I'll show him who's boss. Mark my words, Chu Cheng Xu. I'll repay today's humiliation tenfold. As for Ma Hongjun, he forced a smile that was uglier than crying. TSK, seems like Dai here doesn't welcome us. What about you, little fatty? Are we welcome? Chu Cheng Xu's playful tone made Ma Hongjun shudder. Ahem. Stop standing around and eat already. Flender interrupted, sensing Chu Cheng Xu's intent to tease the older students. Including Chu Cheng Xu and Xiao Wu, the academy only had 5 students. Conflicts between students in other schools were minor scuffles, but in Shrek Academy, a fight among students would practically mean a full-scale brawl. Understood, Headmaster Flender. Chu Cheng Xu nodded with a smile. Shrek Academy's dire finances were evident in the cafeteria's offerings. The meal consisted of plain rice, stir-fried blue silvergrass, sautéed cabbage, and a pot of mushroom soup. Headmaster Flender, isn't the cafeteria food a bit subpar? Chu Cheng Xu asked, eyeing the meager spread as he sat across from Flender. The dishes lacked any semblance of richness. While they wouldn't starve, the nutrition was far from sufficient, especially for someone like him, who needed extra sustenance for body cultivation training. You should be grateful there's food at all. Stop being picky. Flender shot him a dissatisfied look. You didn't even pay tuition. Be thankful I'm letting you eat for free, yet you dare complain about the food? Headmaster Flender, I'm not being picky. We're still growing kids. What if we suffer malnutrition? Chu Cheng Xu argued earnestly. Then why don't you pay for better food? If you agree to that, I'll have anything you want brought here immediately. Flender retorted, his tone sharp. Does he think I wouldn't love better food? The problem is we're broke. So, the Academy's finances are really tight? What, are you offering to donate? I actually have a legitimate way to make money. Want to hear it? Chu Cheng Xu's lips curled into a sly smile. Oh? Do tell. Flender perked up, immediately intrigued. Eva Zhaowuji turned to listen. Simple, borrow money. Borrowing isn't illegal, after all. Borrow? From you? Flender's face darkened. I don't have money. But just because I'm broke doesn't mean others are. Borrow from the wealthy. Borrow from the wealthy? Who exactly? Let's not get into specifics yet. Headmaster Flender, what's the strongest expert in Sodto City? As far as I know, there's no one above rank 80 in Sodto City. So, you and Zhaowuji are among the top experts here? Of course. Between us, we easily rank in the city's top 5. Flender puffed up his chest with pride. Then it's simple. Sodto City is a major hub, and there must be some unsavory elements around. You and Zhaowuji can borrow money from them. If they refuse, threaten to report their misdeeds to the city lord. Even if they have connections, they'll likely comply, considering your strength as soul saints. Chu Cheng Xu explained with a grin. The plan was essentially a veiled form of extortion. Instead of outright robbery, they'd use borrowing as a pretext to fleece the city's criminal underworld. Direct robbery would provoke resistance, but framing it as a loan would make it easier for the targets to swallow their losses. But loans need to be repaid, right? Flender hesitated. Why repay money borrowed with skill? If they dare complain, just eliminate the creditors. After all, they're not exactly upstanding citizens. Chu Cheng Xu declared matter-of-factly. The room fell silent. Everyone stared at him, stunned by his audacity. You can do that? Bang. Flender slammed his palm on the table, his face alight with excitement. Well said. Why should I repay money borrowed with skill? In that moment, Flender was brimming with confidence. The plan wasn't without merit. While it wouldn't bring in massive sums, it could certainly alleviate the Academy's financial woes. At the very least, he could finally pay the salaries he owed his brothers for months. Chapter 52, 7 Treasures Business Association. Flender was not alone in his eagerness. Zhaowuji felt the same, itching to take action immediately. Known as the Immovable King, Zhaowuji wasn't a complete villain, but he was far from a saint. Considering their targets were notorious criminal organizations, he felt no moral burden about the plan. Seeing the two raring to go, Chu Cheng Xu nodded in satisfaction. He didn't expect Shrek Academy to make a fortune with this method. Building expensive mimicry training grounds or even proper teaching facilities was out of the question. His goal was simply to improve the cafeteria food. As for the Academy's long-term prospects, without financial support, an academy relying solely on borrowing was doomed to a bleak future. Once Miss Catgirl and a certain little heiress joined the academy, Chu Cheng Xu planned to persuade Flender to move the school to Heaven City. Using Shrek Academy's disqualification from participating in the Soul Master Tournament as a pretext, they could join Liu Erlong's Blue Tyrant Academy. While Liu Erlong's academy wasn't as prestigious as Heaven Imperial Academy or the 5 Elemental Academies, it had mimicry training grounds and wasn't far behind in reputation or teaching quality. After lunch, Xiao Wu stayed at Shrek Academy to train, while Chu Cheng Xu headed to Sodto City. Shrek Academy was only 3 or 4 kilometers away from Sodto City, making travel convenient. Of course, having left in the morning and returning in the afternoon, Chu Cheng Xu wasn't there for leisure. He had business to attend to. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan had a long-standing legacy, consistently ranking among the top 3 sects on the continent and serving as a staunch ally of the Heaven Empire. Most Soul Masters associated the 7th Treasure Glazed Tile clan with 2 things, formidable strength and immense wealth. Thanks to the treasure-seeking abilities of their 7 Treasure Glazed Tile martial spirit, the clan had monopolized the ore industry in the Heaven Empire and its affiliated kingdoms and duchies. While the martial spirit couldn't detect common ores like copper and iron, it excelled at locating rare metal deposits, often found alongside larger metal mines. As a result, Soul Masters with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile martial spirit became the continent's most skilled prospectors, always striking rich veins of ore. Coupled with the clan's strength and unparalleled influence in the Heaven Empire, they naturally became the largest mining tycoons on the continent. However, mining alone couldn't account for their vast wealth. In an era devoid of advanced soul tool technology, mining was lucrative but had limited market potential. With their wealth, power, and influence, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan expanded into the highly profitable trade industry. Their subsidiary, the 7 Treasures Business Association, became a massive conglomerate with operations spanning half the continent. As one of the largest cities on the continent and located within the Heaven Empire's ally, the Barak Kingdom, Sodto City naturally hosted a branch of the 7th Treasures Business Association. In the southern part of Sodto City, on a bustling street, stood a magnificent building adorned with gold and jade. Though only 3 stories tall, it occupied over 3,000 square meters. This was the Sodto City branch of the Seven Treasures Business Association, under the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile clan. Welcome. How may I assist you today? As soon as Chu Cheng Xu stepped inside, a uniformed saleswoman greeted him with a warm smile. The Seven Treasures Business Association was a legitimate enterprise, and the saleswoman's uniform was modest and professional. Do you sell storage-type soul tools here? Chu Cheng Xu asked. Yes, we do. Are you looking to purchase one? The saleswoman's eyes lit up. Storage soul tools were expensive, and this sale would secure her monthly performance bonus. Do you also buy storage soul tools? Chu Cheng Xu continued. He planned to sell the storage pendant he had taken from Daimabai and replace it with a similarly sized storage soul tool. Was this unnecessary? Not at all. The pendant he had was stolen property, while a new storage soul tool would be a legitimate purchase, symbolizing a clear difference in ownership. Yes, we do. Are you looking to sell one? Both sell and buy. I have a storage soul tool with a 30 cubic meter capacity, but I don't like its style. I want to exchange it for something similar. The saleswoman paused, speechless. Don't like its style? Isn't this stolen property? However, the Seven Treasures Business Association didn't care about such details. As long as there was money to be made, they didn't question the origins of the items they purchased. Half an hour later, Chu Cheng Xu spent 30,000 gold soul coins to exchange the pendant for 2 storage necklaces. One had the same 30 cubic meter capacity as the pendant, while the other had a smaller 1 cubic meter capacity. The larger one was for himself, and the smaller one was for Xiao Wu. It seemed like he had spent 30,000 gold soul coins to buy a 1 cubic meter storage soul tool. But in reality, the Seven Treasures Business Association wasn't a charity. Without paying a premium, they wouldn't agree to exchange a storage soul tool, even if the capacities were identical. By the way, do you sell deep silver here? Suddenly, Chu Cheng Xu remembered his forging plans. Back in Notting City, the only rare metal he could acquire was black iron, which, while considered rare, was only marginally better than regular iron. It was underwhelming for forging hammers or strong bows. Chu Cheng Xu didn't know much about rare metals, and the names might differ between eras. Some metals from the future might not even have been discovered yet. However, deep silver definitely existed in this era. The Sea God Island had 7 massive deep silver pillars, which were incredibly valuable. Deep silver was a high-quality rare metal that could amplify soul power during conduction, making it ideal for forging bow bodies or hammers. Deep silver? Yes, we have it. How much do you need? The saleswoman nodded eagerly. Backed by the Seventh Treasure Glaze Tile clan, the association had no shortage of metal materials. What's the price per unit? And what's the purity? Sir, the price varies depending on the ore quality. We generally sell pre-smelted metal ingots with a purity of no less than 90%. Deep silver is relatively rare, as it's only found in deep-sea deposits. Its mining and smelting are both challenging, so it's quite expensive. 100 gold soul coins per pound. The saleswoman explained with a smile. Backed by an abundant supply of metal resources, the association was eager to increase sales. Selling rare metals came with substantial commissions for the sales staff. Chapter 53, The Fire-Stoking Helper, Part 1, 100 gold soul coins per pound? Chu Cheng Xu raised an eyebrow. Both rare metals, the iron essence known as Zhuantai, cost only 10 gold soul coins per pound, but the price of sunken silver is 10 times that of Zhuantai. Moreover, sunken silver has a very high density, several times that of gold and around 10 times that of regular iron. A pound of ordinary iron material is roughly the size of a 4 cm cubic block, but if it were sunken silver, well, it would be about the size of a small finger. Give me 800 pounds. Also, get me a few beast tendons from 10,000-year-soul beasts, over 1.5 meters long. After calculating in his mind, Chu Cheng Xu planned to buy 800 pounds of sunken silver ingots. With an impurity rate of 10%, after refining, the 800 pounds of sunken silver would result in 720 pounds of pure metal. 600 pounds would be used to forge 2 sunken silver hammers, each weighing 300 pounds, perfect for his great force, miraculous impact forging technique. The remaining material would be used to craft a sunken silver bow. Sunken silver costs 100 gold soul coins per pound, so 800 pounds would cost 80,000 gold soul coins. That's the living expenses for 80 average families for several months, yet it could only buy enough material to forge 1 bow and 2 hammers. This shows just how expensive sunken silver is. Of course, Chu Cheng Xu also knew that sunken silver was actually quite cheap in this era. In the later era when soul-guided technology flourished, the price of rare metals like sunken silver would undoubtedly be much higher. As for the 10,000-year soul beast tendons, they would be used to make the bowstring for the sunken silver bow. These tendons are not only durable but also highly elastic and fairly easy to obtain, especially since Sodto City is not too far from the Starred Forest, where many valuable soul beast materials can be found. After leaving the 7th Treasure Chamber of Commerce, Chu Cheng Xu visited the largest blacksmith shop in the city and a well-known construction business. 2 hours later, he returned to Shrek Academy with several craftsmen. How long will it take to complete the house according to the plans I selected? After surveying the site with the craftsman, Chu Cheng Xu asked. Master Chu, building a wooden house is not difficult. With the 2-story wooden structure you requested, it should be completed in about a month, including the decoration, said the lead middle-aged craftsman. Alright, starting tomorrow, I'll set a 30-day deadline. For every day you finish early, I'll add 10 gold soul coins to the contract price. After thinking for a moment, Chu Cheng Xu added a sweetener, along with a warning. Master Chu, don't worry. Our integrity construction business is the most reputable in Sodto City, and we never cut corners. The middle-aged craftsman said with a smile, immediately assuring him. With the house construction in good hands, Chu Cheng Xu didn't need to worry. He had already paid the deposit, and if the work wasn't up to standard, he wouldn't pay the final balance. He was confident that the integrity construction business wouldn't dare to deceive a soul master like him. Afterward, Chu Cheng Xu set up a simple rain shelter near the dormitory and took out some large items from his storage necklace. When he visited the blacksmith shop earlier, he had bought a set of second-hand small forging tools. Now that the sunken silver had arrived, it was time to forge his new hammers and strong bow. However, forging 2 hammers and a bow wasn't a simple task. It wasn't that his craftsmanship was lacking, but rather the forging equipment was too primitive, or rather, lacked technological advancement. The biggest issue was how to quickly heat the sunken silver, which has an extremely high melting point, to the appropriate temperature for forging. Suddenly, Chu Cheng Xu thought of something important. Ma Hongjun was a fire attribute soul master, and his phoenix fire. No, the phoenix flame might be hot enough. Fatty, I need your help. Chu Cheng Xu said with a smile. What is it, Boss Chu? If I can help, I'll definitely do it. Ma Hongjun, somewhat reluctant, responded with a nervous gulp. He immediately patted his chest to assure Chu Cheng Xu. Ma Hongjun didn't know what Chu Cheng Xu wanted him for, but he guessed it probably wasn't anything good. He was very unwilling. However, when he thought of Chu Cheng Xu's fists and the still present swelling on his face, he had no choice but to comply. After all, what if Chu Cheng Xu was looking for trouble? Good. Don't worry, Fatty. I'm a very friendly person and won't bully my classmates. Chu Cheng Xu said, patting Ma Hongjun on the shoulder to comfort him. Ma Hongjun didn't believe a word of it. Not bullying meant bullying in Chu Cheng Xu's language, right? Soon, they arrived at the blacksmith shelter. Boss Chu, you're going to forge iron? Ma Hongjun asked, looking at the small forge and the fire stove with a puzzled expression. There are 3 great hardships in life, rowing a boat, forging iron, and grinding tofu. Why would a soul master like Chu Cheng Xu want to become a blacksmith? That's right. Maybe you didn't know, but I'm actually the best blacksmith in the world. Chu Cheng Xu puffed out his chest with pride. Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes. The best blacksmith? Self-proclaimed? And what use is that? Wasn't it just smelly iron forging? Suddenly, Ma Hongjun froze. Since Chu Cheng Xu wanted to forge iron, why did he call him over? He didn't know how to swing a hammer. Could it be that? Looks like you guessed it. Good eye. Fatty, help me stoke the fire. Chu Cheng Xu took out 8 100-pound sunken silver ingots from his storage necklace and placed them into the furnace, pointing at them. Ma Hongjun's face immediately turned awkward. He, a soul master, was being asked to do the job of stoking the fire? Well, since it was Chu Cheng Xu's request, and the ingots would melt easily enough, he agreed. Phoenix, manifest. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. With a shout, Ma Hongjun activated his Phoenix Fire, and his first soul ring shone brightly. A fiery line shot out of his mouth and into the furnace. A few seconds later, the Phoenix Fire Line dissipated. Chu Cheng Xu leaned over to look into the furnace. The sunken silver ingots, which were glowing faintly with a silver hue, had turned slightly red, but they were far from reaching the temperature required for forging. Fatty, your fire isn't hot enough. Step it up. You need to at least get them red hot. Chu Cheng Xu frowned and said. It seemed that while Ma Hongjun's Phoenix fire was strong, his stamina was lacking. Chapter 54, The Fire-Stoking Toolman, Part 2, Boss Chu, isn't his silver ingot? Why is it so hard to burn? Ma Hongjun grumbled, feeling frustrated. His soul skill wasn't unlimited, and while he could spit fire, he couldn't keep doing it non-stop. Who told you this is silver? This is sinking silver. Chu Cheng Xu rolled his eyes. Sinking silver? What's this used for? Ma Hongjun was taken aback. He had thought that after using his Phoenix Fire line, a regular silver ingot would melt easily. It seemed this wasn't silver after all. Don't worry about that. Just heat it up until it's red. Chu Cheng Xu instructed. Ma Hongjun sighed. Fine. Second soul skill, Bathing Phoenix. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire line. After a minute, Ma Hongjun activated both of his soul rings. First, he used Bathing Phoenix to increase the power of his Phoenix Fire by 30%, then launched his Phoenix Fire line into the furnace. A few seconds later, Ma Hongjun, exhausted from the effort, stopped. Chu Cheng Xu peered into the furnace. Compared to before, the ingots had turned red, but they still weren't hot enough for forging. Forget it. We'll make do for now. Fatty, take a break. We'll continue once they cool down. Chu Cheng Xu used tongs to take the red-hot sinking silver ingots out and placed them on the forge. Then, he picked up his 1000 forge level iron hammer and began hammering away. Boom, boom, boom. The rhythmic sound of metal striking echoed through the Shrek Academy. Fortunately, Chu Cheng Xu had excellent control over his strength. Most of the force from the hammer strikes landed on the sinking silver ingots, so the ordinary forging table didn't break under the pressure. Fatty, keep stoking the fire. Boom, boom, boom. Fatty, keep stoking the fire. Normally, forging would produce a clink, clink sound, but with Chu Cheng Xu's incredible physical strength, his forging speed was much faster than usual. After more than an hour, the sinking silver ingots had been hammered into a single block, and their volume had decreased considerably. The ingot now emitted a brilliant silver glow. The soul power in Chu Cheng Xu's fingertips surged, and he made a small cut on his arm. Blood spurted out, dripping onto the glowing silver. Blood sacrifice allowed the metal to bond with his bloodline, making it as if the metal were part of his body. This was a common practice among high-level blacksmiths when forging important items. As the blood hit the metal, a series of sizzling sounds rang out as the heat from the silver caused the blood to evaporate. The smoke soon dissipated, revealing the metal's new form. The metal had shrunk significantly after the forging process, and the bright silver sheen faded, leaving behind a dull gray surface with intricate, wave-like patterns. As Chu Cheng Xu admired his work, Ma Hongjun was left dumbfounded. Wait, you can forge metal that glows? And you have to sacrifice blood too? Ma Hongjun's perception of blacksmithing had been completely shattered. After a moment of hesitation, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but ask, how do you do it? Maybe I can learn? Chu Cheng Xu chuckled. Want to learn? Well, you can try, but it's not that easy. Forging was a complex craft, requiring both skill and insight. The first 100 forges were easy enough, but after that, forging at the 1000 forge level or higher required extraordinary talent. In the known world, if anyone could go the furthest in blacksmithing, it would be Tang San. Not only was Tang San's character solid, but his talent in forging was unmatched. He was able to craft the legendary Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, a lost technique from the Tang sect, in his past life. But Chu Cheng Xu wouldn't teach Ma Hongjun. After all, they weren't close enough for him to waste his time teaching him. As for Xiao Wu, she didn't need to learn either. One blacksmith in the family was enough. No, no, no. I'm a soul master, I can't be a blacksmith. Ma Hongjun quickly shook his head, not wanting to become a lowly blacksmith. You don't want to learn? Well, I don't want to teach you either. Chu Cheng Xu shot him a glare. After all, in the future, the greatest powerhouses on the continent were all top-tier blacksmiths. Even soul masters with high ranks couldn't compare to the prestige of a master blacksmith. But that was in the future. Right now, blacksmithing was a lowly profession, barely above common folk. For example, the renowned master blacksmith Lu Jiao was one of the 3 greatest blacksmiths on the continent, yet his status was still lower than that of a soul saint. Alright, hurry up and stoke the fire. Chu Cheng Xu instructed, placing the 1000 forge sinking silver back into the furnace. Now that the sinking silver had been forged into ingots, it needed to be shaped into the hammer and bow. Ma Hongjun, tired from stoking the fire, reluctantly activated his soul rings again, continuing his role as the fire-stoking toolman. As night fell, Ma Hongjun collapsed from exhaustion, while Chu Cheng Xu remained full of energy, admiring the pair of dull, gray forged hammers on the anvil. After 2 hours of hard work, the sinking silver had finally been transformed into a pair of 1000 forged sinking silver hammers. However, they were still rough, and the hammers were far from smooth. But that didn't matter after all, a hammer only needed a hammerhead and a handle. Too smooth would make them less effective. Chapter 55, The 1000 Forged Silver Hammer and 1000 Forged Silver Bow, Part 1. Afterwards, Chu Cheng Xu began testing the 1000 forged silver hammer's unique properties. All 1000 forged metals have their own distinct characteristics, and these properties aren't fixed, their effectiveness can vary greatly. However, rather than evaluating them based on good or bad, it's more accurate to say they should be judged on suitability. For example, if the 1000 forged characteristic is sharpness, but the item being forged is a hammer, then that characteristic is useless. Unless it's a hammer meant to pierce armor? Ding. With a gentle tap of the hammer on the anvil, Chu Cheng Xu immediately sensed a faint shockwave spreading across the anvil. Shockwave? Not bad, not bad. After carefully sensing it, Chu Cheng Xu nodded in satisfaction. The shockwave characteristic means that when forging metal, the point of impact from the hammer will spread to a larger area, even affecting the entire metal. The strength and range of the shockwave can be controlled by the user. This meant that from now on, he could avoid the usual method of hammering at various spots. He would just need to control the shockwave and let it spread across the entire metal, then deliver a powerful blow for great results. Boss Chu, you've got the hammer ready, should we rest now? Looking at Chu Cheng Xu, who was quite pleased with himself, Ma Hongzhen, exhausted, weakly said, I'm wiped out. You've been treating me like a slave today. After all, it wasn't easy to heat metal, especially since it required intermittent heating. If Ma Hongzhen, a second-ring soul master, didn't have his soul power to sustain him, he'd never be able to keep up with Chu Cheng Xu's demands. Alright, we'll call it a day. We'll continue tomorrow. Chu Cheng Xu said, nodding. Tomorrow too? Ma Hongzhen's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't worry, we're almost done. I'll give you a red envelope tomorrow. Chu Cheng Xu casually promised. Ma Hongzhen sighed in resignation, wondering if that red envelope would be enough to let him enjoy a luxurious night in the high-end clubs of Sodto City. Later that night, two figures with impressive auras left Shrek Academy and headed towards Sodto City. Boss Fu, have you chosen the target yet? Xiao Wu, dressed in black and covered with a hood, asked the similarly dressed Fu Lan. You can rest assured. I gathered all the information during the day. Fu Lan replied confidently. There's a gang in Sodto City called the Axe Gang, named after their leader Li Qin's black axe martial soul. Li Qin is a soul king with 5 rings, and he controls a street in the east of Sodto City, collecting protection fees from the residents. We're going to borrow some money from him. Fu Lan said this with complete certainty. Alright, let's go after him. Xiao Wu nodded. The next morning, after completing his meditation and morning routine, Chu Cheng Xu, along with Xiao Wu, went to the academy's dining hall for breakfast. Before they even entered, the smell of food wafted through the air. Huh? It smells so good. Did Director Fu finally get rich? Xiao Wu asked, a little suspicious. Most likely. Chu Cheng Xu replied, guessing that Fu Lan had borrowed money the day before. Indeed, the breakfast served at Shrek Academy was unusually lavish. Not only was there fragrant meat porridge and large meat buns, but even eggs were available, with no limit on how many one could have. If yesterday's breakfast was like a poor family's meal, today was clearly a feast, indicating a significant improvement in their standard of living. Ding ding ding. The clear sound of bells echoed throughout Shrek Academy. Soon, the 5 teachers, including Director Fu Lan, and 5 students gathered in the academy's training ground. Looking at the 5 students in front of him, Fu Lan adjusted his glasses and said, yesterday, 2 new students joined. On behalf of the academy, I welcome you both. I'm Fu Lan, the director of Shrek Academy. I'm sure you've already met the other students, so I won't go into more details. He then turned to introduce the teachers. This is Teacher Li Yu-sung, with a dragon pattern staff martial soul, a 63rd level soul emperor in the attack system. Fu Lan then pointed to the second teacher, an older man in his 70s, and said, this is Teacher Lu Kaiban, with a star chess martial soul, a 66th level soul emperor in the control system. And this is Teacher Xiao Zhen, with a sugar bin martial soul, a 71st level food system soul sage, and one of the 3 soul sages at Shrek Academy. When Fu Lan mentioned Teacher Xiao Zhen, he couldn't help but puff out his chest with a little pride. After all, high-level food system soul masters were rare, and having one at the soul sage level was a major accomplishment for the academy. After the introductions, Fu Lan said, alright, you can all go and rest. Try to recover to your best condition. Tonight, I'll take you to your first class. Oscar, you'll continue with your physical training today. Oscar's face immediately fell, clearly dreading the physical training, but he had no choice but to accept it. After all, as a food system soul master, he had no right to refuse Fu Lan's orders. Fatty, let's go. Chu Cheng Xu called out to Ma Hongzhen, ready to forge the 1000 forged silver bow that hadn't been completed the day before. Boss Chu, can we skip today? We still have to attend the evening class. Ma Hongzhen hesitated, reluctant to continue working. Is the evening class going to be at the Sodto City Grand Soul Arena? Chu Cheng Xu asked. How did you know? Ma Hongzhen was surprised. That's not important. It's still early, you'll have plenty of time to recover. Chu Cheng Xu didn't give Ma Hongjian a chance to refuse and immediately dragged him to the forge. There was still a lot of 1,000 forged silver left after forging the 2 hammers the day before, and before his forging skills reached the level of spirit forging, the 1,000 forged silver bow would be his most powerful weapon. Naturally, it had to be completed as soon as possible. Chapter 56, Silver Hammer and Silver Bow, Part 2, The sound of hammering echoed through the Shrek Academy, loud and constant. Unlike yesterday's task of forging the silver hammer, today's focus was on shaping the silver-hammered silver into the form of a bow. With the help of Ma Hongjian, the fire master. After 3 hours of effort, the 120-pound block of silver-hammered silver was shaped into a curved bow. Although the silver hammer was a larger and used more material, and there were 2 of them, the difficulty of shaping the bow was greater than that of the hammer. A hammer can be a bit rough as long as it resembles a hammer, but a bow? That's a different story. For one, the 2 limbs of the bow need to be of equal length. The curvature of the limbs must be consistent. After hammering for over 3 hours and attaching the tendons of a 1,000-year soul beast as the bowstring, the silver-hammered silver bow was finally completed. Its appearance might be, well, perhaps a bit ugly, but it was fully functional. Chu, what are you making a bow for? Ma Hongjian asked, eyeing the freshly forged silver-hammered silver bow in Chu Cheng Xu's hands, confusion mixed with disdain in his eyes. We're all soul masters, what's with the bow? Without the soul ring ability attached to a martial soul, how can you possibly compete with a battle soul master of the same level? At that moment, Ma Hongjian couldn't help but imagine the following scenario: a battle soul master breaking through the protection of summoned beasts, Chu Cheng Xu confidently pulling out this bow, only for the arrows to fail to pierce through the defense. The result would be Chu Cheng Xu getting beaten up, looking just like the big pig head he had yesterday. TSK, just thinking about it was amusing. At that moment, Chu Cheng Xu noticed 2 large geese flying high in the sky above Shrek Academy. Fatty, watch closely. He pointed at the 2 geese in the sky, holding the bow in his left hand and pulling back the bowstring with his right. A golden light from his soul power flickered, and in an instant, a 3-foot-long, platinum-colored soul arrow materialized in his hand. Whoosh! Narrowing his eyes, he focused intently, then released the string. The platinum-colored soul arrow shot out with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the arrow zipped through the air and struck one of the geese flying leisurely, directly piercing its head. In the next moment, another flash of light passed, and the second goose, seemingly a pair with the first, was also hit in the head. Both fell to the ground in a heap. Bang, bang. The 2 decapitated geese fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust on the training field of Shrek Academy. The gray and white arrow skills only enhanced Chu Cheng Xu's accuracy. However, having a bow without arrows was not enough. After reaching the yellow skill level, Chu Cheng Xu could give up traditional arrows and create soul arrows by expending soul power. When his skills reached the purple level, his accuracy improved further, and the power of his soul arrows increased significantly. As for the light attribute soul arrows, these were not a result of his purple level archery skill, but rather the result of Chu Cheng Xu's unique ability to convert his soul power into light attribute soul power through his true spirit flag martial soul. Of course, while he could create soul arrows, this didn't mean that physical arrows had no use. Only ordinary arrows were rendered obsolete. If high-level forged metal arrows were used and combined with his soul arrows, the power of the arrows would be even greater. Wow, so accurate! Ma Hongjian exclaimed, staring at the 2 geese lying motionless in the distance. Given the speed of the 2 soul arrows, even a soul master at the 2nd or 3rd ring would have trouble avoiding them. Even a 4th or 5th ring soul master would likely not have time to react. Although the targets were only 2 ordinary geese, this didn't reflect the full power of the arrows. Ma Hongjian was certain that, as a 25th level soul master, he would not be able to withstand such an attack. After all, he wasn't a defense-type soul master and lacked defensive soul skills. With only his protective soul power, he wouldn't be able to block the concentrated soul power of a 29th level soul master forming a soul arrow. Those geese can be sent to the cafeteria for extra meals. Oh, and Fatty, here's your red envelope. Saying that, Chu Cheng Xu pulled out 10 gold soul coins from his storage ring and handed them to Ma Hongjian. Since they were all classmates, and he had asked Ma Hongjian to help, Chu Cheng Xu preferred to pay rather than owe a favor. He felt that his favors weren't so cheap. Chu, I won't be polite. Ma Hongjian grinned and quickly accepted the coins. For Ma Hongjian, 10 gold soul coins were quite a bit of money. After all, the price for a night with an older sister or aunt in the brothel was only a few silver soul coins. Pa. What older sister or aunt? He was going to the highest-end black market club in Sodto City to find a beautiful lady. As night fell, with the exception of Oscar, the food-type soul master, Flender gathered Chu Cheng Xu and the others on the training field. Looking at the energetic group of Daimabai, Ma Hongjun, Chu Cheng Xu, and Xiao Wu, Flender nodded slightly, then waved his hand. "Let's go, follow me." With that, Flender tapped his toes and lightly sprang forward, heading toward the outskirts of the academy. The four quickly followed behind. Flender maintained a relatively fast pace, and at this moment, the differences in speed among the four students became apparent. Surprisingly, it wasn't Xiao Wu, the highest-level Soul Master, who was right behind Flender, but Chu Cheng Xu. Xiao Wu was second, Daimabai third, and Ma Hongjun was at the back. Aside from soul skills, a Soul Master's speed wasn't solely determined by their soul power level. For example, the purple-level body technique of 1,000-year soul skill allowed Chu Cheng Xu's speed to surpass Xiao Wu, who hadn't mastered it and was even a bit lazy about learning it. Shrek Academy wasn't far from Sodto City, and in no time, Flender arrived at the south gate of Sodto City. Sodto City was located in the center of the Barak Kingdom, far from any external threats. Although there were city guards, the gates were open around the clock. Once the group caught up, they entered the city smoothly. Even though it was already dark, Sodto City was still full of energy, even more so than during the day. Some vendors who only operated at night had set up shop, selling snacks or trinkets in their usual spots. Of course, while Sodto City's night market was considered lively on the continent, Chu Cheng Xu had seen such scenes many times in his past life and wasn't very interested. However, Xiao Wu, with her lively nature, was different. She eagerly looked around, and whenever she saw something interesting, she would sneak closer to take a closer look. If it weren't for the night class they had to attend, Xiao Wu might have dragged Chu Cheng Xu around the streets for a good stroll. Chapter 57, Sodto City Great Soul Arena, Part 1. The so-called flirtatious young prince Daimabai appeared calm and composed, seemingly a model of virtue. However, his occasional glances at the young women passing by betrayed his true nature. Of course, Daimabai was still somewhat upright, as he tried to be discreet about his glances, and his eyes didn't burn with heat. Moreover, he wouldn't spare a second look at women who didn't meet his standards in terms of looks or figure. Even if they had fallen on hard times, his taste was never compromised. On the other hand, Ma Hongjun was quite the opposite. Every woman who passed by was at least given a thorough inspection, and if the woman had a curvaceous figure and a youthful appearance, his gaze would be fixed on her, burning with desire. His eyes looked like they were about to devour her, and he almost drooled. "Big brother, you should stay away from that fat guy from now on." Noticing Ma Hongjun's lecherous gaze, Xiao Wu whispered to Chu Cheng Xu. Chu Cheng Xu nodded in agreement. While his gaze might not be lethal, the disdainful stares from every passing woman had a negative impact on his mood. Though Ma Hongjun was the one with the lecherous eyes, they were together, so it was hard to avoid the consequences. At that moment, Flender suddenly stopped and called out to the group, "Follow me." With that, Flender led the four of them into a modest tea shop by the street. After ordering 5 cups of the cheapest tea, they sat around a round table. Looking at the tea in front of him, which was filled with tea foam, Chu Cheng Xu frowned. It was worse than a glass of plain water. Flender, as expected, was as frugal as ever. Even though he had money, his habits didn't change. "Flender, are we having our first lesson here?" Xiao Wu asked, confused, as she sat down. "Of course not. Your lessons are over there." Flender raised his hand and pointed outside. Following his gesture, Chu Cheng Xu saw a towering building not far from the tea shop. From their angle, they could only see the building's massive height, nearly 100 meters, and it loomed in the night, faintly glowing with light. "Big brother, what is that?" Xiao Wu asked, her curiosity piqued. "That should be the Sodto City Great Soul Arena," Chu Cheng Xu replied, though he had never been there before. Since this was where Shrek Academy held its evening lessons, it had to be the Sodto City Great Soul Arena. Flender nodded slightly. "Correct, that is the Sodto City Great Soul Arena. The Great Soul Arena is only found in cities of a certain size, and it is named after the city it resides in. Its scale is a symbol of the strength and prosperity of a city or even a country." Flender paused for a moment, letting the words sink in, before continuing. "The Great Soul Arena is where soul masters fight. It is a place for martial soul battles and soul master duels. You are all not ordinary people, you are exceptionally talented monsters. Since you are monsters, you must have the training methods of monsters." Hearing this, Daimabai couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at Chu Cheng Xu. A 16-year-old, 29th-level Great Soul Master, and he was considered exceptionally talented? What about him, a 15-year-old, 35th-level Soul Ancestor? Wasn't he the true genius, the peerless prodigy? Humphrey. 30 years. No, 3 years in the east, 3 years in the west, we'll see how things turn out. Noticing Daimabai's look, Chu Cheng Xu turned to him and flashed a friendly smile, then subtly raised his middle finger. "Daimabai." Flender paused for a moment, Then continued in a serious tone, your martial souls are all different, and each of you has your own method of cultivation. What the Academy can teach you is how to better utilize your martial souls, help you obtain better soul rings, gain more combat experience, and unlock your potential as much as possible. Among all the things you need to learn, the most important is combat experience. In a battle, the amount of combat experience will determine the outcome, even if both sides are of the same level and strength. Only through constant battle can you improve your ability to adapt in combat. Therefore, the Sodto City Great Soul Arena will be your classroom from now on. Xiao Wu furrowed her brow and asked, Flender, isn't being a soul master the most noble profession? How could there be such a place as the Great Soul Arena? Isn't that just a place for showing off, like a circus? Showing off? Chu Cheng Xu couldn't help but glance at Xiao Wu. He couldn't imagine what Xiao Wu's version of showing off would look like. However, one thing was certain, the tickets to such an event were probably very expensive, and most people couldn't afford them. Flender shook his head. Xiao Wu, you're mistaken. Although I also don't like places like the Great Soul Arena, I have to admit that it is an important place to showcase the value of a soul master. Don't think of it too simply. The Great Soul Arena has its own complete system, and it can be said to be a special force. It was founded by the 7 most prestigious soul master families in the entire continent, and it doesn't belong to either of the 2 empires or the Spirit Hall. It is an independent third-party force, so powerful that it could rival an entire nation. Soul masters who become famous in the Great Soul Arena will become stars throughout the country. Not only will they gain immense benefits, but they will also earn great prestige. Moreover, the Great Soul Arena is a relatively fair place. Here, even if you kill a descendant of a powerful family, you don't need to worry about revenge. Really? No need to worry about revenge? Chu Cheng Xu was somewhat surprised and glanced at Daimabai without being obvious. Daimabai? Was this guy seriously thinking of killing me? Of course, Chu Cheng Xu was just joking with Daimabai. He wouldn't really do anything. Whether Flender would stop him was another matter, but the fact that Daimabai was the 3rd prince of the Starluo Empire made Chu Cheng Xu think twice. The White Tiger Dai family, while officially without a titled Luo, probably had 1 or more hidden titled Luo. Even if there were only 10 or so titled Luo on the continent, the Spirit Hall alone had more than 20, with many above level 95. Keeping a low profile was the key. I was just kidding. Did you take me seriously? Flender didn't notice the look in Chu Cheng Xu's eyes and rolled his eyes at him. The Great Soul Arena might claim to be fair, but how could there be true fairness in this world? Being a soul master wasn't just about fighting and killing. There were also personal connections and power plays. If a friend or relative of someone in the Great Soul Arena was killed, could they not take revenge, especially if they had the strength to do so? Even if it wasn't done openly, an assassination could always be arranged. The Great Soul Arena wasn't a charity, and it wouldn't take revenge for the victims. In fact, it was more likely to simply turn a blind eye. Chapter 58, Sodto Great Soul Arena, Part 2. After briefly skipping over this small interruption, Flender continued, the soul power level of a soul master is a sign of their strength, and soul rings are the best way to showcase that power. However, this does not truly represent a soul master's actual strength. Only through personal effort and the title earned in the Great Soul Arena can the true power of a soul master be reflected. Any soul master, regardless of their level, will be represented simply by the term Dao Soul when they enter the Great Soul Arena. After their first victory, they will receive a badge, and with each subsequent victory, they will earn points. Once their points reach a certain level, the badge will level up. This badge is a symbol of a soul master's rank in the Great Soul Arena, and it is recognized in all major cities across the continent. There are many advantages to having a high-level badge, but I won't go into all the details. The lowest level is the Iron Badge. Moving up, we have the Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond badges. There are a total of 8 levels. May I ask, Flender, what level of badge do you have? Chu Cheng Xu asked curiously. Flender. Did I ask you to question me about this? Would I really tell you that I'm a gold badge? Although a gold badge isn't bad, what if you surpass it in the future? Where would that leave my reputation? Flender shot a dissatisfied glance at Chu Cheng Xu and then scanned the other 3 in turn, pausing slightly longer on Xiao Wu before saying, your task is to earn at least a silver badge before graduation. Don't think it's easy to get the silver badge. Mu Bei and Hong Jun have already participated in many battles here. Mu Bei, Hong Jun, tell them the requirements for leveling up the badges here and share your battle records. Though Mu Bei was reluctant to speak to Chu Cheng Xu, it was Flender's request, so he couldn't refuse. He put on a serious face and said, I started participating in the Sodto Great Soul Arena's battles when I was a 29th level Great Soul Master. So far, I've fought 29 battles, with a record of 15 wins and 14 losses, earning 1 point. To level up from Iron Badge to Copper Badge, you need 100 points. Each victory in a battle earns you 1 point, but losing a battle will deduct some points. If you have a winning streak of 5 battles, the points for each consecutive victory will increase by 10. If you reach a streak of 10 victories, each additional win will grant 100 points. Even if you reach Copper Dao Soul, if your points drop by 100, you will lose your Copper Badge rank. To level up from Copper to Silver Badge, you need 1000 points. For battles between Copper Badge ranked Soul Masters, each win gives you 10 points, and losing deducts 10 points. The streak bonuses are the same as for Badge. In other words, a newcomer needs to win 19 consecutive battles to obtain the Silver Badge. Is that really that bad? Xiao Wu couldn't help but comment. Humphrey, the Great Soul Arena isn't an easy place to navigate. Mundo replied with some annoyance. There are 3 types of battles in the Great Soul Arena. One is called a game, which is a sparring match, just as I mentioned earlier. The battles here are tiered, so even if you are a 31st level Soul Master, you might face a 39th level Soul Master. I had a low soul power level at the time, and when I fought, I often faced opponents who were several levels higher than me, so naturally, it was difficult to win. Mundo added, looking disgruntled. Blaming the difference in soul power is just an excuse. The truth is, you were just weak. I, a 29th level Great Soul Master, could easily defeat a 3-ring Soul Master like you. Chu Cheng Xu sneered. You. Mundo was furious. What's wrong? Am I not speaking the truth? Your White Tiger Martial Soul is a top-tier martial soul, and your soul rings are perfectly matched. How many 3-ring Soul Masters in the Great Soul Arena can compare to you? With your record, you still dare to say your opponents were too strong? Chu Cheng Xu's disdain grew. Hearing Chu Cheng Xu's taunting, Mundo clenched his fists tightly. If he didn't know he wasn't a match for Chu Cheng Xu, he would have rushed up to beat him up. But for now, he held back to avoid humiliation. Alright, stop talking so much. Flender shot Chu Cheng Xu a glare. He didn't understand why Chu Cheng Xu had such a strong animosity towards Mundo. Every chance he got, he would taunt him. Did the two have some sort of grudge that Flender didn't know about? In fact, other than the robbery incident from the day before, the two didn't have any other conflicts. However, Chu Cheng Xu knew that as long as he still coveted the Yurong lady, his relationship with Mundo would always be antagonistic. Since they were enemies, he wouldn't pass up any opportunity to strike. We've gone over the rules of the Great Soul Arena, and now that it's almost time, let's head over there. I'll explain the rest when we arrive. Flender said, taking out 5 copper coins to pay for the tea and leading the group toward the Sodto Great Soul Arena. As they got closer, the overwhelming sense of awe from the Great Soul Arena became even more pronounced. The Sodto Great Soul Arena was an elliptical structure, standing at over 120 meters tall. Inside, there was a main arena and 24 sub-arenas, capable of accommodating up to 60,000 spectators. This place wasn't just for Soul Masters to spar and exchange skills, it was also where various factions could showcase their strength. As they walked toward the Sodto Great Soul Arena, Flender briefly explained some of the remaining details to the group. There were 3 types of battles in the arena. One was the regular sparring match, which was a friendly competition where killing wasn't allowed. Another was the life or death battle, used to settle irreconcilable disputes. The final type was the gambling battle, where the Great Soul Arena acted as the referee. Both sides would send out the same number of Soul Masters to fight, and the winning side would claim everything agreed upon in the bet. Gambling battles were often used by nobles and Soul Master families to resolve major conflicts, or to deal with people who had created those conflicts. The battles themselves could be 1-on-1, 2-on-2, or, the most exciting, team battles. For team battles, the number of participants was typically negotiated between the two sides, but according to the rules of the Great Soul Arena, it was usually between 7 and 10 people. Chapter 59, Random Name. Just pick anything. Upon entering the Great Soul Arena, the first thing that caught their eyes was a massive stone tablet, etched with a dense array of names. Kid, did you see that stone tablet? Flender pointed at the enormous stone tablet, covered in countless names. Yeah. Chu Cheng Xu nodded in acknowledgement. All those names are of Soul Masters who have died here at the Sodto Great Soul Arena. You should take this seriously and not get cocky just because you have a little strength. Flender said with a somber expression. He felt that Chu Cheng Xu was getting a bit too full of himself, thinking that just because he could easily defeat a 3-ring Soul Master like Daimabai, he could dismiss the strength of the arena's other challengers. Flender felt the need to remind him to stay grounded. Well, if this kid can defeat Daimabai with ease, does he really have the right to act so arrogantly? However, Flender thought, having strength and acting arrogantly are two different things. I have a question. Chu Cheng Xu said, stroking his chin as he glanced at the stone tablet. "What question?" Flander asked, looking at him. "I noticed that the stone tablet is nearly full. What will happen when it runs out of space to carve new names? Will they just switch to a new tablet? But if they do that, won't the names lose their significance?" Chu Cheng Xu asked curiously. Flander and the others were speechless. Registering for a duel at the Great Soul Arena was quite simple. All they needed to do was fill out a form with their name, age, birthplace, and martial soul, and they would receive their initial Iron Soul badge. In fact, except for the martial soul, which couldn't be faked, everything else on the form could be. After all, the arena wouldn't bother verifying the information. Of course, a registration fee of 10 gold soul coins was mandatory. This shows how different the world of soul masters is from that of ordinary people. Just the registration fee alone was equivalent to several months of living expenses for a typical 3-person household. After paying 20 gold soul coins and having their soul power levels tested, Chu Cheng Xu and Xiao Wu completed their registration. After registering, it was time for the duel sorting. Flander led the 4 of them to the competition area for normal duels, briefly gave them some instructions, and then left on his own. "Fatty, the Great Soul Arena must have betting odds for the matches, right? What conditions must be met for a match to have a betting market?" Chu Cheng Xu asked Ma Hongzhen. In his past life, during the World Cup, there were bookies offering odds, so it was only natural that the Great Soul Arena also had betting markets for its matches. However, it was clear that not every duel in the arena would qualify for betting. There must be some prerequisites. Otherwise, anyone could just throw in a couple of random participants and rig the matches for profit, right? Given that he and Xiao Wu were both at the level of 2nd-ring Great Soul Masters and 3rd-ring Soul Kings, they were essentially invincible. If they could bet on their matches, they could easily rake in millions of gold soul coins by betting on every single one of their wins. Although he wasn't currently short on money, who could resist the allure of gold coins? Chu boss, only the main arena matches have betting odds. To qualify for a duel in the main arena, you either need to have won 5 consecutive matches, have a silver soul badge, or have both participants reach level 40 or above. Ma Hongzhen explained. 5 consecutive wins or a silver soul badge? Chu Cheng Xu raised an eyebrow. The conditions didn't seem too difficult. The Great Soul Arena operated with high efficiency, and before long, the 4 of them had their individual duels scheduled. Since they all arrived together, they were placed in the 12th sub-arena for their duels. However, due to the differences in their soul power levels, their opponents' soul power levels also varied. Chu Cheng Xu and Ma Hongzhen, both 2nd-ring Great Soul Masters, would face opponents of the same rank, while Xiao Wu and Daimabai, both 3rd-ring Soul Kings, would face opponents of the same rank. The Soul Masters participating in the duels were all gathered in a spacious room to rest while waiting for their turn. In the resting area, Chu boss, although each Soul Master can only participate in 1 duel per day, they can participate in different types of duels. You're so strong, why don't we sign up for a 2-on-2 duel as well? Ma Hongzhen suggested to Chu Cheng Xu. With Chu Cheng Xu on their team, facing just 2 Great Soul Masters, they were sure to win without a doubt. Of course, the key wasn't just increasing their duel badge points, but rather that Ma Hongzhen was eager for Chu Cheng Xu to secure 5 consecutive wins. If Chu Cheng Xu could easily defeat Daimabai, he would undoubtedly be unbeatable in a 2nd-ring Great Soul Master duel. Once he secured 5 consecutive wins, they could enter the main arena for a match. And the main arena matches had betting odds. At that point, Ma Hongzhen could bet all his savings on Chu Cheng Xu winning. After betting a few times, he'd make a fortune and transform from a little prince to the handsome young master that all the ladies at the black market clubs adored. Black market club ladies? Hey, as the young master, he'd be the groom every day, swapping brides every night 1 whole year without repeating a single one. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. 2-on-2? Sure. Chu Cheng Xu didn't hesitate and agreed to Ma Hongzhen's suggestion. Bro, you guys are signing up for a 2-on-2 match? Xiao Wu, sitting next to Chu Cheng Xu, asked. Yeah, we'll get 5 consecutive wins faster, and then we can start making money. Chu Cheng Xu nodded. Making money? Xiao Wu blinked, looking confused. You'll understand when the time comes. Ma Hongzhen and I will go sign up first. Chu Cheng Xu said to Xiao Wu, and then, together with Ma Hongzhen, they went to register for the 2-on-2 duel. Registration fee, 10 gold soul coins. For each victory, you will receive a total of 10 gold soul coins. Also, please come up with a name for your team. The staff at the Great Soul Arena said in a businesslike manner as they collected the fee from Chu Cheng Xu and Ma Hongzhen. Registration fee of 10 gold soul coins, and if we win, we don't even earn a profit, but lose 10 gold soul coins if we lose? Who came up with such a stingy rule? Chu Cheng Xu thought to himself, filled with complaints. Chu boss, what do you think we should name our team? Ma Hongjun asked Chu Cheng Xu. Anything's fine. Chu Cheng Xu waved his hand, not caring. Anything, team. Ma Hongjun said to the staff. Chu Cheng Xu? I said you could name it anything, but you really went ahead and named it anything? Well, whatever. If that's what you want, then that's what it is. Alright, anything team is registered. Soon, the 4 characters anything team were engraved on their Iron Soul badges. I have a question. Can I use this badge to team up with someone else? Chu Cheng Xu raised his Iron Soul badge and asked the staff. You can, but you'll need to pay the registration fee again, get a new soul badge, and the previous team's record will be reset. However, the badge level will not decrease. The staff replied. Chu Cheng Xu nodded. This meant that teaming up with Ma Hongjun now wouldn't affect his future plans to team up with Xiao Wu for 2-on-2 duels after he advanced to the 3rd rank Soul Elder. Seeing that there were still several matches before their 2-on-2 duel, they returned to the 1-on-1 duel area after their individual duels. Chapter 60, Instant Kill, Another Instant Kill. Part 1, when Chu Cheng Xu and the others returned to the 1-on-1 Soul duel area, it was soon time for Xiao Wu's match to begin. It was a stroke of bad luck for Daimabai, as Xiao Wu's opponent happened to be him. As soon as the staff of the Sodto Great Soul Arena announced the participants for the next match, Daimabai's face immediately darkened. Xiao Wu, a 38th level Soul Sovereign, although her martial soul appeared to be a harmless soft bone rabbit, Daimabai knew very well that one should never underestimate the martial souls of any talented soul master. A good cultivation talent often meant possessing a powerful martial soul. After all, if the martial soul was weak, how could one be considered a genius? Xiao Wu, you can do it. Chu Cheng Xu cheered her on, giving her a supportive glance. Of course, with Xiao Wu's strength, it was a piece of cake for her to instantly defeat Daimabai. Perhaps due to the fixed template of the Transformation Soul Beast's soul skills, Xiao Wu currently had 3 soul skills, which were exactly the same as in the original story: Waist Bow, Charm, and Teleportation. However, aside from her first soul skill, her second and third soul skills had seen significant improvements compared to the original. Additionally, Xiao Wu had also cultivated the Spirit Refining skill, which gave her a mental power far surpassing that of other soul masters at the same level. Once she used her second soul skill, Charm, Daimabai would definitely be forced into a state of control. Of course, the effect of Xiao Wu's Charm soul skill was not some kind of seductive illusion, but rather, it relied purely on mental power to overwhelm and control. If it had been the former, Chu Cheng Xu wouldn't have allowed Xiao Wu to use this skill on anyone else. After all, such a wonderful soul skill, how could it be allowed to be enjoyed by others? Ma Hongjun glanced at Daimabai and then at Xiao Wu but didn't say anything encouraging. After all, Daimabai had been his former leader, and he had to show some respect. In the 1-on-1 soul duel area, the matches were arranged through a random draw. While other soul masters were competing, those waiting for their turn could choose to either watch or rest. Each of the 24 sub-duel arenas in the Sodto Great Soul Arena had a designated area for participating soul masters to watch the matches, and these areas were very close to the duel stage. After the match on the duel stage concluded, Xiao Wu and Daimabai followed the staff to the arena for their battle, while Chu Cheng Xu and Ma Hongjun went up to the spectator platform. Although this was only one of the 24 sub-duel arenas in the Sodto Great Soul Arena, the size of the arena was still quite large, with a diameter of 20 meters, providing ample space for soul masters to fully demonstrate their abilities. At this moment, a middle-aged host and referee, dressed in a tailcoat, stood in the center of the stage and spoke loudly. Next, we will begin the 6th match of the 1-on-1 soul duel at our 12th soul duel arena today. The participants are 2 soul sovereigns, the Battle Soul Sovereign with the Beast Martial Soul White Tiger, Evil Eye White Tiger. Facing off against the Battle Soul Sovereign with the Beast Martial Soul Soft Bone Rabbit, Xiao Wu. Will the Evil Eye White Tiger emerge victorious, or will the newcomer, Xiao Wu, take the win? Let us wait and see. Now, please welcome the 2 Battle Soul Sovereigns to the stage. Soon, as Daimabai appeared, the audience in the 12th sub-arena erupted in cheers, mostly from the female spectators. There was no denying that Daimabai was quite handsome, tall, well-built, and with his striking heterochromatic eyes, he was very popular among young girls and women. However, when Xiao Wu appeared, the cheers from the male spectators immediately drowned out the applause from the female fans. No matter how handsome a young man was, how could he compete with a cute, bunny-eared, beautiful girl? After all, the world was largely dominated by those with a certain interest in cute things. The soul duel officially begins. The middle-aged referee said as he began to leave the stage. Immediately, both Xiao Wu and Daimabai summoned their martial souls, and 3 soul rings yellow, and purple glowed brightly. Of course, Xiao Wu's soul rings had been disguised. Otherwise, anyone with sharp eyes would immediately notice the discrepancy between her second soul ring, which was over 900 years old, and her third soul ring, which was over 4,000 years old. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Knowing that Xiao Wu was certainly not a weak opponent, Daimabai immediately activated his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. His muscles, already swollen due to the beast martial soul, expanded even further, and with the addition of his imposing White Tiger martial soul, his aura surged. On the other hand, Xiao Wu appeared as innocent and lively as ever, showing no signs of reacting to Daimabai's use of his thousand-year soul skill. However, as soon as Daimabai completed his transformation and charged toward Xiao Wu, she moved. With a quick lunge forward, Xiao Wu activated her second soul ring, and a pink light flashed in her eyes. Instantly, an invisible, intangible mental force descended, causing Daimabai's body to freeze mid-charge, leaving him standing motionless in place. In terms of mental power, although both of them were offensive-type soul masters, how could Daimabai possibly compare to Xiao Wu, who had cultivated the black-level spirit refining skill? Moreover, Xiao Wu's soul power was higher than Daimabai's, and she was using a nearly 1,000-year-old mental control soul skill. The 20-meter diameter soul duel arena wasn't very large, and the distance between the two was quickly covered in a flash. Xiao Wu kicked her long leg and delivered a powerful blow to Daimabai's chest. At least, since they were from the same academy, Xiao Wu showed some mercy and didn't kick him in the face. Though it seemed like an ordinary kick, it was important to note who was delivering it. When Xiao Wu was at level 30, she could withstand a 4,000-year-old soul ring. Now, with her body refining skill upgraded to black level, her physical strength was comparable to that of a Soul King at level 50. This kick was naturally incredibly forceful. Had she kicked him in the face, Daimabai, with no ability to resist, would have certainly been injured. Boom. With a loud sound, Daimabai's body flew into the air, forming a parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the arena below, producing a muffled thud. Immediately, the entire 12th sub-arena fell silent. Not only the audience but even the referee, who had just stepped off the stage and was preparing to watch the match, had their mouths wide open. No one expected the battle to end so quickly. After all, the referee had just left the stage, preparing to watch the match. Was this evil eye White Tiger martial soul really just a paper tiger? Wow, Xiao Wu is this strong? Ma Hongjun, watching from the spectator platform, couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. Of course. No exaggeration, there are very few soul sovereigns who can defeat Xiao Wu in the entire world. Chu Cheng Xu said proudly. Under his guidance. Ahem. Training, Xiao Wu's strength far surpassed that of the original story, and her combat ability was also much stronger than her counterparts at the same level. Chu Cheng Xu estimated that, within the continent, the only ones who could defeat Xiao Wu, under the same soul power level, would be himself, perhaps Tang San, who specialized in hidden weapons, and Qian Renxu, who possessed a divine martial soul and controlled domain powers. Chapter 61, Instant Kill, Another Instant Kill. Part 2, The silence lingered for a brief moment, before the roar of applause erupted. It was a clean, unblemished instant kill. Moreover, with Xiao Wu being the adorable rabbit-eared girl she was, she instantly captured the attention of everyone in the arena, regardless of age or gender. In an instant, the entire audience in the 12-section soul fighting arena was filled with cheers, and the sound of applause echoed through the space. Meanwhile, Daimabai, who had been kicked off the stage by Xiao Wu, finally broke free from the enchantment of Xiao Wu's soul skill. However, at this moment, Daimabai was completely confused. All he could remember was that he was about to fight Xiao Wu on stage, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself on the ground beneath the arena. Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, his entire body was aching, especially his chest, which felt as if someone had kicked him with immense force. Could it be that I was trapped in an illusion? While Daimabai was lost in confusion, the referee quickly climbed onto the fighting stage and announced loudly, the winner of the soul fight is Xiao Wu, the Soul Elder. The record stands at 1 win, 0 losses. As for Daimabai, the evil eye White Tiger, his record is now 15 wins, 15 losses. Xiao Wu, Soul Elder, please proceed to the registration desk for your score. What? I lost? Upon hearing the referee's announcement, Daimabai's mind cleared up instantly. In that moment, it felt as though a thunderbolt struck him. It was one thing to lose to Xiao Wu, but to be instantaneously defeated and not even know how it happened? This was a reality that Daimabai found hard to accept. He couldn't understand it. Both of them were at the third ring of Soul Elder, so why was the difference in strength so vast? After all, he wasn't like those soul masters with weak martial souls and poor soul ring configurations. He had the top-tier White Tiger martial soul, with a soul ring configuration of yellow, and purple. This was a soul elder at level 35 with the best possible setup. The pace of the matches moved quickly, and the next soul fight soon began. This time, it was another Shrek Academy student taking the stage, Ma Hongjun. Good news, Ma Hongjun's opponent wasn't Chu Cheng Xu, so there would be no internal conflict this time. Bad news, his luck wasn't great. His opponent was a 29th level agility type soul master with a Black Panther martial soul, and his soul ring configuration was only 2 yellow rings, offering him little chance of victory. As expected, within less than a minute, the fight was decided, and Ma Hongjun was easily defeated. The true Phoenix martial soul was not only a top-tier offensive soul but also a top-tier flying soul. Soul masters who could fly, especially at lower soul power levels, had a huge advantage. However, Ma Hongjun's Phoenix martial soul was far from the real thing. If anything, it resembled a chicken with some features of a phoenix. Without the ability to fly, Ma Hongjun, with his large physique, not only couldn't soar into the air, but his speed also lagged far behind that of his agile opponent. Moreover, his opponent's soul power level was higher than his. With no significant advantage in soul rings and with a 5-level difference in soul power, Ma Hongjun was bound to lose. But to his credit, he didn't seem to mind much. Despite being thoroughly beaten by his opponent on the arena, Ma Hongjun remained unbothered. On the other hand, Daimabai, who had been instantly defeated by Xiao Wu, still had a dark expression on his face, as if the whole world owed him 20,000 gold soul coins. Perhaps it was because Ma Hongjun was aware of his limitations and understood that many soul masters at his level could easily defeat him. He didn't mind being beaten. But Daimabai, with his inflated ego, found it hard to accept being so easily defeated, especially by Xiao Wu, whose soul power wasn't much higher than his own. After Ma Hongjun's match, the arena hosted another soul fight, and soon it was Chu Cheng Xu's turn. "Brother, good luck." Xiao Wu cheered, giving Chu Cheng Xu an encouraging thumbs up. "Don't worry, there hasn't been a second-ring great soul master born yet who can defeat me." Chu Cheng Xu proudly raised his head and walked confidently to the fighting stage. On the fighting stage, Chu Cheng Xu, standing at a height of about 1.7 meters, faced off against his opponent, a towering man who stood over 2 meters tall. This giant was bare-chested, with his chest covered in black fur, exuding a strong sense of intimidation. However, despite his imposing appearance and muscular build, the man's soul power level, martial soul, and soul ring configuration exposed his true weakness. The man was a 22nd level great soul master, with a black gorilla martial soul and a soul ring configuration of 1 white and 1 yellow ring. All these factors revealed that he was a formidable-looking opponent, but in reality, he wasn't much of a threat. Perhaps this man's true strength was better suited for other arenas, perhaps under the legs of a wealthy woman in need? With the referee's signal, the soul fight began. With a quick step, Chu Cheng Xu activated his movement skill, propelling himself forward like an arrow leaving its bow. In an instant, he closed the distance between himself and the towering man. Before his opponent could even react or activate his soul skills, Chu Cheng Xu's right fist struck directly at the man's chest. Though caught off guard, the giant raised his thick right arm to block the punch, instinctively trying to defend himself. At that moment, Chu Cheng Xu transformed his punch into a claw, grabbing the man's wrist firmly. With a swift turn of his body and a twist of his waist, the giant was lifted off the ground by the sheer force. Then, with a spin of his body, Chu Cheng Xu released the man, sending him flying through the air in a perfect arc, and the man crashed down to the arena floor. Boom! The giant hit the ground with a thunderous crash, causing the floor tiles of the arena to shake. The entire arena was silent for 3 seconds before the crowd erupted into cheers. Instant kill, once again, an instant kill. And this time, Chu Cheng Xu didn't even need to use any soul skills to throw his seemingly intimidating opponent off the arena. Of course, this fight didn't carry the same weight as Xiao Wu's instant defeat of Daimabai, at least in the eyes of many soul masters. But for the majority of the audience, who were ordinary people without soul power, the impact of a 1.7-meter-tall Chu Cheng Xu effortlessly tossing a 2-meter-tall giant off the stage was far more shocking. After walking through the Soul Master Passage and registering his victory, Chu Cheng Xu earned some points and was awarded 10 gold soul coins. With Chu Cheng Xu's strength, a 2-on-2 soul fight was naturally no challenge at all. Without even needing Ma Hongjun to make a move, Chu Cheng Xu summoned his True Spirit Flag martial soul. With a flick of his second soul ring, the Light Lion Spirit materialized. In just 1 minute, the Light Lion Spirit, equivalent to a 1,000-year soul beast, easily suppressed 2 opponents who were at the second-ring Great Soul Master level characters who were little more than background extras in this match. After completing the 2-on-2 soul fight, Chu Cheng Xu and Ma Hongjun walked out of the Sodto Great Soul Arena together, where they were greeted by Flender and Daimabai, who were already waiting by the entrance. "Flender, you look a little unhappy," Chu Cheng Xu remarked, noticing the frown on Flender's face. Flandre shot him a glance but didn't say anything. How could he explain that he had just lost 8,000 gold soul coins in the main soul fighting arena betting on the matches? Was he supposed to maintain his dignity now? Chapter 62, Daimabai, Fatty, learn from this. Flandre never expected that just one day after borrowing 10,000 gold soul coins from the Axe Gang's leader, the majority of that money would be gone. Thankfully, he had only brought 8,000 gold soul coins with him tonight. Otherwise, the next day, the food quality at Shrek Academy's cafeteria would surely return to its previous poor standard. Maybe I should go to the Golden Knife Gang for a loan later? Flandre couldn't help but think to himself. Sodto City wasn't a small town, and naturally, there were more than just the Axe Gang operating within the city. The Golden Knife Gang, being an old and established gang, had far more financial backing than the relatively new Axe Gang. Flandre thought it might be possible to borrow another 20,000 gold soul coins. With that thought, Flandre felt a surge of excitement. Since he was already thinking about it, he had to act quickly. After all, gold coins wouldn't just appear in his pocket on their own. Alright, you guys go back first. I have something to take care of. Flandre said, waving his hand at Chu Cheng Xu and the others before turning and leaving Sodto's Great Soul Arena. He was now off to pursue his money-raising venture. Hey, you guys go ahead. I forgot to mention something to the dean. Ma Hongjun said, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he glanced at Daimabai. He quickly made up an excuse and ran in the same direction Flandre had gone. As for whether he was really going to find Flandre, that was uncertain. But the direction he was headed in just happened to be the same as Flandre's. After Ma Hongjun left, Daimabai glanced at Chu Cheng Xu and Xiao Wu. Without saying anything, he too left Sodto's Great Soul Arena. Brother, why does it seem like they're all so busy? Xiao Wu asked, confused as she looked at Chu Cheng Xu. Probably. Just leave them be. We'll head back ourselves. Chu Cheng Xu shrugged, unconcerned. He figured Flandre had something important to do. After all, Flandre, despite his gruff appearance, was quite dedicated to his feelings for the unattainable Li Long. It seemed more likely that he had a legitimate reason to be busy rather than wasting time. As for Ma Hongjun and Daimabai, they were probably off saving the lost girls of Sodto City. Half an hour later, outside the Black Horse Club. Fatty, what are you doing here? Daimabai noticed Ma Hongjun lingering at the entrance of the Black Horse Club, hesitating as though unsure whether to enter. After a moment of surprise, Daimabai's expression shifted to one of disdain. He knew exactly what kind of taste this fatty had. He could understand Ma Hongjun looking for some entertainment at a lower-tier establishment, but to come to the highest-class brothel in Sodto City? That was another matter entirely. The Black Horse Club had a minimum consumption requirement, and even the lowest-tier girls would cost at least 10 gold soul coins. And that was just for the service fee of the girls, not including drinks, room fees, or any other additional charges. Why can't I come here just because you can? Ma Hongjun immediately retorted, sensing the disdain in Daimabai's eyes. You have the money for it. Daimabai sneered. He knew Ma Hongjun wasn't wealthy. Besides the 10 gold soul coins Ma Hongjun received as a soul master subsidy from the Spirit Hall every month, his only source of income was the prize money he earned from winning battles at the Sodto Great Soul Arena. With so little income, and spending so much of his time chasing after older women, Daimabai was sure Ma Hongjun couldn't have saved much money. Don't look down on me. Who told you I don't have money? And right now, the one without money is probably you. Ma Hongjun shot back. He hadn't forgotten that Daimabai had been robbed by Chu Cheng Xu. If it came down to comparing their current funds, Ma Hongjun felt confident that he had more than Daimabai. Humphrey, you don't know everything. Daimabai snorted. It was true that he had been robbed by Chu Cheng Xu yesterday, but that wouldn't be the end of him. As a third-rank soul master, he could easily visit the Spirit Hall and claim a 100 gold soul coin subsidy. Previously, he hadn't bothered to claim the low-level soul master subsidy because he had enough money, but now that he was in a tighter spot, he could always go claim it. Moreover, he had once been a frequent guest at the city's high-end venues, and he still had a considerable balance saved up. Even after his recent misfortune, Daimabai knew he was still a man of stature. Just then, a beautiful woman with a captivating aura, though slightly disheveled, walked down the street. Dai Xiao. The woman recognized Daimabai immediately. You're Jiayan? Daimabai thought for a moment before recognizing the woman as a courtesan who had once served him. Yes. Thank you, Dai Xiao, for remembering me. Dai Xiao, it's a long night. How about I accompany you tonight? The courtesan, Jiayan, approached and wrapped her arm around Daimabai's. As for Ma Hongjun, well, judging by his clothes, he clearly wasn't a man of wealth. Even if he could pay the service fee, she would much rather choose Daimabai, who had been a generous patron in the past. Well, Daimabai hesitated for a moment. Zhao Yun was the top courtesan at the Black Horse Club, and even if he didn't give her extra tips, he would still need to pay a 1,000 gold soul coin service fee. In the past, this wouldn't have been a problem, but after being robbed by Chu Cheng Xu, Daimabai had to be more careful with his spending. However, when he saw Ma Hongjian eyeing Zhao Yun with a greedy look, any hesitation vanished. 1,000 gold soul coins? It didn't matter. As long as Ma Hongjian was left with nothing but jealousy, Daimabai would enjoy himself. Alright, I'll take you. Daimabai said, wrapping his arm around Zhao Yun's waist as they walked toward the Black Horse Club. Just before they entered, Daimabai turned to Ma Hongjian and said with a smirk, "Fatty, learn from this." With that, he playfully slapped Zhao Yun's rear. "Ah, Dai Xiao, you're so naughty." Zhao Yun giggled as she pressed herself closer to Daimabai. "Annoying? Wait until later, you'll find something even more annoying." Daimabai replied with a grin. The two of them laughed as they entered the club. Ma Hongjian, standing at the entrance, was fuming. Daimabai's words, "learn from this," were like a sharp knife, stabbing deep into his heart. Humphrey, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't look down on the young. One day, I, Ma Hongjian, will show you, Daimabai, who's boss. He cursed under his breath before heading into the Black Horse Club himself. Since he was already here, why not experience what the highest class brothel in Sodto City had to offer? Even if he couldn't afford the top courtesan, surely a regular girl would be within his reach. And even if she was a regular courtesan, she would be far superior to the older women from the lower-end brothels. Chapter 63, Punches to the Flesh, Claws to the Heart, Part 1. 3 days later, as night fell, the entire faculty and student body of Shrek Academy gathered on the academy's training grounds, except for Daimabai, who had already left to meet a woman. Looking at Flanders, who had summoned Xiao Wu, Xiao Zhen, Li Yusong, and Lu Kaiban, Chu Cheng Xu couldn't help but show an expression of confusion. Why was Flanders here tonight, especially with Xiao Wu and the others? He had no idea. Yesterday, he had already secured 6 consecutive victories in the sub-arena of the Sodto Great Soul Arena, and tonight he was scheduled to fight in the main arena. In the main arena, the battles were even more competitive, with odds on betting already in place. Given Chu Cheng Xu's strength, unless he intentionally threw the match, he was guaranteed to win. It was a chance to make some quick money, and Flanders, whose financial situation was still tight, wouldn't miss the opportunity. He even brought along his good friends, who were in an even worse financial situation. "Chu, tonight it's all on you," Flanders said, slapping Chu Cheng Xu on the shoulder with a grin. Yeah, Boss Chu, whether I can live the high life with tasty food and drinks from now on depends on you." Flanders' words were immediately followed by Ma Hongjian, who nodded eagerly. "Chu Cheng Xu? Alright, it's getting late. Let's head out." Flanders waved his hand and led the group towards Sodto City. Sodto Great Soul Arena. After Chu Cheng Xu registered for his match in the main arena and confirmed his fight sequence, everyone rushed to the betting windows. Sodto City was economically thriving, and even ordinary civilians had a better income than those in remote places like Notting City. Gambling, along with other vices, was prevalent, and given the lack of other entertainment in the world of Douluo, the number of gamblers at the Sodto Great Soul Arena was quite high. The arena operated 24 hours, and the 5 betting windows were always busy. There was almost no time when the windows weren't crowded. Chu Cheng Xu, deciding to take the shortest line, joined the queue. The process was simple: just place the bet, pay the money, and the staff would issue a betting slip. After about 10 minutes, it was his turn. "Good evening, sir. Which match would you like to bet on, and which competitor are you backing?" The young woman behind the counter greeted him with a smile. "This one. I'll bet 100,000 gold soul coins on the summoner to win." Chu Cheng Xu pointed to one of the match schedules and placed 10 gold soul coins cards, each worth 10,000 gold coins, on the counter. The summoner was his alias in the Sodto Great Soul Arena, just as Daimabai was known as the Evil-Eyed White Tiger and Ma Hongjian as the Evil Fire Phoenix. 100,000 gold soul coins? The staff member's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the 10 cards stacked on the counter. She hadn't expected such a young, handsome guy to be such a big spender. Sodto City wasn't like Heaven City, and there were no super-rich individuals like Ning Fengzi. Betting 100,000 gold coins on a regular match was definitely a rare sight, especially for someone so young. "Sir, are you sure you want to bet on the summoner to win?" she asked, now addressing him more casually as sir. "Absolutely." Chu Cheng Xu confirmed with a confident nod. "Alright, sir, I'll issue your betting slip now." The staff member flashed a flirtatious smile as she took the 10 cards and prepared to process the bet. "By the way, what's the current odds for the summoner to win?" Chu Cheng Xu asked. "Sir, this match is just starting to be accepted, And since you're betting a large amount, the odds have dropped. Initially, it was 1, 2, but now it's 1, 1.1. 1, 1.1? Chu Cheng Xu raised an eyebrow. With 100,000 gold coins on the line, the payout would be 110,000 gold coins. After deducting the arena's 5% commission, he would earn 4,500 gold coins. It was a rather low return for such a high bet, but it was understandable considering that the odds were still adjusting. The odds would likely increase as more people placed bets, and by the time the match closed, his odds would likely improve. After a short wait, Chu Cheng Xu received his betting slip and a small folded note. Chu Cheng Xu looked at the small note in confusion. From what he could tell, other gamblers had only received a betting slip, so what was this note for? He looked up and saw the staff member winking and smiling at him. A rich, handsome young man like him, even if he couldn't become a wealthy husband, could still enjoy a spontaneous indulgence, right? Chu Cheng Xu? Just then, Chu Cheng Xu felt a sharp pain in his waist. He turned around to see Xiao Wu's small hand pinching his soft flesh, twisting it with a 180-degree turn. "What are you doing, Xiao Wu?" Chu Cheng Xu asked helplessly, looking at her with a displeased expression. "I saw it." Xiao Wu pouted, pointing at the small note in his hand. "I'm not that kind of person." Chu Cheng Xu quickly crumpled the note, flicked it with his fingers, and sent it flying into a nearby trash bin. Seeing this, Xiao Wu nodded in satisfaction, giving him a look that said, "Good, you know better now." Xiao Wu was happy, but someone else wasn't. Seeing the rich, handsome young man casually toss the note she had given him into the trash, the staff member's expression fell. She looked at Chu Cheng Xu with an expression of quiet resentment. However, she didn't dare to act out. Not only did the arena's rules prohibit such behavior, but given that Chu Cheng Xu had just bet 100,000 gold soul coins, she couldn't afford to offend him. Chu Cheng Xu ignored the staff member's resentful gaze. Though he didn't mind having more women in his life, this particular woman wasn't special enough to be part of his circle. Even if Xiao Wu wasn't jealous, he wouldn't pay attention to her. Chapter 64, Fist to Flesh, Claws to Heart, Part 2. After a brief interruption, everyone, including Flanders and the others, finished placing their bets. However, their financial capabilities were nowhere near as impressive as Chu Cheng Xu's, who had just robbed dime a buy. Some bet as little as 200, others as much as 20,000, but collectively, the 8 of them didn't even match half of what Chu Cheng Xu had bet. The one who bet the least was Xiao Wu, the little rabbit who genuinely didn't have much money. She had less than Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Knowing they didn't have enough funds, Ma Hongjun and Oscar had each borrowed 900 gold soul coins from Chu Cheng Xu, planning to double their money and pay him back 1,800 in a week. On the other hand, the one who bet the most was Flanders, who Chu Cheng Xu strongly suspected had used some of the public funds borrowed from the underworld forces in Sodto City for this bet. Chu Cheng Xu couldn't help but look down on this behavior. It was just like misappropriating public funds for gambling, and sooner or later, Flanders would get caught in the mess. Sodto City's Great Soul Arena had 5 main soul fighting platforms, 2 for one-on-one matches, 2 for 2-on-2 matches, and 1 central platform for team battles. While all of these platforms were considered main arenas, they were not located in the same area. The central team battle platform was not open to regular spectators, as it only had a few hundred VIP boxes instead of a large number of general seating. The 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 platforms were similar to the sub-arenas, just slightly larger in size. Chu Cheng Xu's match was a 1-on-1 duel, so he was headed to one of the 2 main 1-on-1 platforms. The schedule for the main arena was much more relaxed compared to the sub-arena, giving ample time for betting, and it took over an hour before Chu Cheng Xu's match finally arrived. At this point, a young host, dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a pair of black wings extending from his back, stood in the spotlight and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 4th match of the 1-on-1 battles in the number 2 main arena. We have 2 excellent soul masters today, both with impressive records. One is the summoner with the True Spirit Flag Martial Soul, undefeated with 6 consecutive victories, while the other is the Iron Fist with the Beast Martial Soul, the Mighty Ape, who has also achieved 5 consecutive victories. Will the summoner continue his undefeated streak, or will the Iron Fist claim his 6th victory? Let's find out." With a roar from the crowd and the spotlight shining down, Chu Cheng Xu and a burly youth climbed onto the arena. "Begin the match." The referee called out, stepping back as the black wings behind the host fluttered, and he left the arena. "I'll go first. My name is Iron Fist, a 29th level soul master, and I'll be using my martial soul, the Mighty Ape," the burly youth shouted. With that, his muscles expanded, his arms turned into massive claws, and his 2 yellow soul rings glowed brightly. The Mighty Ape, a huge black-furred gorilla, materialized behind him. "Please." Chu Cheng Xu responded, summoning his true spirit flag martial soul with a flash of soul power. His 2 yellow soul rings also appeared, and he politely gestured for the match to begin. Ha! Second soul skill, Mighty Fist of the Ape. With a roar, the second soul ring on the iron fist lit up, and his muscles bulged again, making his fists even larger and more powerful. The air around him seemed to crackle with energy. Chu Cheng Xu raised an eyebrow. This is similar to the White Tiger's Golden Fist technique, an enhancement skill. Without hesitation, he activated his second soul ring, summoning his second summoned spirit, the Bright Lion. Little White, go! He shouted, tapping the lion's head. With a roar, the Bright Lion, a mighty and muscular creature, charged at the iron fist, its claws outstretched. Good. First soul skill, Mighty Ape Punch. Having already studied his opponent's fighting style, the Iron Fist knew the summoner's tactics and used his first soul skill to meet the Bright Lion head-on. His fists, glowing with golden light, collided with the lion's claws. Boom! The Bright Lion was sent flying backward by the force of the punch, landing heavily on the arena floor. Meanwhile, the Iron Fist only took a single step back, stabilizing his stance. In the first exchange, it appeared that the Bright Lion was at a disadvantage. However, this was not the case. The Bright Lion, a 1,000-year-old summoned spirit, was far stronger than the 29th level Beast Soul Master, Iron Fist. Even though the Iron Fist had used a powerful soul skill, his strength was nowhere near enough to match the Bright Lion. If it came to raw power, even Daimabai, with his White Tiger martial soul and level 35 Soul King rank, would only barely be able to hold his own against the Bright Lion. The Mighty Ape, a beast with only an advanced grade martial soul, was no match for it, even with his enhancement technique. This was all part of Chu Cheng Xu's strategy. When fighting in the Great Soul Arena to make money, one had to be clever. The bettors in the arena were not all fools, though some might be crazy enough to bet on anything. Most people were quite rational. If Chu Cheng Xu were to crush every opponent with overwhelming force, only a few crazy fans or people hoping for a windfall would bet on him. The odds would drop to absurd levels, and he would risk losing money. He couldn't bring himself to throw a match, nor would he want to risk it without strong backing. But pretending to be weaker than he was? That was easy. If every time he fought, he only barely defeated his opponent, the odds would remain high enough for him to earn a good profit. The moment everyone started betting on him to win, the odds would collapse, and he would have to find a way to make up for the loss. Pretending to be weak was much easier than pretending to be strong. And as a summoner, he didn't need great acting skills. He simply had to let the Bright Lion show off its power while he held back. The lion would take the lead, pretending to struggle, and charge recklessly at the opponent. Roar! The Bright Lion shook its head, acting as if it was not as powerful as it really was, but it was resilient and stood up again, charging at the Iron Fist once more. The Iron Fist, having already used his strongest soul skill, was now left to fight without much in his arsenal. The battle continued with the two combatants trading blows, and the crowd was captivated by the fierce struggle between the lion and the ape. To the trained eyes of Flanders and the others in the viewing area, it was obvious that the Bright Lion was holding back, but to the average spectators, this was an intense and skillful battle between two powerful fighters. Chapter 65, Fist to Flesh, Claws to Heart, Part 3. After a week, the time had come for another exhilarating battle at the Sodto Great Soul Arena. Mr. Chu, congratulations. The odds for this fight were 1.8. You placed a bet of 100,000 gold soul coins, and with the payout, you will receive 180,000 gold soul coins. After a 5% commission, your winnings amount to 171,000 gold soul coins. The staff member at the counter handed over a stack of cards, each worth 10,000 gold soul coins, and several bundles of gold soul coins wrapped in cowhide paper. The staff's eyes gleamed with admiration as they handed the winnings over to Chu Cheng Xu. They were envious for two reasons. First, that Chu Cheng Xu, despite his young age, had the financial means to wager such a large amount, indicating a wealthy background. Second, the sheer size of his win. By placing 100,000 gold soul coins on the bet, he had not only recovered his original stake but also earned a profit of 71,000 gold soul coins. This was the allure of betting at the Great Soul Arena. No matter whether the bettors won or lost, the arena always profited through its 5% commission. Chu Cheng Xu, after receiving his winnings, smiled with satisfaction. As he had anticipated, as long as he maintained a winning streak with reasonable odds, the Sodto Great Soul Arena was effectively his personal ATM. However, there was a small regret. While victories in 1v1 soul duels were counted towards his overall record, victories in 2v2 duels did not add to his 1v1 record. Despite having a 7-win streak in 1v1 duels, his 2v2 record with Ma Hongjun was still only 3-0, meaning he wasn't yet eligible to participate in the 2v2 matches at the main Soul Arena. Had he been able to participate in 2v2 duels at the main arena, his winnings could have been even greater. If he had been able to wager and win, his total earnings by the end of his time at the Sodto Great Soul Arena could easily exceed 200,000 gold soul coins. While Chu Cheng Xu had emerged as the biggest winner, the second biggest winner was none other than Flanders. He had placed a large bet of 20,000 gold soul coins, and with the odds of 1.8, he had received a payout of 36,000 gold soul coins, netting a profit of 14,200 gold soul coins, which was more than the combined total of Xiao Wu, and the others. Despite their varying amounts of winnings, the group from Shrek Academy was in high spirits. Time passed quickly, and before long, a week had passed. It was still early morning when Chu Cheng Xu began his daily meditation practice in the dormitory. Suddenly, a surge of intense soul power emanated from his body, only to subside shortly afterward. Finally, I've reached level 30. Feeling the surge of soul power within him, Chu Cheng Xu couldn't help but feel immense joy. Reaching level 30 meant he could now add a third soul ring, advancing to a soul master of the third ring, or soul sect. What made him even more excited was that once he reached the third ring, his soul power growth would significantly increase, making his already impressive growth rate even faster. This was even more thrilling than his recent earnings at the Great Soul Arena. Indeed, a week ago, after his first round of betting at the Sodto Great Soul Arena, he had less than 200,000 gold soul coins in his pocket. But now, after a week, his total had surpassed 2 million gold soul coins. It wasn't just his own strength that he was betting on, he had also placed bets on Xiao Wu, whose combat abilities were comparable to that of a powerful third-ring soul master. However, the bettors at the Great Soul Arena weren't fools, and despite Chu Cheng Xu and Xiao Wu's winning streaks, the odds had already begun to drop significantly. Although a few stubborn bettors still didn't believe in the trend, they were a rare minority. Chu Cheng Xu knew that once he advanced to the third-ring soul master rank, he would once again be able to rake in the winnings at the Great Soul Arena. After all, a newly promoted third-ring soul master would not be able to defeat higher-level soul masters, which would cause the odds to rise again. However, it would be some time before he could return to the Great Soul Arena. To participate in soul duels, a soul master's level had to be verified. Most third-ring soul masters reached level 31, and if he suddenly reached level 32 or 33, it would raise suspicions about his abilities. Not continuing with his meditation, Chu Cheng Xu left the dormitory and went to find Flanders. Chapter 66, Prelude to Soul Hunting. In the softly glowing room, the red light casting a warm ambience, the bedraggled and disheveled figure of Liu Erlong lay on a large red bed, her face flushed with a hint of flirtation as she gazed at Flander. "Flander, you're so amazing!" she exclaimed, her voice full of admiration. Flander, reclining on the bed with his bare chest exposed, grinned widely, clearly pleased with her praise. "Ha ha, Erlong, if I'm not amazing, who else could be?" he responded, clearly basking in the moment. Suddenly, Liu Erlong's expression shifted, and she looked uneasy. "Flander, is what we're doing wrong? What about Zhao Gang?" she asked, a hint of panic creeping into her voice. Flander, sensing her distress, reassured her with a soft smile. "Erlong, don't worry. Zhao Gang will understand us." Just then, a loud, rapid knock echoed through the room, followed by the familiar voice of Yu Zhao Gang calling from outside, "Erlong, your husband is back. Open the door." Flander's body stiffened at the sound, and in an instant, the room that had been bathed in red light seemed to spin, and the scene before his eyes changed. The once luxurious surroundings vanished, replaced by a starkly simple bedroom. The woman who had been in his arms was gone, and everything had returned to normal. Bang! 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 The sounds of hurried knocking from downstairs, along with the loud call of Chu Cheng Xu shouting, "Flander Dean, open the door!" broke through his dazed thoughts. Flander wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, a mix of relief and disbelief washing over him. "Damn it, was I just dreaming?" he muttered to himself, still in a daze. He quickly got out of bed and walked over to the window, looking out at the faint light of dawn. His face darkened in irritation. "What the hell, calling so early in the morning?" He yelled out the window at Chu Cheng Xu, clearly annoyed by the disturbance. If it weren't for that loud shout, he thought, Zhao Gang would have surely stayed away a little longer, and he could have enjoyed more time with Erlong. Though it was just a dream, it was still better than nothing. "Flander Dean, I've reached level 30. Chu Cheng Xu's voice called up again, unaffected by Flander's grumbling. "Level 30. Level 30, you say?" Flander blinked in surprise. Although he had expected it, he hadn't anticipated Chu Cheng Xu reaching level 30 so quickly. After dressing, Flander went downstairs and opened the door, letting Chu Cheng Xu inside. "Your martial soul is quite special. Do you have a specific target for your third soul ring?" Flander asked, his tone thoughtful. "Fire attribute flying soul beasts, Preferably a fire phoenix, or a dark gold terraclaw bear. Chu Cheng Xu answered without hesitation. Having a flying soul beast would greatly enhance his safety as a long-range fighter. After all, most soul masters couldn't fly, so the advantage of turning into an aerial force was obvious. The fire attribute was also important for future metal forging, as his true spirit flag martial soul allowed him to convert his soul power into summoning attributes, making it convenient for metalworking without the needing to stoke a fire. There were plenty of soul beasts that met these criteria, but the best candidate would be the fire phoenix, with its top-tier bloodline. As for the dark gold terraclaw bear, it was a rare and powerful soul beast known for its ability to challenge higher-level opponents. Generally speaking, a soul beast at the age of 10,000 years was roughly equivalent to a 5-ring soul king. However, a 10,000-year dark gold terraclaw bear could easily tear apart a 6-ring soul emperor, even rivaling a 7-ring soul saint. These creatures were so formidable that even a titled Luo would avoid direct confrontation with them. While a titled Luo could still defeat a dark gold terraclaw bear, its massive claws had the ability to break defenses and pierce armor, making it a dangerous opponent. Of course, obtaining such a soul beast would require Chu Cheng Xu to be at least level 30 or 40 to handle the challenge. Otherwise, Flander wouldn't be able to help, unless Chu Cheng Xu lowered his requirements for the beast's age. Fire attribute flying creatures or a dark gold terraclaw bear? What about their age? Flander asked, raising an eyebrow. About 5 to 6,000 years. Chu Cheng Xu replied confidently. 5 to 6,000 years? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Flander exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. You see, according to the best soul ring pairing, a 5 to 6,000-year-old soul ring was already beyond the tolerance of a level 40 soul master, let alone a 30th level quasi-soul master like Chu Cheng Xu. My body is strong enough to handle it. A 5 to 6,000-year-old third soul ring won't be a problem for me. Chu Cheng Xu replied casually, waving off Flander's concerns. Strong body, so you can handle the higher level soul ring? Flander pushed his glasses up his nose, looking at Chu Cheng Xu skeptically. Chu Cheng Xu nodded. Anything below 10,000 years is manageable, but once you go beyond that, the soul ring contains the remnants of the soul beast's spirit. If your spiritual power isn't strong enough, no matter how strong your body is, it won't matter. Flander studied Chu Cheng Xu carefully for a moment, then dropped the topic, not pressing further. A strong body? Flander couldn't help but think of the soul bones that Chu Cheng Xu had refined. These items could significantly enhance physical strength. Though Flander was greedy and stingy, he wasn't foolish enough to consider harming his own student for a soul bone. By the way, does the strength of your summoned beasts depend on the age of your soul rings? Flander suddenly asked, his curiosity piqued. Flander didn't quite understand Chu Cheng Xu's martial soul. For example, the bright lion summoned by Chu Cheng Xu seemed to have a soul skill of only about 700 years, but its strength was enough to overpower Daimabai, a 3-ring soul master. My martial soul is mutated, how would I know? Chu Cheng Xu answered with a serious expression, giving a half-truth. But after my soul power increases, the strength of my summoned beasts also increases. If there's a connection, it's probably not very significant. Flander raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. He knew that mutated martial souls often had peculiar properties, and this explanation was reasonable enough to accept. As for the future, where Chu Cheng Xu might be able to defeat even titled Luos with his summoned beasts, Flander didn't think too much about it. After all, even a titled Luo could be overpowered with the right soul rings and abilities. Chapter 67, Starred Forest. Alright. I happen to have some free time lately, so I can take you to the Starred Forest. Flander didn't ask any more questions and agreed immediately. After all, it was his responsibility as the dean to help students hunt soul beasts for their advancement. How about we leave now? Chu Cheng Xu tested the waters. Are you in such a rush to get yourself killed? Don't you think I have a lot of things to arrange at the academy? Flander rolled his eyes. So, Dean Flander, what exactly is there that needs your arrangement at the academy? Chu Cheng Xu immediately countered. Flander. It seemed. There really wasn't anything that needed his attention. After breakfast, Chu Cheng Xu packed some supplies into his storage necklace and said goodbye to Xiao Wu. He then followed Flander as they set off for the Starred Forest. Flander didn't bring any other students along this time, as their goal was to hunt soul beasts that were around 5 to 6,000 years old. Such beasts were rare in the outer regions of the Starred Forest, so they would have to venture into the inner areas. The inner areas of the forest were home to soul beasts that were 10,000 years old, which were not suitable for students who were only around the 3rd ring soul master level at best. As a flight-type soul saint, and with only Chu Cheng Xu accompanying him, Flander didn't take the 11th bus to the Starred Forest. Instead, he simply carried Chu Cheng Xu and flew directly there. The Starred Forest wasn't far from Shrek Academy, and by noon, Flounder had already brought Chu Cheng Xu to the outer edge of the inner regions of the forest. At this point, Flounder dared not continue flying in the sky with Chu Cheng Xu. He descended directly into the forest below. In the starred forest, flying soul masters were not the rulers of the skies, flying soul beasts were. Flounder didn't want to draw attention and risk being taught a lesson by a flying soul beast. Although Flounder's strength wasn't weak, it wasn't enough to take on many of the soul beasts in the starred forest. If they were unlucky enough to encounter a high-air flying soul beast or a group of flying beasts, Flounder might be able to escape, but Chu Cheng Xu would likely perish in the forest. Listen up, kid. The starred forest isn't just a regular hunting ground for soul beasts. It's extremely dangerous here, and you could be attacked by a 1,000-year or even 10,000-year soul beast at any moment. Don't wander too far from me. After landing, Flounder sternly reminded Chu Cheng Xu. I know. Chu Cheng Xu nodded. He was well aware of the dangers of the starred forest. Even a titled Luo could meet their end here. As a mere 30th level quasi-soul venerable, he had to be extremely cautious. Alright, let's take a break, eat some dry food, and then we'll head out to find the soul beasts you need. Flounder waved his hand. Chu Cheng Xu nodded slightly and took out a bag of dried meat from his storage necklace, chewing on it while sharing some with Flounder. TSK, it's a pity we didn't bring Oscar along. Flounder said nostalgically as he drank some water and chewed on the dried meat. Having a food-type soul master as a teammate would be incredibly convenient when traveling. Not to mention, they wouldn't have to worry about food supplies, and soul power food could do more than just fill their stomachs. For example, Oscar's large sausages not only filled their bellies but also helped recover stamina and heal injuries. Oscar's sausages? Dean Flounder, I think you should teach him how to make them without chanting a spell. Otherwise, his sausages are a bit hard to swallow. Chu Cheng Xu couldn't help but tease as he remembered Oscar's quirky soul technique chant and the greasy expression and tone he used while making them. You can make it without chanting a spell? Flounder was surprised. He had always thought that food-type soul masters had to use incantations to create soul food. After all, Oscar did, and Xiao Wu, a food-type soul sage, also did the same. Well, theoretically, it's possible. Soul masters use their soul techniques by relying on their martial soul skills, and soul power. Other soul masters don't need to chant to use their techniques, so theoretically, food-type soul masters should be able to do the same. You should let Oscar practice his soul power control when you get back. Maybe one day he won't need to chant when making sausages. In Chu Cheng Xu's view, the need for chants in soul techniques used by auxiliary and food-type soul masters was due to their insufficient control over their soul power. This problem was easy to solve, just learn how to control the soul power. However, any skills he had gained through his own methods, except for his family and soon-to-be family, he wouldn't share with others. Oscar wasn't his relative, so a little suggestion would suffice. There was no need to teach him the real skills. Is that so? After hearing Chu Cheng Xu's theory, Flounder raised an eyebrow. It seemed like the kid might have a point. Well, when they got back, he'd let Oscar try it. If it didn't work, no harm done. At worst, it would be a waste of time. After all, Oscar was usually free anyway. Just then, distant sounds of fighting reached their ears. Be careful. Flounder quickly warned, becoming alert. This was the starred forest, where danger lurked at every corner. With an extra person like Chu Cheng Xu around, Flounder couldn't afford to be careless. Without the needing Flounder to say more, Chu Cheng Xu immediately put away his dried meat and drew out his 1,000-forged silver bow. You kid can fight with that thing? Flounder was taken aback when he saw Chu Cheng Xu holding the silver bow. Of course. Chu Cheng Xu nodded. His combat ability wasn't any weaker than his summoning skills. Although archers often had a bad reputation for their poor aim and were accused of using underhanded tactics, it was undeniable that archery was one of the most effective forms of combat. This could be seen from the status of archers in ancient feudal armies in his previous life. Spearmen, sword and shield soldiers, and other units couldn't compare to archers. As for cavalry, excluding the heavy cavalry that acted like tanks, the light cavalry archers who could kite were still the top among light cavalry. Besides, almost every general knew how to use a bow and arrow. Unless it was a village-level brawl, you could always see archers in any major battle. There should be soul masters hunting soul beasts over there. Don't act rashly. Flounder pointed in the direction of the fighting. Chu Cheng Xu nodded. Before long, with a tiger's roar, the distant sounds of battle ceased. It seemed like high-level soul masters were bullying lower-level soul beasts. Just as Chu Cheng Xu thought this was a minor incident, Flounder suddenly furrowed his brows. A soul beast is coming. Soon, a black figure shot out rapidly from the nearby bushes. It was a sleek, black leopard-like soul beast, with dark purple stripes covering its body and dark golden eyes. Chapter 68, The Netherworld White Tiger, Netherworld Shadow Leopard? The moment he saw the creature, Chu Cheng Xu immediately recognized the soul beast. The Netherworld Shadow Leopard is a top-tier speed and attack type soul beast. Under the same age, it surpasses the Netherworld Spirit Cat in speed and prefers the darker, shaded areas of forests. It is known as one of the most terrifying assassins in the soul beast world. From the aura it emitted, Chu Cheng Xu estimated that this particular one was around 4,000 years old. However, the condition of this Netherworld Shadow Leopard was not ideal. Its right front paw, with its sharp claws, was broken, and its back was covered in more than a dozen large and small claw marks, from which blood was continuously oozing out. It seemed likely that it had been the target of a soul master, probably one with a soul power level around 40, who specialized in speed and attack. Seeing the two roadblocks ahead, the fleeing Netherworld Shadow Leopard came to a sudden stop, its forelimbs digging into the ground as it made an abrupt halt. Roar! At that moment, another loud tiger roar echoed, and a massive white tiger, over 7 meters long and radiating a purple aura with purple stripes all over its body, leaped out from behind. Its enormous claws struck down directly at the halted Netherworld Shadow Leopard. Boom! With the strength comparable to a 5-ringed Soul King specializing in attack, the massive white tiger's paw slammed down, driving the unprepared Netherworld Shadow Leopard deep into the earth by over a foot. The next moment, countless golden light dots floated out from the bloodied corpse of the leopard, gradually forming into a purple soul ring. Huh? It even dropped a soul bone? Suddenly, Flanders, who had been observing the scene, exclaimed in surprise. He could sense a faint soul power fluctuation that was unique to soul bones coming from the disfigured corpse of the leopard. Before Flanders could finish his words, the giant white tiger, which had just slain the Netherworld Shadow Leopard with a single swipe, turned its massive head toward them, its expression unfriendly. As everyone knows, soul bones are treasures in the world of soul masters. Even if soul bones are dropped by soul beasts killed by a team of soul masters, there is still the possibility of betrayal and backstabbing over them. This is even more so when dealing with strangers. Flanders, I think we should leave now. Chu Cheng Xu whispered to Flanders. If he wasn't mistaken, the enormous purple striped white tiger was most likely the signature soul beast of the Dai family from the Douluo Empire, famous throughout the continent for their martial soul fusion technique, the Netherworld White Tiger. Considering the aura of this Netherworld White Tiger, which was comparable to a 5-ringed Soul King, and the fact that it had been chasing a 4,000-year-old Netherworld Shadow Leopard, it was highly probable that the fusion was performed by a White Tiger Soul Master with a soul power level around 4 rings, paired with a 40-level Netherworld Spirit Cat Soul Master. For someone like Flanders, who was a 7-ringed Soul Saint, he wasn't afraid of the Netherworld White Tiger, which was comparable to a 5-ringed Soul King but not yet a 6-ringed Soul Emperor. However, this was the Starred Forest, and if the Douluo royal family had arranged for such a powerful protector, things could get complicated. It wasn't that Flanders was afraid of encountering this situation after all, not every encounter led to a fight. Most of the time, even when two parties met by chance, they would part ways without conflict. But the situation was different now. The Netherworld Shadow Leopard had dropped a soul bone, and the possibility of a confrontation had increased significantly. Flanders wasn't interested in this 4,000-year-old soul bone. He had no intention of seizing it, especially since it belonged to the Douluo royal family. Even if he had such thoughts, he wouldn't have the courage to act on them. However, the royal family might not think the same way. If they suspected that Flanders and Chu Cheng Xu had designs on the soul bone, they might not hesitate to strike. The question was, would they fight back or simply flee? Facing a likely situation where the enemy was stronger, Chu Cheng Xu thought that the best course of action was to follow the old saying, if you can't beat them, run away. But before Flanders could respond, a tall, muscular man with golden hair suddenly appeared in the forest. With a few leaps, the man arrived at the side of the Netherworld White Tiger. Leave this place. The golden-haired man glanced at the leopard's corpse and then sized up Flanders. Upon realizing that Flanders was only a 7-ringed Soul Saint, he released a faint pressure and coldly ordered. An 8-ringed Soul Duo? Flanders' pupils contracted slightly as he sensed the fleeting powerful aura from the golden-haired man. An 8-ringed Soul Duo. This was not someone from Shrek Academy who could be easily provoked. Senior, we will take our leave now. Flanders, clearly someone who knew when to back down, immediately decided to leave. Although he was annoyed by the man's tone, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the other party was clearly more powerful. Chu Cheng Xu secretly let out a sigh of relief. As long as things didn't escalate into the worst-case scenario, he was satisfied. As for the man's arrogant attitude and domineering tone, the golden-haired, muscular man was most likely someone from the Douluo royal family. Once they returned, he would take care of this issue by giving Daima a few more beatings. Wait. Just as Flanders and Chu Cheng Xu were about to leave, the golden-haired man spoke again. "Senior, is there anything else?" The two of them froze and turned to face him. "This kid stays." The golden-haired man pointed at Chu Cheng Xu. Chu Cheng Xu's eyes widened in disbelief. He was confused. He had no grudge against this man, so why was he being singled out? "This kid, I can't see through his soul power level. Does he have some treasure or special secret technique? Hand it over," the golden-haired man said arrogantly. Earlier, he had focused on Flanders, not paying much attention to Chu Cheng Xu. But now, as the two were about to leave, he noticed something unusual about Chu Cheng Xu. After all, he was an 8-ring-souled Luo. If he couldn't see through the soul power of a soul master, it either meant the other party was stronger or that they possessed a treasure or special technique that concealed their aura. Given that Chu Cheng Xu appeared to be no more than 15 years old, it was impossible for his soul power to exceed the golden-haired man's. Therefore, the only explanation was that Chu Cheng Xu must have some treasure or secret technique. Regardless of the reason, the golden-haired man was determined to get to the bottom of it. As for whether Chu Cheng Xu was willing to hand it over, that didn't matter. This was the starred forest, and in this place, the strong ruled. His words were the law. Hand over the secret technique? Chu Cheng Xu's expression darkened. He hadn't intended to cause any conflict, but he never expected things to escalate to this point. Normally, he wouldn't have concealed his aura, and at most, he would have only hidden the color of his soul rings when fighting. But in the starred forest, where danger lurked at every turn, he had been suppressing his presence to avoid attracting soul beasts. Unfortunately, he had forgotten that such an action might seem suspicious to high-level soul masters. And to make matters worse, it was the royal family's expert who had noticed it. Chapter 69, Conflict. The Starluo royal family is known for its domineering nature, and besides the famous martial soul fusion skill, the Netherworld White Tiger, their reputation for being overbearing is widely recognized. Of course, the Starluo royal family is not the only one that operates in such a manner. The Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Hashin sect also share this characteristic. As for handing over a controlling secret skill, it's just a self-created purple-level skill, and it could even be handed over in a less complete form. Facing life and death, Chu Cheng Xu might have been willing to negotiate. However, the problem lies in the fact that, from the perspective of the Starluo royal family, simply handing over the skill wouldn't be enough to resolve things. It's impossible. In the eyes of the Starluo royal family, once they obtain the secret skill, the next step is to eliminate the person to prevent any future threats. This ensures there are no loose ends, no potential for revenge. If Chu Cheng Xu had no backing, the royal family could simply monopolize the skill. From their point of view, killing and silencing him is a no-brainer, a necessary course of action. "Senior, I am Flender, the Dean of Shrek Academy, and your family member, Daimabai, is a student at our academy. Perhaps we can come to some understanding?" Flender said, stepping in front of Chu Cheng Xu, his expression serious. Flender tried to leverage his connections to avoid a conflict. However, before Daisheng could respond, the massive Yami White Tiger released its martial soul fusion skill, revealing two young figures. The woman wore a black-purple tight leather suit, her fair skin and long legs complementing her fiery, attractive figure. The man was tall and handsome, his face strikingly similar to Daimabai's. These two were none other than the Starluo Empire's first prince, Daiwaizi, and his fiancée, Zhu Xian, the eldest daughter of the Yami Zhu family. "So, you're the one who took care of my good little brother, Flender?" Daiwaizi raised an eyebrow, a playful smile on his face as he spoke to Flender. "You are?" Flender, adjusting his glasses, asked with curiosity, eyeing Daiwaizi, who resembled Daimabai. "Daiwaizi, the older brother of my good little brother." Daiwaizi crossed his arms in front of his chest, emphasizing the words good little brother. Flender's expression changed at once. Daiwaizi was the older brother of Daimabai? Wasn't that the enemy of Daimabai? Flender, being aware of the backstory, knew that Daimabai had come to Shrek Academy from a far distance, and this was not a coincidence. Sixth Elder, this person is the one who caused the internal strife within our Starluo royal family. We should capture him and bring him back for Father Emperor to judge. Daiwaizi's face darkened as he pointed at Flender and spoke to the nearby Daisheng. Daiwaizi's younger brother had gone to Shrek Academy, and now, by chance, he encountered Flender, the dean of the academy. This was an opportunity to frame Flender, making him a scapegoat and eliminating him, thus removing any support for his younger brother. Moreover, the sixth elder, who was close to him and one of his supporters in the royal family's elder council, was a souled Luo with 8 rings. With his strength, capturing Flender would be no problem. Before Daisheng could act, Flender swiftly grabbed Chu Cheng Xu and, using his martial soul, summoned his wings and flew into the air at lightning speed, hoping to escape. Flender knew that he could not defeat an 8-ring-souled Luo, but as a soul saint with a flight-type martial soul, he was fast. There was no way the white tiger-souled Luo could catch up with him. Flender's speed was so fast that by the time Dai Sheng, Dai Weizi, and Shu Xiaoyun reacted, he was already dozens of meters away. Seeing Flender make a quick getaway, Dai Sheng was furious. Roar! A loud tiger roar erupted as Dai Sheng activated his white tiger martial soul. His 6th soul ring glowed, and with a surge of soul power, a brilliant white light enveloped his sharp right claws. He slashed at Flender, who was flying away. Instantly, a massive golden claw shadow shot out, filled with lethal force. Flender, ever experienced, noticed the intense soul power fluctuation from behind and immediately flapped his wings to the right, dodging the attack. The golden claw missed, grazing the feathers on his wings, which fell and disintegrated into soul power midair. Humphrey! Dai Sheng grunted in frustration. After a brief pause, he withdrew his martial soul, not pursuing further. His strength was superior to Flender's, but as a close combat souled Luo, speed was not his forte. Lacking long-range attack methods, he could not catch up to Flender, who had the advantage in speed. Seeing that Dai Sheng did not pursue, Dai Weizi shrugged, uninterested. Although Flender was a soul saint, to Dai Weizi, he was just a minor character. If possible, he wouldn't mind eliminating Flender, just to irritate his good little brother Dai Mabai. But if it didn't work out, it didn't matter. He was the heir to the empire, and the throne was his for the taking. Dai Weizi, the advantage is mine. A few minutes later, realizing there was no pursuit, Flender landed with Chu Cheng Xu in the forest below. Phew. Luckily, I was quick enough, or we'd be done for. Flender sighed in relief. The Dai family is truly overbearing. Sooner or later, they'll get what's coming to them. Chu Cheng Xu nodded, adding a threat under his breath. Starluo royal family is no simple matter. You'd better train hard in the future. Flender patted Chu Cheng Xu on the shoulder. Flender believed in Chu Cheng Xu's potential to give the Starluo royal family a run for their money. After all, both Chu Cheng Xu and Xiao Wu were among the most talented individuals on the continent. As long as they grew stronger, they would certainly be able to challenge the Starluo royal family. Thank you, Flender. Chu Cheng Xu suddenly said, his expression solemn as he bowed. Haha. Why are you thanking me? When you become a titled Luo, that will be the best way to thank me. Flender pushed up his glasses and smiled, a carefree look on his face. Chu Cheng Xu nodded in agreement. Indeed, when he reached the level of a titled Luo, that would be the best way to show his gratitude to Flender, since Flender's greatest dream was to see Shrek Academy grow and thrive. However, becoming a titled Luo was no small feat. After thinking for a moment, Chu Cheng Xu said, Flender, I heard from Fatty that the Black Horse Club in Sodto City is quite good. How about I treat you to a visit? No, make it 3 times? Flender. Get lost, you little rascal. Flender smacked Chu Cheng Xu on the back with a scowl. Flender was well aware of what the Black Horse Club in Sodto City was like. While the offer might be tempting, Flender was no fool. Besides, Flender had enough savings to visit whenever he wanted. He didn't need Chu Cheng Xu to treat him. Chapter 70, King of Birds. 1 week later, in the outer region of the Starred Forest. Dean Flender, do you think the Fire Phoenix and the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear have been hunted to extinction? Walking through the forest, Chu Cheng Xu asked Flender with some frustration. They had been wandering the Starred Forest for a week, yet they hadn't encountered either the Fire Phoenix or the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear. Chu Cheng Xu couldn't help but wonder if these 2 types of soul beasts were becoming increasingly rare in such a vast forest. Your standards are pretty high, and it's only been a week. What's the rush? Flender responded nonchalantly. It was common for people hunting soul beasts in the Starred Forest to not find a suitable soul ring after 10 days or even half a month, especially when looking for top-tier soul beasts like the Fire Phoenix or the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear. Clang. Just as Chu Cheng Xu was about to reply, a bird cry rang out from the distance. Immediately, the two exchanged glances and hurriedly climbed up a towering tree to look in the direction of the sound. Standing amidst the sea of trees, Chu Cheng Xu saw a fiery red figure flying toward the mountain in the eastern part of the forest. Dean Flender, could that be the Fire Phoenix? Chu Cheng Xu turned to ask Flender. I didn't get a clear look, but it's highly likely. Let's go check it out, Flender said. Without hesitation, they jumped down from the tree and headed towards the mountain. This area was the outer region of the Starred Forest, where 10,000-year soul beasts occasionally appeared. Flender couldn't afford to carelessly fly in the air, as they might encounter flying soul beasts and be caught in a disadvantageous position. Within half an hour, the two arrived at the mountain they had seen earlier. Perhaps because the mountain was a dormant active volcano, the vegetation here was sparse, and the air felt somewhat scorching. Avoiding the soul beasts along the way, The two cautiously made their way to the mountain's peak. What they saw before them was a giant crater, and at the edge of the crater, there were indeed plants, though they were not abundant. A patch of low-growing, fiery red bushes surrounded a towering tree. A fiery lanthus, a 10,000-year fire attribute plant-type soul beast, standing about 30 meters tall with a crown that spanned over 100 square meters. At the top of the fiery lanthus, there was a massive, fiery red bird's nest. In the nest, two noble-looking fire attribute flying soul beasts sat, emitting intense heat. Seeing the two fire attribute birds in the nest, Chu Cheng Xu's heart stirred with excitement. These two fire attribute birds were none other than the king of birds, the fire phoenix, which he had been searching for over the past few days. The larger fire phoenix was difficult to assess in age, but the smaller one appeared to be around 5,000 years old, making it a perfect candidate for his third summoned spirit. Chu Cheng Xu, finally, I found you. I'm so glad I didn't give up. Dean Flender, do you think you can handle the larger one? Chu Cheng Xu whispered, turning to Flender. In terms of rank, 10,000-year to million-year soul beasts were comparable to level 91 to 100 soul masters. However, soul beasts were physically powerful, and most soul masters lacked the proper martial souls and soul ring configurations, as well as domain powers. Unless they were exceptional cases, a level 91 titled Luo was not a match for a 10,000-year soul beast. A titled Luo who had just entered the 9th ring could defeat a 90,000-year soul beast, while a soul master at the 8th ring could defeat a 50,000-year soul beast. The Fire Phoenix was a top-tier flying soul beast, and among its kind, it was one of the best. If it was around 30,000 years old, Flender, at level 78, would likely not be a match for it. At around 30,000 years, it should be manageable. Why? Are you planning to handle the smaller one yourself? Flender asked, clicking his tongue in curiosity. I probably won't be able to keep it. Chu Cheng Xu replied after thinking for a moment. A 5,000-year Fire Phoenix, in terms of strength, would be roughly equivalent to a top-tier 4-ring Soul King or a 5-ring Soul King with a weak martial soul and poor soul ring configuration. On his own, Chu Cheng Xu was likely not strong enough to defeat it. However, with two summoned spirits assisting him, one a 3-ring healing soul master and the other a 3-ring support soul master, he would have a much better chance. Of course, it would be difficult for him to handle the Fire Phoenix alone, especially since it could fly and he couldn't. Seriously? Flender was immediately taken aback, giving Chu Cheng Xu a disbelieving look. Normally, a soul master at level 30 would struggle against a soul beast of 700 or 800 years, and here Chu Cheng Xu was, talking about taking on a 5,000-year Fire Phoenix by himself. Just watch and see. Chu Cheng Xu said confidently as he pulled out a silver bow from his storage soul guide. Alright, you better be careful. Flender said, nodding. His cat eagle martial soul activated, and 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black lit up. Clang? Wild soul beasts were highly perceptive, and the soul power fluctuations from Flender's martial soul activation were immediately detected by the Fire Phoenix in the distant nest. Clang. With a flap of its fiery wings, the 30,000-year Fire Phoenix flew into the air, glaring at the two of them with hostility. This type of two-legged soul beast with strange circular patterns on its body was not unfamiliar to the Fire Phoenix, which recognized them as the evil soul beasts known for hunting other soul beasts. If not for Flender's imposing presence and the numerous circles on his body indicating his strength, the Fire Phoenix would have immediately attacked with its Phoenix Fire. Hey, the king of birds, the Fire Phoenix. I've never fought one in my life. Flender chuckled as his first, second, and third soul rings lit up. His eagle wings flapped, and he shot into the air. First soul skill, Eagle Strike, which not only had offensive power but also increased his speed. Second soul skill, Cat's Eye, which locked onto the target and improved the accuracy of his soul skills. Third soul skill, Seek Weakness, which allowed him to identify and attack the target's weak points with the unique perspective of a cat eagle. Fourth soul skill, Air Blade Slash. With 3 soul skills activated, Flender unleashed his 4th soul skill, sending 10 sharp, orange-gold air blades shooting toward the Fire Phoenix. Clang. Seeing Flender take the initiative, the Fire Phoenix became furious. It let out a loud cry, and from its slender beak, it spat out a scorching Phoenix Fire. If Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire was a small flame from a lighter, the Fire Phoenix's Phoenix Fire was more like a fierce blaze from a flamethrower. Not only was there a vast difference in their power, but a mutated old hen could never compare to a true Fire Phoenix. Chapter 71, Hunting the Phoenix. The blazing fire of the Phoenix erupted, instantly engulfing the 10 energy blades shot by Flanders. However, Flanders' strength surpassed that of the Fire Phoenix. The energy blades that were consumed by the Phoenix flames did not simply vanish into thin air. In the blink of an eye, the 10 energy blades, now slightly reduced in size and sharpness, cut through the raging flames and directly charged toward the fire phoenix. Clang! An angry phoenix cry rang out as a golden red glow shimmered across the phoenix's body. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the 10 energy blades landed one after another on the fire phoenix's body, producing a series of dense collision sounds. First, the phoenix flames had weakened the energy blades, then they were blocked by the protective soul power of the phoenix's body. Moreover, Flanders' fourth soul skill was not of a particularly high age, meaning its power was limited. In this first round of battle, Flanders did not manage to gain any advantage. Fifth soul skill, Heavenly Eagle Feathers. After his first strike failed to succeed, Flanders did not become discouraged. His fifth soul ring lit up, and the cat eagle wings on his back fluttered. Dense orange gold feathers suddenly materialized, and then, like countless arrows shot from a bow, they exploded toward the fire phoenix at high speed. Unlike his previous fourth soul skill, Flanders' fifth soul skill had a history of over 10,000 years. The densely packed orange gold feathers that shot out were far more powerful than the previous 10 energy blades. Even though the fire phoenix reacted quickly, spitting out phoenix flames to burn them and attempting to dodge, many of the orange gold feathers still struck it. Although Flanders' Heavenly Eagle Feathers were a group attack skill and lacked the power of a single target, high damage soul skill of the same age, the fire phoenix's protective soul power that covered its body was still pierced by the orange gold feathers that landed on it. Thud, 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 thud. Phoenix feathers shattered, and blood blossomed as the body of the phoenix, burning with phoenix flames, suddenly had several blood holes the size of a fist appear on it. However, despite the numerous injuries, they were not significant for the phoenix, whose wings spanned more than 3 meters. These wounds were merely light injuries and did not affect its combat ability. If this fire phoenix were of a higher age, say 100,000 years, and had mastered the phoenix domain, it would not only be able to survive such minor wounds but would even be able to be reborn from the flames if its body were shattered. While Flanders and the fire phoenix continued their aerial battle, Chu Cheng Xu below also began to take action. A faint blue glow of soul power illuminated, and the true spirit banner martial soul materialized before him. The second soul ring shone, and as his soul power surged, the light lion summoned by his martial soul appeared beside him. Zhao Bei, give me a blessing, and then stay back. Patting Zhao Bei's lion head, Chu Cheng Xu gave his instructions. Holding a bow in his left hand, his right hand glowed with light attribute soul power. A white gold arrow, formed by highly condensed soul power, was placed on the bowstring. In the next moment, a white gold stream of light shot out from Zhao Bei, entering Chu Cheng Xu's body. Immediately, Chu Cheng Xu felt a surge in his spirit, with all his attributes rising by more than 30%. With a flick of his right hand, he released the white gold arrow, which turned into a white stream of light and shot straight toward the small phoenix, which was intently observing the aerial battle. Whoosh! A faint sound of air being pierced rang out as the light attribute soul arrow crossed over 100 meters in an instant. At the critical moment, the small phoenix, which had been focusing on the aerial battle, suddenly sensed a threat approaching. It instinctively lowered its head, crossing its wings in front of it as a shield. This reflexive movement saved the small phoenix's life for the moment. Thud! Blood blossomed as the sharp white gold arrow pierced through the small phoenix's right wing. Whether it was due to its youth, or perhaps because it had been pampered and lacked an understanding of the maliciousness of others, the small phoenix, unaware of the danger, failed to defend against the sudden attack. It didn't even manage to release its protective soul power in time. With only its physical defenses, it could not withstand the arrow that came from the shadows. Moreover, with the blessing of the Light Lion's soul skill, Chu Cheng Xu's soul power attributes were comparable to those of a 3-ring soul venerable at this moment. Combined with the purple-level archery skills, which were as powerful as a 1,000-year single-target attack, and the fact that flying soul beasts lack tough scales, the small phoenix was naturally hit by the arrow. Clang! As the arrow pierced through its right wing, only a few inches from its head, and was gradually dissipating as soul power, the small phoenix let out an angry cry. Suppressing the intense pain in its right wing, the phoenix flapped its wings, flying out of the nest. The soul power arrow was only as thick as a finger, and though the small phoenix's wingspan was 1.5 meters, even though its right wing was pierced by the arrow, it still retained its ability to fly. Although it was still able to fly, the damage was not negligible. The once elegant and noble posture of the phoenix was now skewed, resembling a left-handed phoenix in flight. TSK. It's still a soul beast. Seeing the small phoenix take to the air, Chu Cheng Xu couldn't help but lament. It was like a human soul master being struck by an arrow through the thigh. The speed and agility of the individual would be greatly limited, and their combat effectiveness would drop drastically. The small phoenix was not large among soul beasts, but still, it was not small in comparison to a soul master. A wound the size of a thumb would be comparable to a needle piercing a palm in a soul master. Such an injury, while painful, would not drastically affect combat effectiveness. Whoosh, another arrow was shot, but this time, the small phoenix, already prepared, narrowly dodged it and immediately charged toward Chu Cheng Xu in fury. Angry, the small phoenix vowed to burn this two-legged beast, who had shot it with an arrow, to ashes. Clang! The phoenix cried out, not foretelling good news, but disaster. At that moment, a scorching phoenix flame shot out from the small phoenix's mouth, aimed at Chu Cheng Xu. As soon as the phoenix flames appeared, Chu Cheng Xu immediately sensed their intense heat. True phoenix flames were far more formidable than the fire of the old hen that Ma Hongjun controlled. Even solid steel would melt in an instant, and Chu Cheng Xu, being flesh and blood, had no intention of experiencing such passionate heat. Taking advantage of the moment when the phoenix flames obscured the small phoenix's vision, Chu Cheng Xu released another arrow, and without hesitation, he retreated, swiftly moving out of the phoenix flame's range. As soon as the phoenix flames erupted, the small phoenix released another arrow, which was aimed at the small phoenix, and it was at that moment that the phoenix flames obscured the small phoenix's vision. Chapter 72, The Third Summoning, Fire Phoenix. Suddenly, Chu Cheng Xu's steps faltered, and his figure swiftly shifted several meters to the right. At the same time, a blue soul power aura radiated from his body, forming a translucent blue soul power shield. What is the most obvious weakness of a sharpshooter? 1. A lack of close combat skills. 2. Slow movement. 3. Weak defense. Sharpshooters excel at long-range attacks. Close combat is something they might try, but it is not their forte. While they are skilled in many weapons, they are not as specialized as those who focus on one. Chu Cheng Xu had never considered improving his close combat abilities. Since he had chosen to be a sharpshooter, he didn't think about becoming a frontline warrior. Moreover, he had the ability to freely choose his summoned spirits, so although this weakness existed, it wasn't a problem. As for the slow movement and weak defense, these were issues he had to address. For speed, he had upgraded his movement skills while grinding to make running and kite fighting easier. As for weak defense, Chu Cheng Xu knew that relying solely on his physical strength from body refinement skills was not enough, so he also upgraded his defense skills. In the past, when his opponents were weaker, this skill was kept as a trump card. Now, in a dangerous situation, it was finally useful. Of course, if he had a choice, Chu Cheng Xu would prefer to never have to use this skill. After all, using it meant that his role as a sharpshooter was in danger. He dodged and activated his shield almost instantly. The next second, the blazing fire of the phoenix descended from the sky, covering the spot where Chu Cheng Xu had been standing. However, the fire of the great phoenix, both in power and coverage, was far beyond what the smaller phoenix could compare to. Chu Cheng Xu had dodged immediately, but he hadn't completely avoided it. The searing fire of the phoenix still engulfed half of his body. The soul power shield around Chu Cheng Xu, with a defensive strength comparable to a 1,000-year defense soul skill, was torn apart by the phoenix's flames. However, the shield wasn't entirely useless. It bought him a brief moment, as even something as flimsy as paper could still block for a short time. It was important to note that Chu Cheng Xu was still using his movement skills. Even though the shield only bought him a split second, it was enough for him to escape the range of the phoenix's flames. Just as the great phoenix was about to launch another attack, a massive owl with an orange-golden shield around its body dove down like a meteor and crashed into the great phoenix. Boom! With a loud crash, the great phoenix, already injured, was sent crashing to the ground. The giant owl, after spinning in the air and flying back several meters, stabilized itself. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, the giant owl dove again, its talons reaching out to grab the fleeing Chu Cheng Xu and the small phoenix's corpse, lifting them into the air and flying rapidly toward the northwest. By the time the dazed great phoenix recovered and took to the sky again, the giant owl had long disappeared. The soul rings that had not been absorbed by the soul master were attached to the soul beast's corpse. As long as the corpse was taken, the soul ring was also taken. Now that the small phoenix's soul ring was secured, the top priority was to find a safe place for Chu Cheng Xu to absorb the soul ring and advance to a third ring soul sovereign. Since he didn't need the great phoenix's soul ring, Flender naturally had no intention of continuing the battle or hunting the great phoenix. In his martial soul true form, Flender's speed was impressive, and since they hadn't ventured deep into the starred forest, it took less than 20 minutes for them to reach an area near the outskirts. Sensing no high-level soul beasts nearby, Flender landed in the forest with Chu Cheng Xu and the small phoenix's corpse. Then, the giant owl dissipated, revealing Flender's figure. "Flender, are you okay?" Seeing Flender's pale face, Chu Cheng Xu couldn't help but ask. The martial soul true form greatly enhances a soul master's strength, but it also has its drawbacks. Most soul masters experience a period of weakness after using their martial soul true form. The duration and severity of this weakness depend on the soul master's level, the quality of their martial soul, and the age of their 7th soul ring. For example, Xiao Wu, a 7-ring soul master, would experience a 50% reduction in strength for 7 days after using his great power Golden Bear true form. Of course, this refers to regular soul masters. On the continent, there are always a few exceptions. For instance, Tang-san, at the 7-ring level, with his top-quality Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul and a 10,000-year 7th soul ring, wouldn't experience any significant weakness after using his Blue-Silver true form. I'm fine. You should absorb the soul ring first. I'll keep watch. Flender waved his hand and pointed to the purple soul ring floating above the small phoenix's corpse. The martial soul true form's weakness period was nothing to Flender. If they had ventured deeper into the starred forest or its core, Flender would have run as far as possible. After all, there were powerful soul beasts in the starred forest, and even though he was a 7-ring soul saint, he wasn't invincible. But this was the inner area, near the outskirts, where high-level soul beasts were rare. Even if he wasn't at full strength, safety wasn't a concern. Nodding slightly, Chu Cheng Xu summoned his True Spirit Flag martial soul and began absorbing the Fire Phoenix's soul ring. As soon as the soul ring was drawn into the True Spirit Flag, it transformed into a purple light circle and enveloped Chu Cheng Xu. Perhaps because the Fire Phoenix was a fire type, Chu Cheng Xu's body was soon surrounded by a rich red glow. At the same time, the immense energy contained in the soul ring surged through the True Spirit Flag and flooded into Chu Cheng Xu's body. Among soul rings of the same age, auxiliary and healing soul rings are easier to absorb, while bloodthirsty evil soul beasts and those with powerful bloodlines are harder to absorb. The raging fire energy from the Fire Phoenix and its top-tier bloodline made this soul ring one of the more difficult ones to absorb. Chu Cheng Xu felt a vast flow of heat suddenly surge into his body. Before he could begin to refine it, the heat started to burn him like scorching flames. The Fire Phoenix, with its ability to burn all things, made its soul ring energy extremely violet. However, Chu Cheng Xu's strong physique from practicing body refinement skills allowed him to endure the intense test of absorbing the Fire Phoenix's soul ring. Of course, it was bound to be painful. After all, even a typical soul master at level 40 would struggle to absorb a soul ring of over 5,000 years, let alone Chu Cheng Xu, who was only a 30th level soul master. However, every trial and hardship was part of the growth process for a true strong person. Time passed unnoticed, and as the first rays of dawn broke through the darkness, Chu Cheng Xu, sitting cross-legged and refining the Fire Phoenix's soul ring, felt his soul power surge. Attributes Panel Host, Chu Cheng Xu Soul Power, 33rd level Soul Sovereign Martial Soul, True Spirit Flag Soul Rings, Purple, First Soul Skill, Summon, Heavenly Blue Tree Second Soul Skill, Summon, Bright Lion Third Soul Skill, Summon, Fire Phoenix Skills, Meditation, Body Refinement, Spirit Refinement, Archery, Movement, Control, Defense, Forging Slots, 1. Meditation, 2. Archery, 3. Movement, 4. Empty. Looking at the attributes panel, Chu Cheng Xu felt a sense of satisfaction. Usually, a 30th level soul master would advance to Soul Sovereign after obtaining a 3rd soul ring. However, the Fire Phoenix's soul ring, with its age of over 5,000 years, had directly pushed him from a 30th level soul master to a 33rd level soul sovereign. After all, he didn't use the soul power compression method. A 1,000-year soul ring could push a soul master from level 30 to 31, so a 5,268-year soul ring would naturally bring him to a 33rd level soul sovereign. Looking at the 3rd soul skill, Chu Cheng Xu understood the Fire Phoenix's abilities. 3rd Summon, Fire Phoenix, a powerful attack type summon with the innate soul skills, Phoenix Fire and Rebirth from Flames. Innate soul skill, Phoenix Fire, the signature ability of the Fire Phoenix, capable of burning all things. Innate soul skill, Rebirth from Flames, a buff type soul skill that enhances the power of the Phoenix Fire. The Heavenly Blue Tree was a healing summon, and the Bright Lion was an auxiliary summon. Neither of them excelled in combat. As the primary combat force among his 3 summons, the Fire Phoenix had 2 innate soul skills, but only one of them was offensive. Chu Cheng Xu was somewhat dissatisfied. However, once he understood that the Rebirth from Flame skill could enhance the Phoenix Fire, he was immediately satisfied. After all, in Chu Cheng Xu's view, as long as his Fire Phoenix could unleash powerful flames, that was enough. If you are a lone wolf, it is naturally not enough to know only one trick, as it is easy for others to find a way to restrain you. But his summoning spirits are not lone wolves. As his soul power increases in rank, the various summoned spirits can form a team without obvious weaknesses. For a team, unless one is the leader, It's clear that having a member who excels in one area is stronger than one who is good at everything. Additionally, after advancing to the third ring Soul Venerable, his auto-hanging feature quietly upgraded. Not only did an extra auto-hang slot become available, but the efficiency of the auto-hanging was greatly improved. Looking at the first 3 auto-hang slots for 3 seconds, Chu Cheng Xu noticed that after the upgrade, the efficiency increase was the same as before. The purple skill upgrading to black required 300 days of auto-hanging, but now only 100 days were needed, making it 3 times more efficient than before. The meditation skill, which originally needed 8 months to upgrade, now only needed 80 days to reach the red level. The purple level archery and agility skills, which were upgraded to black, would now take less than 2 months and less than 80 days, respectively. The only unfortunate thing was that he didn't get any external soul bones. Wasn't it said that when the protagonist reaches level 30 and hunts a year-classed soul beast, they would get a rare external soul bone? Why does everyone else get it, but he, the protagonist, doesn't? His dream of having a flashy phoenix wing external soul bone was shattered. Grumbling silently, Chu Cheng Xu glanced at the attribute panel, which displayed his true spirit flag martial soul. Staring at it for 3 seconds, his face darkened, and he silently moved his gaze away. A divine-grade martial soul perhaps shouldn't even exist in this world. When he was at the second ring level, the top-quality true spirit flag martial soul required a full 5,000 days of auto-hanging to evolve. A time span of more than 10 years was something Chu Cheng Xu couldn't afford to wait, so he temporarily gave up on upgrading his martial soul. However, upon advancing to the third ring Soul Venerable, with the auto-hanging upgrade, the martial soul still required 2,500 days of auto-hanging. Almost 7 years of time. Although it was halved compared to before, Chu Cheng Xu still felt he couldn't afford to wait. Fortunately, the top-quality true spirit flag martial soul was enough for now. Only one person, Conquest, could surpass him in this regard, so he wasn't in a hurry to pursue a divine-grade martial soul. Afterward, without hesitation, Chu Cheng Xu shifted his third soul ring into the fourth auto-hanging slot. Now, the auto-hanging efficiency for soul rings was 40 years per day. His third soul ring, at 5,268 years, meant that in less than 4 months, his third summoning spirit, the Fire Phoenix, would have a 10,000 year age. With a 10,000 year Fire Phoenix, its strength would undoubtedly be among the best of the 5-ring Soul Kings. Most importantly, the Fire Phoenix wasn't just a loyal fighter but also a flashy mound. "Kid, how does it feel?" Suddenly, Flender's voice rang out. "Great, very powerful." Chu Cheng Xu raised his hand and summoned his true spirit flag martial soul. The flag, which originally depicted a tree and a lion, now had a new phoenix design. With a shake of the flag, the third soul ring shone brightly, and as soul power surged, a slender fire phoenix, with fiery red feathers and golden red tail feathers, appeared in midair, glowing under the morning sun. "TSK. How does your fire phoenix compare to the little phoenix you had before?" Flender looked at the fire phoenix and asked Chu Cheng Xu. "Strength-wise, it should be about the same. Plus, my summoning spirit is a soul skill product, so it doesn't fear death." Chu Cheng Xu spoke about the strongest feature of his summoning spirits. Indeed, in Chu Cheng Xu's view, the greatest advantage of his summoning spirits over the strongest soul beasts of the same age was that they didn't fear death. Summoning spirits were products of his soul power combining with soul skills. If they were killed, he could simply summon a new one. However, after a summoning spirit dies, it can't be instantly resummoned. It's similar to Tang Hao using explosive rings. When a summoning spirit dies, the soul ring suffers some damage and needs time to recover. However, unlike the explosive rings, if a soul ring isn't fully recovered and is exploded again, it risks being destroyed. But until the soul ring is fully recovered, Chu Cheng Xu can't resummon the spirit, so there's no risk of the soul ring being destroyed. 10,000-year soul beasts are undoubtedly terrifying, and 8 or 9 of them are even more so, but there are many talented people in the continent. While the worst of them are rare, they are not invincible. But if there are 8 or 9 immortal 10,000-year soul beasts that don't fear death, that would truly be a natural disaster. Even someone like Dailiu, who is known as invincible in the sky, would have a headache, right? I wonder, could 8 or 9 immortal million-year soul beasts kill a god? If the god had just inherited the divine position, it might be possible, right? After all, in the original story, even before becoming a god, Tang San could severely injure Xu, who had already inherited the angel god position. It's not unreasonable to think that a million-year summoning spirit could defeat a godless Tang San. Soon, the two of them didn't stay in the starred forest for long. Chu Cheng Xu invited Flender to ride on his new mount and return to Shrek Academy. The Fire Phoenix had a wingspan of 1.5 meters, and it was no problem for 2 people to ride on its back. Moreover, with soul power supporting them, The balance was much better than ordinary people, so there was no worry of falling off. And the fire phoenix wasn't just flashy, it was also fast, even comparable to Flender, a flying-type soul sage. The summoning spirit's body was made of soul power, not a real physical body. As long as Chu Cheng Xu's soul power was sufficient, it didn't need rest and could maintain the fastest flying speed. But Flender was different. He wasn't a machine, but a human. After flying for a while, he would get tired and couldn't maintain the fastest speed. In the afternoon, Shrek Academy. Clang. Suddenly, a sharp phoenix cry echoed through the sky above Shrek Academy. Wuxia figure, not particularly tall but quite imposing, appeared on top of a wooden house in the academy. This phoenix has some guts. It dares to came to Shrek and cause trouble? Looking at the elegant and noble red figure in the distance, Xiao Wu was utterly shocked. Although Shrek Academy was located in the southwestern part of the Balak Kingdom, not far from the Starred Forest, a few hundred miles away, it was still unusual for a soul beast to appear here. Great strength Titan Bear, possess. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu activated his martial soul and prepared to deal with the bold red-feathered bird. A wild soul beast appearing in the human world was undoubtedly a big threat. Just like that fire phoenix, if it got angry and set a village on fire, the villagers would suffer heavy casualties. As the fire phoenix flew closer, Xiao Wu was thinking about how he should position himself to strike it down with a single blow. Old Xiao, what are you doing? Suddenly, a head popped out from the fire phoenix's back, and Flender's familiar face appeared. Flender? Seeing that familiar face, Xiao Wu was taken aback. Wasn't this supposed to be a soul beast invasion? How come it's just this? Soon, the fire phoenix landed in the academy's playground. Is this fire phoenix your summoning spirit, kid? Xiao Wu asked Chu Cheng Xu with some envy after carefully examining the fire phoenix. It was a phoenix. If he could ride it and show it off to his friends and family, how much face would he get? Looking at the envious expressions of his friends and family, his vanity would be instantly boosted. Teacher Zhao, do you think it's cool? How about I let Zhao Hong take you on a tour of Sodto City? Chu Cheng Xu smiled and said. Zhao Hong was the name he gave to the fire phoenix summoning spirit. It was quite fitting, just like the names of his other summoning spirits. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu rolled his eyes and said, forget it. Although the offer was tempting, Xiao Wu wasn't the kind of person to show off. Of course, the main reason was that this fire phoenix wasn't his. It was flashy, but riding someone else's mount to show off didn't feel right. At that moment, the door of a nearby wooden house opened. Bro, you're back? Seeing Chu Cheng Xu returning from the Starred Forest, Xiao Wu, who had come out to check on the commotion, hurriedly ran over with a joyful expression. Did you miss me? Chu Cheng Xu smiled as he ruffled Xiao Wu's rabbit ears. Since meeting Xiao Wu, they hadn't been apart for such a long time. Even though his trip to the Starred Forest only took 8 or 9 days. Humphrey, I didn't miss you. Is this fire phoenix your new summoning spirit? Xiao Wu pushed Chu Cheng Xu's teasing hand away and was immediately captivated by the fire phoenix's noble and elegant appearance. The phoenix is the king of all birds, a top-tier flying soul beast, and it was rare even in the Starred Forest. Do you even need to ask? How about I take you for a ride? Chu Cheng Xu raised his head proudly and smiled. It's like buying a Lamborghini if there's no girl in the passenger seat, it's a waste, right? Take me flying. Xiao Wu nodded eagerly and jumped onto the fire phoenix. Hold on tight. Xiao Hong, take off. Clang. The fire phoenix spread its wings and soared into the sky, carrying Chu Cheng Xu and Xiao Wu. Flender. Xiao Wu. The young people nowadays really don't know how to behave. Showing off their affection in front of the older single men? Flender, I think you're getting on in years. It's time to consider your life's big matters. Xiao Wu turned to Flender and said. Humphrey shallow. Flender snorted coldly and left without looking back. I, Flender, only love 2 dragons, not any other women. Red-skinned skeletons, that's all. Pa. Lick dogs don't end well. Looking at Flender's retreating figure, Xiao Wu cursed silently. After all these years, who didn't know that Flender was a big lick dog? Lick dogs, but in the end, they end up with nothing. Chapter 73, 9 Breaths of Calm. The scenery around Shrek Academy isn't great. Aside from the slightly bustling Sodto City, it's mostly farmland and scattered small villages, lacking any aesthetic appeal. In less than half an hour, Xiao Wu lost interest in the joyride. Clang. A phoenix cry sounded, and Xiao Hong carried the 2 of them back to Shrek Academy. Damn. At that moment, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were walking back to the academy, shoulder to shoulder, when they suddenly saw a graceful and noble fire-red bird descend onto the academy's playground. Oscar couldn't help but exclaim in international English. Is that a phoenix? After a moment of stunned silence, Ma Hongjun immediately ran forward and said in shock. Indeed. Chu Cheng Xu smiled and nodded. Whoa Chu boss, you have a phoenix summoning beast now. How am I supposed to live with this? Ma Hongjun said with a face full of misery. He knew his own martial soul was a phoenix, but it was far from being a real one. With a real phoenix as a comparison, his martial soul would forever be known as a mutated old hen. No way around it, the gap was just too wide. Fatty, I think you should stop calling it the evil fire phoenix. Change it to evil fire hen. With your courtesan phoenix. You're seriously tarnishing the noble image of the phoenix, you know. Oscar circled around Zhao Hong and then turned to Ma Hongjun to tease him. Having never seen a real phoenix, Oscar thought Ma Hongjun's mutated hen martial soul looked a bit like a phoenix. But after seeing the real thing, Oscar felt that comparing Ma Hongjun's mutated hen to a phoenix was insulting the noble king of birds. Little Oscar, I gave you the red peach last night, and this is how you treat your bro? Ma Hongjun said angrily, pointing at Oscar. Red peach? Chu Cheng Xu raised an eyebrow. Was it a red fruit? Fatty, Xiao Wu is still here. Watch your influence. Oscar said with some guilt, covering Ma Hongjun's mouth. Oscar, what's a red peach? Xiao Wu asked, voicing the question in Chu Cheng Xu's mind. Ahem well, Xiao Wu, this is not something you should know about. Oscar said awkwardly. Chu Cheng Xu? From the context, it seemed that red peach was the nickname of some young lady at a club. Oscar's sausage business hadn't been doing well, and his pockets were nearly empty, living on the meager subsidies from the spirit hall. Even if he had some thoughts about relationships, he wouldn't act on them. After all, he didn't fancy courtesans, and the club girls were poor. But a while ago, he borrowed some startup funds from Chu Cheng Xu. With the odds of the upcoming matches between Chu Cheng Xu and Xiao Wu already predictable, Oscar, like a gambling god, started betting heavily. When the odds for their victories skyrocketed, Oscar's pockets were filled with tens of thousands of gold soul coins. As the saying goes, when a man is well fed, his desires grow. With money in his pocket, Oscar's tastes suddenly improved. Now, at 13 years old, he had started hanging out with Ma Hongjun. Disgusting. Bro, don't hang out with them anymore. Xiao Wu said, giving both of them a disdainful look before warning Chu Cheng Xu. Xiao Wu, don't worry. I won't go to those places with them. Chu Cheng Xu promised, patting his chest. Club girls? Chu Cheng Xu knew well that lust was a dangerous thing, but he wasn't interested in those girls. He preferred cute little rabbits, big cats with generous hearts, or the charming rich girls. There were many girls in the Douluo world, and he liked them all. This was part of the reason he started upgrading his body through grinding. Without a good physique, he wouldn't be able to win over so many beautiful girls. By the way, have you seen Daimabai? Chu Cheng Xu suddenly asked the group. In the starred forest, a soul Douluo from the Dai family had attacked him. Luckily, Flender was a flying type soul master, so they managed to escape, but the consequences could have been dire if not for that. He couldn't defeat a soul Douluo, and even if he wanted revenge, that would have to wait for many years. No grudge could be repaid now, but a little interest could be collected. Fortunately, there was someone from the Douluo royal family in the academy. No, he couldn't say it was for interest. Everyone was classmates, and sparring and improving together was positive energy. The academy is empty. Xiao Wu shook her head. I ran into him last night. If he's not in the academy, he should still be in Sodto City. Ma Hongjun said truthfully after some hesitation. Although Chu Cheng Xu was likely up to no good with Daimabai, Ma Hongjun didn't think much about it. After all, there were only 5 academies, and unless Daimabai planned to hide forever, he would eventually run into Chu Cheng Xu. Bro, do you have a grudge against Daimabai? Xiao Wu asked suspiciously. From Chu Cheng Xu's tone, it seemed like he was looking for trouble with Daimabai. But logically, since Chu Cheng Xu had already robbed Daimabai once, Daimabai should be the one seeking revenge, not the other way around. Wasn't this bullying an honest person? But then again, Daimabai wasn't exactly an honest person. Xiao Wu, how can you say that? We're all classmates, no grudges here. I just want to spar with Daimabai and solidify my cultivation. Chu Cheng Xu said seriously. Xiao Wu and the others. Evening. After attending 2 soul hunts last night, one in the first half of the night and another in the second half, Daimabai had a date with one girl in the morning and another in the afternoon. He finally rushed back to the academy. However, before Daimabai could step into the academy gates, he saw Chu Cheng Xu, whom he despised, sitting cross-legged on a large rock not far from the entrance, eyes closed in deep thought. Of course, Chu Cheng Xu wasn't just sitting there thinking, he was actually practicing his spirit refining technique. Unlike body refining skills, which are a set of boxing techniques supplemented with special soul power circulation routes to forge a strong physique. Spirit refining skills are different. It's a mental visualization method that looks almost the same as meditating, and even if a powerful soul master observes closely, they can't discern anything useful. When Chu Cheng Xu sensed a three-ring soul emperor approaching, he stopped his practice and opened his eyes. Seeing that it was indeed Daimabai, Chu Cheng Xu couldn't help but smile and said, "Daimabai, I've been waiting for you for a long time. What do you want?" Daimabai's face darkened. Even with his foot, he could tell that Chu Cheng Xu had something bad planned. "I've just advanced, and my soul power feels a bit unstable. I was thinking of having a spar with you to consolidate my cultivation," Chu Cheng Xu said calmly. "You feel unstable and want to spar with me to consolidate your cultivation?" Daimabai thought, why not just say you want to beat me up? Furious, Daimabai growled, "Chu Cheng Xu, don't go too far." At the same time, he was somewhat confused. Aside from their first unpleasant encounter, they had always been at odds, but it hadn't reached the point of full-out combat. Why was Chu Cheng Xu suddenly looking for trouble? Could it be that he had been too arrogant and got beaten up outside, and now he wanted to vent his anger on him? Actually, Daimabai almost guessed correctly. Though it wasn't exactly as he thought, Chu Cheng Xu was indeed planning to take out his anger on him. "I almost lost my life because of your relatives, so now I'm going to beat you up. It's only fair. Don't you think it's too much to say we're bullying each other?" Chu Cheng Xu shrugged, acting like he had everything under control. "How do you want to do this?" Daimabai gritted his teeth, saying angrily. "Nothing much. Just fight me. Don't say I didn't give you a chance," Chu Cheng Xu said, beckoning with his finger. "Damn it. White Tiger, possess me." Daimabai couldn't take it anymore. With no choice but to fight, he summoned his martial soul, and 3 soul rings yellow, purple, and purple burst out. Even if he would end up looking like a pig's head, he had to fight first. After all, he was the prince of the Douluo Empire, and he doubted Chu Cheng Xu would actually go all out. What Daimabai didn't know was that if he wasn't the Douluo prince, Chu Cheng Xu wouldn't even bother to fight him. "Watch my punch." With a quick movement, Chu Cheng Xu jumped down from the rock, his body skillfully moving as he threw a punch straight at Daimabai. Second soul skill, White Tiger Fierce Light. Fierce my ass. Before Daimabai could even release his soul skill, Chu Cheng Xu's fist slammed into his stomach. The powerful punch caused Daimabai's eyes to bulge, his veins to pop out, and he nearly threw up his lunch. Poor Daimabai. Even though his soul power was a few levels higher than Chu Cheng Xu's, his strength, speed, and reflexes couldn't compare. He lost the initiative in the first move, and Chu Cheng Xu closed the distance, raining down heavy punches like a storm. Daimabai didn't even have a chance to use his soul skills. "Flander, aren't you going to stop them?" Xiao Wu, watching from the roof of a dormitory building in Shrek Academy, turned to Flander. "Let it be." Flander replied after a moment of thought. If Chu Cheng Xu was randomly beating up Daimabai, Flander would have intervened. But given Daimabai's relatives' behavior in the Starred Forest, Flander didn't feel the need to intervene. Flander, who came from a wandering soul master background, understood the darker side of large powers. If it weren't for his ability to fly quickly, he might have ended up dead in the Starred Forest. "Flander, this doesn't seem like you," Xiao Wu said in surprise. "Old Xiao, let me tell you the truth. We almost got caught in the Starred Forest, and the person behind it was a sold Luo from the Douluo Empire. If I hadn't run fast, you might not have seen me again." Pushing up his glasses, Flander said flatly. "Are you not going down?" Xiao Wu asked after a pause. "No, I'm fine." Flander waved his hand. Since Daimabai's relative was involved in causing trouble, he didn't feel sorry for him. "Well, my point is, aren't you going to go down and rough up that poor little tiger?" Xiao Wu teased. Flander. "Good for you, Xiao Wu with your thick eyebrows and big eyes. I am the headmaster of Shrek Academy, how could you incite me to act against the students?" 5 months later. This morning, after completing his usual morning meditation training, Chu Cheng Xu opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel, host, Chu Cheng Xu, soul power, level 34 soul sun, martial soul, true spirit flag, soul rings, purple, black, soul skills, none, skills, 9 breath breathing, body refining, spirit refining, archery, body movement, control, defense, forging, auto leveling, 1. Control, 2. Defense, 3. Forging, 4. Second soul ring, seeing that the first auto leveling skill, control, had already reached the black level, Chu Cheng Xu immediately removed it and replaced it with a body refining skill. The importance of the control skill was not very high and it was not the first to be upgraded. Although the first soul ring was still at the 1000-year level, Chu Cheng Xu was not in a hurry to upgrade the first summoning spirit sage. After all, the celestial tree summoning spirit was a healing type spirit, and for now, the 1000-year level was sufficient. The upgrade sequence could be delayed. In contrast, the importance of a 10,000-year first soul ring was far less than the red level body refining skill. Additionally, after 5 months of auto-leveling, his third soul ring had already been upgraded to a 10,000-year soul ring. However, the 10,000-year summoning spirit was enough for now, and since the soul ring's age was too high, future fourth soul rings could not attach high-level soul rings, so Chu Cheng Xu did not continue upgrading it and instead placed the second soul ring in the auto-leveling slot. Compared to the third soul ring, the 3 skills in the original auto-leveling slots were actually upgraded much earlier. After upgrading the meditation skill, Chu Cheng Xu thought for a moment and decided to rename it. The red-level meditation skill was far beyond ordinary meditation techniques, and using such a plain name would be too much of a waste for the red skill's prestige. The 9-breath breathing technique was one of the 36 heavenly martial arts from ancient mythology, a method for refining chi that could convert the energy of the world into magical power. Although he had no magical power, he had soul power, which was also transformed from the energy of the world, so this name was quite fitting. As for the other skills, they hadn't even reached red level, so they were clearly not worthy of such a grand name. The 9-breath breathing technique had remarkable effects. His soul power cultivation speed had increased by 20% compared to the previous black-level meditation skill. Unfortunately, although his cultivation talent had greatly improved due to the continuous transformations of his martial soul's quality, it still couldn't compare to those naturally born with full soul power. Additionally, the difficulty of advancing from souls on level was much higher than before, so even with the red level 9-breath breathing technique, he could only expect to increase his soul power by about 3 to 4 levels per year. Of course, advancing 3 to 4 levels in a year was still impressive, especially when compared to ordinary naturally full soul power individuals. Afterward, Chu Cheng Xu got up, washed up, and headed to the academy's cafeteria for breakfast. "Eh? Xiao Wu, you're back? Have you eaten breakfast?" In the cafeteria, while eating breakfast, Chu Cheng Xu suddenly saw Xiao Wu, who had returned from hunting souls, walk in. "I ate before coming back." Nodding, Xiao Wu then proudly raised her head and said, "Xiao Chu, your Xiao Wu sis is now a 4-ring soul set." "What did you call me?" Chu Cheng Xu's face darkened, and he said with a displeased expression. It was clear that after Xiao Wu's soul power had advanced, her attitude had become inflated. But Chu Cheng Xu had to admit that this little rabbit's cultivation talent was extraordinary. No, to be more precise, it was Xiao Wu's cultivation talent equivalent to full innate soul power, combined with his cheat-like upgraded meditation skill, which made her soul power cultivation effects explosive. Just 5 days ago, Xiao Wu, at the age of 12, had already reached soul power level 40. Compared to the 29th level Great Soul Master of the same period in the original story, she was a full level higher. Such a monstrous cultivation talent could definitely scare a lot of soul masters. However, Xiao Wu's official age was 17, and while a 17-year-old 4-ring soul sect was rare, it was not unheard of on the continent, so it was not surprising. At the same time, after Xiao Wu reached level 40, her so-called distant relative came over the next evening, left a letter, and took her to add the 4th soul ring. Now, after hiding in some corner for 4 days, the little rabbit had reappeared. "Hee brother, just a little joke to lighten the mood, don't take it seriously." Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and acted cute. "Humphrey, I know you wouldn't dare. Still calling yourself Xiao Wu sis? Can you even beat me?" With a cold snort, Chu Cheng Xu said disdainfully. The cycle of fate, the law of retribution, Chu Cheng Xu was no longer the weak Zhao Chu from before. "Brother, don't talk so big. The 5,000-year fire phoenix, I don't think I have a chance to defeat it," Xiao Wu said somewhat unwillingly. With her teleportation and invincibility, the powerful Xiao Wu sis wasn't afraid of that red-feathered bird. "How about I let Zhao Hong spar with you next time?" Chu Cheng Xu raised an eyebrow and showed a strange smile. In Xiao Wu's eyes, his fire phoenix summoning spirit was only 5,000 years old, but what she didn't know was that his fire phoenix had already reached the 10,000-year summoning spirit. Even though Xiao Wu had advanced to the 4-ring soul sect, the bloodline level top-tier 10,000-year fire phoenix's strength was not comparable to a 6-ring soul emperor, but it was certainly one of the best among the 5-ring soul kings. This level of power was enough to suppress Xiao Wu, who had just advanced to 4 rings. "By the way, Xiao Wu, where did you go to add your 4th soul ring?" Rubbing his chin, Chu Cheng Xu asked. "Starred Forest, where else could I go?" Xiao Wu blinked her eyes. "Then where's your relative?" "Left already." "Brother, do you want to invite my distant relative to a meal?" "I was thinking about it, after all, your relative is my relative. It's only right to treat our elders to a meal." Oh, but my relative left. Maybe next time. Xiao Wu nodded seriously, making up a story. Is that so? Xiao Wu, can you answer a question that has been bothering me? Ask away, Xiao Wu. Over the past few months, except for when we're sleeping at night, we've been together. How did you notify your relative that your soul power had already reached level 40 and then go hunting souls without me knowing? Chu Cheng Xu asked in a mysterious tone. This. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu stammered and couldn't respond. There was no such relative, and the story about her distant relative taking her out to hunt souls was just an excuse. In fact, she had left Sodto City, found a small inn in a place where few soul masters went, controlled her soul power fluctuations, and condensed her fourth soul ring by herself. After advancing to the four-ring soul sect, she had stayed in the inn for several days before returning to Shrek Academy. Sigh, Xiao Wu, I know your background is not ordinary. After all, your soft-bone rabbit martial soul isn't a mutated one. If there's no special background, how could your cultivation talent be full innate soul power? Chu Cheng Xu sighed to himself. Thud. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's heart trembled, and she suddenly had a bad premonition. Could it be that her true identity as a 10,000-year soul beast was discovered? At this moment, Chu Cheng Xu continued, I understand now, Xiao Wu, you must be the young miss of some fallen soul master family, right? Your family must have a powerful enemy, and your elders were worried that your talent was too good and might be secretly harmed by your family's rivals, so they had no choice but to send you to Naughting Academy, right? Don't worry, Xiao Wu, you are my little sister, my future wife. Even if someone offers me a 10,000-year soul bone, I won't betray you. Chu Cheng Xu said this so convincingly that even he almost believed it. Xiao Wu, yes, you're right. Brother, I'm sorry. Seeing Chu Cheng Xu turning into a daydreamer with his eyes turning red, Xiao Wu felt guilty for deceiving his feelings. It's okay, when we have enough strength one day and are not afraid of anyone, will you tell me your secret? Chu Cheng Xu said as his right hand unconsciously stroked Xiao Wu's rabbit ears. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. Chapter 74, Fish, Come into the Pond. Having been together for 6 years, and with Chu Cheng Xu even teaching her his self-created, incredibly powerful techniques, Xiao Wu believes that even if one day her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast is exposed, Chu Cheng Xu wouldn't want her 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Moreover, although she doesn't want to admit it, Xiao Wu is clear that her 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone aren't that attractive to Chu Cheng Xu. After all, the soft-bone rabbit isn't a particularly strong species, and even though it has lived for 100,000 years, its combat power is still limited compared to soul beasts with stronger bloodlines, such as the Black Dragon, Hell Dragon, or Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear. Furthermore, Xiao Wu can clearly feel that Chu Cheng Xu has always been very protective of her, treating her not only as a sister but also as a child bride. Even when she acts unreasonably, with a violent streak and a tendency to act like a leader, he always tolerates her. The reason she doesn't want Chu Cheng Xu to know her identity now is simply because she worries that after he finds out she's a 100,000-year soul beast, he might distance himself from her. Brother, you're so nice. Xiao Wu bumped her head against Chu Cheng Xu's. That's because you're my adopted child bride. Chu Cheng Xu smiled. She's the rabbit-eared girl I've raised since childhood. Who else should I treat well? Ding ding ding. At that moment, a bell rang outside. Hearing the bell, Chu Cheng Xu quickly finished his breakfast and then took Xiao Wu to the playground. When they arrived at the playground, Daima Bai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were already there. Huh? Xiao Wu, you're back? Ma Hongjun was a little surprised when he saw Xiao Wu. Yeah, fatty, your Xiao Wu sister is already a soul master of the fourth ring. Xiao Wu nodded proudly. Xiao Wu, you're amazing as always. Oscar gave a thumbs up. Since Xiao Wu's strength was greater than theirs and she was a few years older, calling her Xiao Wu sister felt natural and respectful, especially since it was heartfelt. Of course. How else could your Xiao Wu sister be the leader? Xiao Wu raised her head even higher after Oscar's compliment. However, Daima Bai's expression was mixed with both happiness and displeasure. It wasn't that he disliked Xiao Wu, but because Chu Cheng Xu and he had a bit of a conflict, and Chu Cheng Xu and Xiao Wu were very close, even referring to each other as siblings. It was almost like a couple, and that made Daima Bai uneasy. His opponent's strength was increasing, and that naturally made him feel unhappy. But unfortunately, as displeased as he was, he didn't have the courage to challenge either Chu Cheng Xu or Xiao Wu directly. It wasn't that he lacked the courage, but rather the strength. Before long, Flender arrived with Xiao Wu Ji and the others. When he saw Xiao Wu had returned from hunting souls, Flender praised her and then cleared his throat, addressing everyone. I've already informed you all, and I'm sure you know today is the day for the Academy's new student enrollment. Now, I'll arrange the enrollment tasks. Liu Song, you're in charge of the first round, which is registration for the candidates. Yes. Lu Kaiban, you're in charge of the second round, testing soul power and identifying the martial souls. Yes. Xiao Zhen, you're in charge of the third round, testing the candidates' application of their martial souls. Yes. Xiao Wu, you're in charge of the final round, the combat exam. Yes. Who among you is willing to be the guide for the candidates and participate in the fourth round of testing? Flender looked at Chu Cheng Xu, Xiao Wu, Dai Mabai, and Ma Hongjun. Flender, I'll do it. Without hesitation, Chu Cheng Xu raised his hand. If all went as expected, Shrek Academy would welcome 2 new students today, and Chu Cheng Xu, eager to bring them into his fish pond, naturally wanted to take the initiative. So, he volunteered to help the new students, likely with ulterior motives, as older students often helped younger ones with a purpose, and it was often driven by romantic interest. I'll go too. Seeing that Chu Cheng Xu had volunteered first, Xiao Wu, who loved to join in, also raised her hand. Alright, then it's you too. Go with Teacher Li later. Flender nodded. After settling the enrollment tasks, everyone dispersed to prepare. Although it was still early, perhaps due to Flender's effective advertising, there were already about 10 candidates waiting at the academy gate. At the gate, Chu Cheng Xu took out a wooden table and 3 stools from his storage ring. After sitting down, he then took out a wooden sign. Brother, what's this wooden sign for? Xiao Wu pointed at the sign Chu Cheng Xu was holding. Without explaining, Chu Cheng Xu wrote on the sign, Shrek Academy enrollment requirements, age not exceeding 12, soul power level 20 or higher. Then, he placed the sign on the table. Xiao Wu. Is he too lazy to explain? Shrek Academy's enrollment ceremony officially begins. Seeing Chu Cheng Xu's action, Liu Song nodded in satisfaction and shouted. The enrollment requirements were clearly marked, so candidates who didn't meet them would leave on their own without wasting anyone's time. Liu Song's shout attracted the attention of the candidates and their parents, who quickly gathered around. Hello, teacher. After my child graduates from Shrek Academy, will they really become a Viscount of the Empire? One parent asked with doubt. It wasn't that the parent didn't believe it, but the academy didn't look very convincing. The enrollment ceremony was simple, and the academy looked run down, making it hard for the parents to believe that Shrek Academy could cultivate their children into talents. Yes, but only if they graduate first. These are the requirements for enrollment. Shrek Academy only accepts monsters, not ordinary soul masters with average talent. Liu Song nodded and pointed to the sign on the table. Becoming a Viscount of the Empire after graduation wasn't an empty promise. The graduation requirement for Shrek Academy was a 4-ring soul master under 20 years old, and if they chose to join the Tandu Empire, they would be granted the title of Viscount. Of course, this title was only honorary and didn't come with land, so it wasn't as prestigious as titles that included land ownership. As for the original 10 gold soul coins enrollment fee, although Flender didn't have the money to renovate the academy's financial situation had already improved, and they no longer cared about that small amount of money. 12 years old and soul power of 20 or higher? Seeing the enrollment requirements on the sign, the parents' eyes widened. Such a high bar for enrollment? Did Shrek Academy think it was the strongest academy in the Empire? Alright, those who want to enroll, please line up. Those who don't meet the requirements can leave. Liu Song waved his hand. Soon, most of the 10 or so candidates who had came to register left, leaving only 2 boys and a girl. Stretch out your hand. Liu Song glanced at the boy in front of the table and said calmly. The boy did as instructed, extending his right hand. Liu Song squeezed his hand, nodded slightly, and said, just 12 years old, show me your martial soul. Black Panther, attach. The boy shouted, and black soul power surged around him. 2 soul rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, appeared. Not qualified, you can leave now. Seeing the white first soul ring, Liu Song shook his head regretfully. Being able to cultivate soul power to level 20 or higher at 12 years old showed excellent talent. However, the white first soul ring wasted the boy's potential. A soul master's soul ring works like multiplication. If the first soul ring is too weak, the subsequent soul rings will be much weaker, which will put the soul master at a disadvantage later on. A step behind means falling behind further, and this gap will grow as time passes. Liu Song had once been a talented soul master who could have become a 7-ringed soul sage, but due to his lack of background, he had to settle for a lower quality first soul ring, and now, as an old man, he was still only a 6-ringed soul emperor, the weakest among his peers. Not qualified. My son is a genius at the Junior Soul Master Academy, why is he not qualified here? The boy's father couldn't help but speak up. Shrek Academy only accepts monsters. Your son's talent is good, but the first soul ring under 100 years has ruined his potential. Liu Song pointed to the white first soul ring. Upon hearing this, the boy's father's expression darkened. Son, it's my fault. I'm sorry. The father hugged his son tightly, tears welling up in his eyes. If only he had more ability, his son, who was supposed to have excellent talent and a bright future, wouldn't be turned away from the gates of Shrek Academy. No, Dad, you're the best dad in the world. The boy, wise beyond his years, comforted his father. Li Yuzong? Alright, next. Li Yuzong waved his hand in frustration, unable to bear the sight of this. Along with the boy, the other boy behind him also left. Clearly, his first soul ring was also under 100 years old. The last one in line was a girl, and she met the enrollment requirements. Although her first soul ring wasn't close to the maximum limit, it was still over 200 years old. Chu, take her to the second round. After checking her age and soul ring configuration, Li Yuzong turned to Chu Cheng Xu. Come with me. Chu Cheng Xu waved at the girl. As for asking her name, that wasn't necessary. The only new students eligible for Shrek Academy this year were Ningrong and Shu Zuking. Taking the girl into the academy, Chu Cheng Xu quickly spotted Oscar, who was pushing a food cart, ready to sell his famous sausages to the candidates. Hey, new student? Hello, would you like to try Oscar's signature sausages? Oscar greeted with a smile. Seeing Chu Cheng Xu bringing the girl over, Oscar quickly approached to make his sales pitch. Although the girl hadn't passed all the tests yet and wasn't technically his junior, Oscar was now a sausage seller, so he had to speak nicely. Hello, senior, how much is this sausage? The girl asked, drawn by the delicious smell. 1 silver soul coin per sausage. Oscar smiled, holding up one finger. The girl immediately stopped reaching for her wallet. 1 silver soul coin per sausage? Was he robbing her? Originally, the girl had planned to support him because he was handsome, but with such an expensive price, she simply couldn't afford it. Senior, where is the second round of the test? The girl turned to Chu Cheng Xu and asked. That way, go over there. Chu Cheng Xu pointed to a desk in the distance where Lu Kaiben was sitting. Thank you, senior. After thanking him, the girl walked toward Lu Kaiben. Oscar, have you run out of money? Chu Cheng Xu asked curiously. No, Oscar, feeling a little down after the girl ignored him because of the sausage price, replied. Then why are you selling such expensive sausages? Chu Cheng Xu was puzzled. Even though there were many people coming to the academy for registration today, how many sausages could he sell at that price? Selling sausages is my passion. Chu, want to buy one? Oscar asked with a grin. Can you make sausages without chanting spells now? Chu Cheng Xu was surprised. Oscar didn't need to chant spells to make sausages anymore? That was impressive. Based on the image of the character in the previous life's anime and the soul power that the girl possessed, which he couldn't see through, Chu Cheng Xu immediately recognized who she was. Indeed, due to the unique nature of the 7 treasure glazed tile tower martial soul, even a titled Luo with 9 rings could not see through the soul power level of a 7 treasure glazed tile soul master. Of course, the premise for the 7 treasure glazed tile soul master not being able to be seen through is that they do not use their martial soul or soul power. Otherwise, based on the number of soul rings and the strength of soul power fluctuations, a perceptive soul master could easily determine the soul power level. Not bad, not bad. Chu Cheng Xu carefully observed her, nodding in satisfaction. This girl had the looks, talent, and background. She definitely qualified to enter his fish pond. It's just that her temper was a bit too strong and would need some training. The admission requirements for Shrek Academy had already been stated, and candidates who did not meet the criteria would leave on their own. Since there were not many qualified candidates, there was no need to queue up. Ningrong directly stepped forward to register. After pinching Ningrong's arm to confirm she was under 12 years old, Li Yuzong had her release her martial soul. A burst of 7-colored light appeared in Ningrong's hand, and in an instant, a 1-foot-tall 7-colored treasure tower appeared in her palm. As for the soul ring match, being the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, Ningrong's soul ring match was naturally optimal. 7th treasure glazed tile tower? Upon seeing the 7th treasure glazed tile tower martial soul, Li Yuzong couldn't help but narrow his eyes. As the strongest auxiliary martial soul on the continent, Li Yuzong naturally recognized it. He never expected that a direct disciple of the 7th treasure glazed tile sect, one of the 3 major sects on the continent, would come to Shrek Academy. Do your family know you're here? Coming back to his senses, Li Yuzong furrowed his brow and asked. It's said that there are no class distinctions in teaching. As long as I meet the academy's requirements, you have no reason to refuse me, right? Ningrong didn't explain further, just pointing to the wooden plaque on the table and smiling as she spoke. Chu, take her inside. After hesitating for a moment, Li Yuzong waved his hand at Chu Cheng Xu. Ningrong blinked her eyes and looked at Chu Cheng Xu with a gaze that seemed to speak. The boy in front of her, who was taller than her, Should be a student of Shrek Academy. Wait a moment. She will also pass the assessment, and I'll take you both over together. Chu Cheng Xu pointed to a girl walking towards them in the distance and said to Ning Rong. Eh? Ning Rong frowned slightly, turning her head to follow Chu Cheng Xu's finger. So big? Immediately, as a fellow girl, Ning Rong's gaze was drawn to the girl's chest. The girl had long black hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a black-purple tight leather outfit. Her skin was fair, and her figure was tall. More importantly, her chest was so well endowed, it was beyond what a girl of this age should have. The only flaw was that the girl's expression was quite cold, a kind of inner coldness, pure and unfeeling. Her black eyes showed no trace of warmth. Without a doubt, this abstinent girl was Zhuzuking. Coming back to her senses, Ning Rong couldn't help but glance down at her own feet. A wave of unfamiliar self-doubt filled her heart. If Ning Rong felt self-conscious, Chu Cheng Xu was simply shocked. Even though he had been prepared, he was still taken aback by Zhuzuking's chest. After all, Zhuzuking was only 12 years old. She must have at least a D cup, right? If she grew a couple more years, how would that be? After the shock, Chu Cheng Xu quickly withdrew his gaze to avoid being mistaken for a pervert and making the girl uncomfortable. As expected, Zhuzuking passed the first assessment with her 27th level soul power and the best soul ring match. My name is Chu Cheng Xu. May I ask for your names, both of you? After leading them into the academy, Chu Cheng Xu asked. I'm Zhuzuking. Zhuzuking glanced at Chu Cheng Xu, her expression cold as she spoke. I'm Ning Rong. Chu, I've heard the entrance requirements for Shrek Academy are very high. Are you so sure we can get in? Ning Rong asked curiously. High requirements, yes, but that's for ordinary soul masters. You're both 27th level Great Soul Masters and 26th level Great Soul Masters, far surpassing ordinary candidates. Based on the talent you've shown, the Academy can't possibly reject you. Huh? You can see through our soul power levels. Ning Rong was a little surprised. She hadn't expected that this handsome Chu Cheng Xu not only saw through Zhuzuking's soul power level but also hers. Chu Cheng Xu nodded. Due to the special nature of the 7 treasure glazed tile tower martial soul, he originally couldn't see through it. But when Ning Rong released her martial soul earlier, the soul power fluctuation was clear, and he immediately saw through it. As for the original story, Ning Rong wasn't the main character, so after all these years, such a small detail had long been forgotten. It seems my father was right. The Soul Master world on the continent is indeed full of geniuses. Chu, I haven't asked, what is your martial soul? Ning Rong felt some interest in the handsome Chu Cheng Xu. Of course, this wasn't related to romantic feelings. As the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, Ning Rong was considering recruiting an extraordinary genius soul master for her sect. She had released her martial soul for only a short time, and for someone to instantly see through her soul power level, either Chu Cheng Xu's soul power level was much higher than hers, and his perception ability was keen, or he had a special perception technique. Either way, both possibilities proved that this Chu Cheng Xu was someone worth befriending. As a direct descendant of the 7th treasure glazed tile sect, she was very keen on recruiting talented soul masters. Just like her father, Ning Fengzi, who managed to recruit her grandfather, the sword master, and Bone Luo. Without them, the wealth of the 7th treasure glazed tile sect couldn't have supported its current stability. Why did the young lady leave her home and came to Shrek, such a broken academy? One reason was coincidence, the other was that Ning Rong had learned that Shrek Academy only recruited genius soul masters, but lacked any powerful backing. If she could build good relationships with the students after joining, those who graduated from Shrek Academy would naturally have a strong connection with the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Even if they didn't join the sect, they would be potential allies. It would never be a loss. Not only Ning Rong, but Eva Zhuzuking beside her also looked at Chu Cheng Xu. However, this girl was cold and distant, only a little curious. Since your soul power exceeds level 25, you can directly take the final practical assessment. I happen to be the examiner, and you'll know soon enough. Chu Cheng Xu didn't say much and directly led them to the 4th assessment. Chapter 75, You're responsible for chaos, I'm responsible for gagging arrived. Soon, after crossing the training grounds, they reached an open space not far from Dean Flinder's office. Chu Cheng Xu stopped. At this moment, Xiao Wu was sitting on a chair, dozing off. Chu Cheng Xu approached and said, Teacher Xiao, I've brought them for the 4th round of the assessment. 2 more this year? Xiao Wu opened his sleepy eyes and looked at Ning Rong and Zhuzuking in surprise. Given the poor conditions of Shrek Academy, any candidate who made it to the 4th round was almost guaranteed to be accepted. Last year, Chu Cheng Xu and Xiao Wu arrived halfway through, and Xiao Wu never expected that 2 more students would be added to the academy this year. Could it be that after 20 years of hardship, Shrek Academy was finally turning around? Yes, not only did they reach the 4th round, but they were also exempted from the 2nd and 3rd rounds. Chu Cheng Xu nodded. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuji's eyes brightened, and he straightened up. Level 25 or above? Not bad, not bad. I'm Xiao Wuji, and this is the last test for your admission. If you pass my test, you'll officially become part of Shrek Academy. However, this test won't be easy. With that, Xiao Wuji stood up and walked to the center of the open space. He drew a circle with a 2-meter diameter on the ground and then showed a mischievous smile. He looked at Ningrongarong and Shu Zuking and said, "See this circle?" Yes. The two nodded, though they didn't fully understand. The test is simple. Chu kid, you'll stand in this circle. Your task is to force him out of the circle within the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Even if only half of his foot steps outside, I'll still count it as passing the test. Xiao Wuji smiled, his hand stroking his chin. Hearing this, Ningrongarong and Shu Zuking were stunned. Teacher Zhao, our task is just to force Senior Chu out of this circle? Ningrongarong couldn't believe the task Xiao Wuji gave them. Such a small circle, you could step out of it with just a few steps. Is this looking down on me? Or on my partner, who has my support? Looking down? Little girl, I must say, your confidence deserves some respect from me. Alright, you two have an incense stick's time to discuss tactics. After that, the test officially begins. Xiao Wuji glanced at Ningrongarong with a strange expression, then took out a stick of sandalwood incense from his storage soul tool, lit it, and stuck it into the ground nearby. He then sat back in his chair, closed his eyes, and continued his nap. Ningrongarong and Shu Zuking exchanged looks. They weren't stupid, and they could tell from Xiao Wuji's words that he had great confidence in Chu Cheng Xu's abilities. Perhaps Chu Cheng Xu's strength was far beyond their expectations? Thinking this, they looked toward Chu Cheng Xu. Ningrongarong's clear eyes flickered, and she summoned her 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul, bowing toward Chu Cheng Xu. I'm Ningrongarong, martial soul, 7th treasure glazed tile, level 26 auxiliary soul master. I look forward to learning from you, Senior Chu. Before non-lethal combat, it was customary for soul masters to announce their martial souls and soul power. Since her martial soul and soul power were already revealed, why not use this opportunity to gather information on Chu Cheng Xu? At the very least, she needed to figure out what type of soul master he was. You want to gather intel on me? It's fine, I'll tell you. My martial soul is the True Spirit Flag, level 34 weapon soul master. Chu Cheng Xu raised an eyebrow, and a flash of blue soul power appeared in his hand. 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, shone brightly, and a small flag with intricate designs of a tree, a lion, and a phoenix appeared in his hand. True Spirit Flag? Ningrongarong frowned, thinking hard, but couldn't recall any information about this martial soul. A flag martial soul? What type of soul master was this? An auxiliary or healing type? Definitely not, or else Chu Cheng Xu wouldn't have been restricted from stepping out of the circle in the test. A speed attacker? No, that didn't fit either. Speed attackers usually had beast-type martial souls. A power attacker or control type? That was possible. Ningrongarong then pulled Shu Zuking aside to discuss tactics. Of course, there wasn't much strategy to discuss. She was just a support-type soul master with good copy abilities, able to boost teammates' strength and speed by 30%. As for the rest, it all depended on Shu Zuking. Okay, you're responsible for chaos, I'll handle the gagging. You two girls have figured out your strategy? Soon, the incense stick was burnt out, and Xiao Wuji, still lying in his chair, opened his eyes. Ready to begin? Shu Zuking nodded. Good, Chu kid, step forward. By the way, don't think just because you're facing 2 younger girls, you can go easy on them. If I catch you holding back, don't blame me for being harsh. Xiao Wuji lit another incense stick and warned Chu Cheng Xu. Chu Cheng Xu? Go easy? Not a chance. If I don't go all out, who will take responsibility if the fish I've been planning to catch slip away? Walking into the circle Xiao Wuji had drawn, Chu Cheng Xu crossed his arms and looked at Ningrongarong and Shu Zuking. 7 treasures, spin out the glass, 7 treasures, name them, strength, speed. Ningrongarong chanted the incantation for her soul skills, and her first and second soul rings flashed brightly. 2 streams of colorful light shot from her 7-treasure glazed tile, entering Shu Zuking's body, who had her martial soul, the ghostly cat, activated. Zuking, go. Ningrongarong stepped back a few paces, signaling that she would only be assisting. Won't you release your martial soul? Seeing that Chu Cheng Xu had already put away his flag martial soul, Shu Zuking frowned and asked. She wanted to join Shrek Academy, But she didn't need Chu Cheng Xu to go easy on her during the test. To put it arrogantly, with your strength, you don't need me to use my martial soul. Chu Cheng Xu said lightly. Hearing this, Zhu Zuqing gave him a deep look, then her soul power surged, and she transformed into a shadow that charged toward Chu Cheng Xu. First soul skill, ghostly stab. Her claws glowed with purple light, and her speed surged, aiming directly at the seemingly unguarded Chu Cheng Xu. But just as her claws were about to strike his chest, Chu Cheng Xu's right hand shot out, grabbing her wrist with precision. With a forceful twist, he threw the 100-pound Zhu Zuqing effortlessly. Fortunately, as a speed attacker, Zhu Zuqing was agile. Mid-air, she flipped, and with her long legs wrapped in tight leather pants, she landed on the ground, leaving 2 long skid marks before stopping, avoiding a tumble. After this trial attack, Zhu Zuqing's mood became heavy. Sure enough, Senior Chu's strength exceeded her expectations. He easily neutralized her 2 main soul skills. But giving up was not an option. In her dictionary, there was no such thing as giving up. Pushing off the ground, Zhu Zuqing charged again. Seeing this, and knowing Zhu Zuqing's battle tactics, Chu Cheng Xu's soul power flared, and a transparent blue soul power shield appeared around him. The next moment, Zhu Zuqing closed in. Her second soul ring lit up, and she spun rapidly, her sharp claws becoming a blur of shadows, attacking in a flurry. Cling. 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 The sound of claws hitting the shield echoed, but the shield remained intact, showing no sign of breaking. Compared to the self-created ultimate defense technique that was comparable to a 10,000-year defense soul skill, Zhu Zuqing's 100-year attack soul skill was still far too weak. Ghostly 100 claws, spinning and attacking twice with each hand, 100 attacks. Does she really expect to get dizzy after 50 spins? Watching Zhu Zuqing's claw attacks, which seemed more like a cat scratching, Chu Cheng Xu couldn't help but think to himself. Perhaps it was due to the peculiar nature of her soul skill? Otherwise, even a titled Luo wouldn't be able to keep their brain intact after 50 spins in just a few seconds. This time, Chu Cheng Xu didn't counterattack. His defense skill, now upgraded to black level, could easily withstand the attack, so there was no need to retaliate. After the 100 claws, Zhu Zuqing stepped back, staring blankly at Chu Cheng Xu. For a speed attacker, the most dangerous opponent was one with incredibly strong defense. The ghostly 100 claws, her strongest attack, couldn't even break his defense. What was the point of continuing this battle? Not only was Zhu Zuqing confused, but Ning Rongarong, who had been standing aside, was also dumbfounded. With her support, Zhu Zuqing couldn't even break through his defense. What was left for them to do? Was this just a show of scratching? At that moment, Chu Cheng Xu's expression suddenly turned pale. His soul power shield dissipated, and he clutched his chest, trembling as he pointed at Zhu Zuqing. Your soul skill is so powerful. Cough, cough. I didn't expect every attack to carry internal force, penetrating my defense. Cough, cough, I concede. He staggered back a few steps, and one foot stepped outside the circle Xiao Wu had drawn. Hearing this, Zhu Zuqing looked down at her hands in confusion. My ghostly white claws are that strong? I didn't know. Xiao Wu. Ning Rongarong. Chu, are you acting with me? With a darkened face, Xiao Wu said with an unfriendly expression. Cough, cough. Teacher Xiao, I'm not acting. Cough, cough, I admit, I was careless this time and didn't dodge, but I must say, this junior's soul skill attack is indeed powerful. Chu Cheng Xu's face turned pale, breathing heavily, pretending to be fine on the outside but actually suffering internal injuries. Very well. Chu, tomorrow you'll attend my practical combat class. Xiao Wu cracked his knuckles ominously as he spoke. Teacher Xiao, you must know, 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side, don't bully the young when they're poor. Chu Cheng Xu lowered his head in silence for a moment, then raised his head dramatically and quoted the famous line from Xiao Huo, a fiery young man from the neighboring continent. PFFT. Ning Rongarong burst out laughing, unable to contain herself. It seemed like Chu Cheng Xu was implying that one day, when he grew stronger, he would be looking for Xiao Wu for practical lessons every day. Good, 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 as expected of my student, Chu, you're bold. No need to wait until tomorrow, let's have a practical class right now and see where your confidence comes from to speak to me like that. Saying this, Xiao Wu grinned menacingly, clenched his fists, and walked toward Chu Cheng Xu. However, just as Xiao Wu took a step forward, he saw Chu Cheng Xu activate his body technique and, with a whoosh, quickly ran off into the distance, leaving only one sentence behind. Teacher Xiao, I have something to do, I'm leaving first. Taking Xiao Wu's practical class? He must have been out of his mind to even think about it. If his third summoned spirit was a 10,000-year dark gold terror claw bear, he might be able to have a tug of war with Xiao Wu. Even if he lost, at least Xiao Wu would know he wasn't a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Unfortunately, his third summoned spirit was a 10,000-year fire phoenix, which was far weaker than Xiao Wu. Unless he flew into the sky before the fight started, he would only be at the mercy of Xiao Wu. Humphrey. Watching Chu Cheng Xu's retreating figure, Xiao Wu snorted coldly, but did not chase after him. He returned to his seat, turned to Ning Rongarong and Shu Zuking, and said, "You two are off the hook." "Thank you, Teacher Zhao." The two thanked Xiao Wu. "Go do what you need to do, don't disturb me from sleeping." Waving his hand, Xiao Wu signaled that they could leave. Teacher Zhao, where should we go next?" Ning Rongarong was a bit confused. They were new to Shrek Academy and didn't know what to do next. Wasn't there anyone to act as a guide? It seemed like the guide had just run off. "You two should go find that Chu kid." Xiao Wu waved his hand impatiently. Ning Rongarong. Zhu Zuking. Chu Cheng Xu hadn't run very far. Seeing that Xiao Wu wasn't following, he stopped. "Chu, thank you for going easy on us earlier," Ning Rongarong said with a smile. Zhu Zuking didn't speak but nodded in agreement. If it weren't for Chu Cheng Xu deliberately holding back, they would have never passed the test. "No problem, you two just arrived, and there's nothing much going on in the academy. I'll take you to your dormitory. By the way, do you want to stay together?" Chu Cheng Xu waved his hand. Ning Rongarong and Shu Zuking looked at each other and then nodded. "Alright, follow me." Soon, Chu Cheng Xu led them to two wooden houses that were very close to each other, one of which even had a corner of the roof missing. Yes, these two wooden houses were the dormitories where he and Xiao Wu had stayed when they first arrived at Shrek Academy. Flender was indeed a miser. Even though he had some money, he still couldn't bear to renovate the academy's dormitories. However, the food in the cafeteria wasn't bad. The nutrition was definitely guaranteed, even if the taste wasn't the best. "Here, these two dormitories are empty. You can choose one." Chu Cheng Xu pointed to the two wooden houses. Chu, is this the academy's dormitory?" Ning Rongarong widened her eyes, looking at Chu Cheng Xu in disbelief. "Yes, this is the dormitory for Shrek Academy students." Chu Cheng Xu nodded. "What about that one?" Ning Rongarong immediately pointed to a two-story wooden building a few dozen meters away. Compared to the shabby wooden houses in front of them, the distant two-story wooden building was much larger and looked very refined, with a higher class. "That one is my dormitory." Chu Cheng Xu shook his head. Ning Rongarong blinked, somewhat confused. As a student of Shrek Academy, why was he staying in a refined wooden building, while they were assigned to these shabby dorms that even dogs would turn away from? Noticing Ning Rongarong's confusion, Chu Cheng Xu explained, "The academy's dormitories are old and leak when it rains. I can't stand it. The wooden building over there was built by me, not owned by the academy." Immediately, both of them were shocked. Did students have to pay to build their own dormitories when they came to Shrek Academy? What if one day the teaching building broke down? Would students have to build a new one? Flender, sorry, but our teaching building will never break down because we don't have one. Chu, I see that your wooden building is quite big. It should have some empty rooms, right? Ning Rongarong asked tentatively. As a pampered young lady, Ning Rongarong didn't want to stay in a leaky, run-down wooden house. As for staying in the same wooden building as a male student, as long as they weren't in the same room, what was the big deal? Many smaller Soul Master academies had male and female students staying in the same dormitory building. There are 2 empty rooms, and if you want to stay, it's not impossible, but you have to get my sister's permission first. Chu Cheng Xu stroked his chin and said. Your sister? Ning Rongarong blinked, curious. Yes, her name is Xiao Wu. Just as Chu Cheng Xu was about to introduce Xiao Wu, he saw Xiao Wu, who looked somewhat upset, running out of the wooden building toward the academy gate. Xiao Wu, over here. Chu Cheng Xu called out to Xiao Wu. Hearing Chu Cheng Xu's call, Xiao Wu quickly ran over. What's with that expression? Did something happen? Seeing Xiao Wu's not-so-good expression, Chu Cheng Xu hurriedly asked. Brother, I'm sick. Xiao Wu said with some frustration. Earlier, she had been reading a novel in the house when she suddenly felt a stomachache. Thinking it was just food poisoning, she went to the restroom, only to find that she was bleeding. But it wasn't serious. She just needed to find Chu. The King Tree's Zhao King was a healing-type summoned spirit, with a healing soul skill that could heal injuries. The Bright Lion's Zhao Bei was an auxiliary-type summoned spirit, with a soul skill that could remove curses, poison, and other abnormal conditions. With these 2 summoned spirits, no matter if it was illness or injury, it could be easily resolved. By the way, brother, who are they? Xiao Wu pointed at Ning Rongarong and Shu Zuking. Both of them were very beautiful, and one had an incredible figure. If Zhao Chu got charmed by them, wouldn't Xiao Wu lose out? Forget about that for now, Tell me what's going on. You were fine earlier, how did you suddenly get sick? Chu Cheng Xu was puzzled. Soul Masters have far better physical constitution than ordinary people, so it's unusual for them to get sick. Xiao Wu had been fine just earlier, so how did she get sick after half an hour? I don't know what kind of sickness it is. I just suddenly had a stomachache, and then I started bleeding. Xiao Wu couldn't quite explain it herself. She had always been in good health, and since she first took form, she had never been sick. Stomachache, bleeding? Hearing this, Chu Cheng Xu raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Xiao Wu had started her period? He remembered that most girls would experience this around the age of 13 or 14, so it wasn't impossible. Without thinking too much, Chu Cheng Xu summoned his healing-type summoned spirit, the King Tree. Then, he activated his healing soul skill. A greenish light radiated from the King Tree and entered Xiao Wu's body. Immediately, Xiao Wu felt comfortable all over, the pain in her stomach disappeared, and she felt warm. How is it? Does it still hurt? Once the green light faded, Chu Cheng Xu asked Xiao Wu. It doesn't hurt anymore. Xiao Wu touched her stomach and smiled again. Chu Cheng Xu nodded and said, Xiao Wu, you're not sick. This is just something that happens when girls reach a certain age. If you ever feel uncomfortable, just come to me. It was just a natural process. With the healing abilities of the King Tree, he was definitely a friend to women everywhere. Not sick? Something that happens to all girls? Xiao Wu was stunned. But it didn't matter. As long as she felt better, she could just go to Zhao Chu whenever she wasn't feeling well. Hello, I'm Ning Rongarong, 12 years old, with a 7th treasure glazed tile tower as my martial soul, a level 26 auxiliary soul master, and a new student at the academy. Zhu Zuking, also 12 years old, with a martial soul, ghostly spirit cat, a level 27 agility attack soul master. Ning Rongarong and Zhu Zuking each greeted Xiao Wu. My name is Xiao Wu, I'm 117 years old, with a martial soul, soft bone rabbit, a level 42 assault soul sovereign. You can just call me Xiao Wu Ji. Upon hearing that they were new students at the academy, Xiao Wu let out a quiet sigh of relief and also introduced herself. Since they were new students at the academy, they were probably not some random fox spirits. Of course, Xiao Wu didn't fully relax her guard. It wasn't because she wasn't confident, but these two new students were quite beautiful. If she wasn't careful, Zhao Chu might be charmed away. Hearing this, Ning Rongarong was a bit surprised. It wasn't that she was shocked by Xiao Wu's age and strength. Being a level 42 soul sovereign at 17 wasn't too outrageous. There were plenty of geniuses on the continent at this level. What surprised her was Chu Cheng Xu's age. Since Xiao Wu was 17, and she called Chu Cheng Xu her brother, that meant Chu Cheng Xu was at least 17 years old. This didn't quite add up. There were plenty of 3-ring soul sages in the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, but Ning Rongarong had never seen someone like Chu Cheng Xu, a 3-ring soul sage with such strong combat power. Generally speaking, the stronger the combat ability at the same level, the stronger the martial soul, which also meant better cultivation talent. A 17-year-old at level 34 was not bad, but this didn't match Chu Cheng Xu's combat power. Xiao Wu, are you really 17 years old? Ning Rongarong couldn't help but ask. Is there any doubt? My brother and I were both born in the year 2625 of the continental calendar. Xiao Wu said seriously. She also knew that her soul power cultivation speed was beyond common sense. Except for Dean Flanders, who had known it for a long time, she would not tell anyone else her and Zhao Chu's real age. Chapter 76, Eyeing what's in the pot while eating from the bowl. Senior Chu, this should be the Sky Azure tree, right? Is this your soul skill? Temporarily setting aside her doubts, Ning Rongarong recognized the Sky Azure tree summoning beside them, which had yet to be put away by Chu Cheng Xu, and curiously asked. If she wasn't mistaken, the soul skill effect of Senior Chu's true spirit banner martial soul was to command soul beasts in battle? Yes, my martial soul is quite special. Its soul skill effect is summoning soul ring beasts to fight. Chu Cheng Xu nodded. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongarong was shocked, and Zhu Zuking, who was beside her, was also surprised, her small mouth slightly agape. Neither of them came from ordinary civilian backgrounds. Their prestigious family backgrounds gave them a vision far beyond that of ordinary soul masters. A soul skill that summons soul ring beasts. If one day Chu Cheng Xu managed to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring, wouldn't he be able to dominate most of the titled Luo on the continent? No, he wouldn't even need a 100,000-year soul ring. If he found a 90,000-year soul beast with a strong bloodline to use as his soul ring, he could already rival many titled Luo. After all, barring any surprises, a 17-year-old at rank 34 would most likely not become a 9-ring titled Luo. Becoming a titled Luo seemed unlikely, but reaching the rank of an 8-ring souled Luo was still possible. And at rank 80, It wasn't impossible to obtain a 90,000-year soul ring. By the way, Xiao Wu, I was just about to arrange dormitories for the 2 junior sisters. But you know the state of the academy dorms. Wrong wants to stay in our wooden house. What do you think? Putting away the Sky Azure Tree summoning, Chu Cheng Xu pointed to the 2 shabby wooden houses they had previously stayed in and asked Xiao Wu. Wrong, you want to stay in our wooden house? No problem. Dean Flinder is such a cheapskate. He has money but refuses to renovate the dorms. Those rundown houses leak wind and rain. Even a dog would find them unlivable. Xiao Wu agreed without hesitation and even took the opportunity to complain about Flinder's stinginess. He thanks a lot, Xiao Wu. Ning Rong grinned and thanked her. Zuking, what about you? Want to stay with us? Xiao Wu turned to ask the usually quiet Zhu Zuking. This. Zhu Zuking hesitated. She had came to Shrek Academy to find Daima Bai. If the wooden house only housed Xiao Wu and Ning Rong, or if all students in the academy lived there, she wouldn't have hesitated. But the wooden house belonged to Chu Cheng Xu, and he was the only male living there. As the future princess consort of Starluo, would it really be appropriate for her to move in? What if Daima Bai misunderstood? At this moment, Zhu Zuking had no idea that Daima Bai had already fallen into depravity. Even though Daima Bai's reputation in the Starluo city circles was terrible, and even her elder sister Zhu Xiaoyun called him a coward with no sense of responsibility, Zhu Zuking still held hope for him. She hoped that his presence at Shrek Academy was not an act of cowardice but a show of determination to grow stronger, to cultivate diligently, accumulate strength, and one day defeat his much older brother Davis, seize the imperial throne, and change his fate from being stripped of his soul power or even being killed. Zuking, counting you and Rong, our academy only has 3 girls. We should all live together. Seeing Zhu Zuking's hesitation, Xiao Wu quickly tried to persuade her. Since the academy had so few students, Xiao Wu felt that being the big sister wasn't as fun. Now that she finally had 2 new female companions, how could she not look after them? Xiao Wu, did you say our academy only has 3 girls? Ning Rong caught on to the key detail. Yeah. Before you 2 arrived, there were only 5 students in total, including me and my brother. I was the only girl. Xiao Wu nodded. Instantly, both Ning Rong and Zhu Zuking were stunned. Was this Shrek Academy some kind of joke? The school was already run down enough, but it barely had any students. What gave the dean the confidence to keep running this place? After getting over their initial shock, Ning Rong also began persuading Zhu Zuking. With only 3 girls in the entire academy, wouldn't it seem unfriendly if they didn't live together? Under their combined persuasion, Zhu Zuking no longer refused and decided to move into the wooden house with Ning Rong, hoping to develop their tentative plastic sisterhood. They had only just met today, barely even an hour ago, so any sisterhood was definitely still plastic at this stage. Whether it would remain superficial or turn into a true sisterly bond would depend on their future interactions. By the way, Zuking, your martial soul is the Nether Spirit Cat. This martial soul seems to only exist in the Nether Spirit Cat clan of the Starluo Empire. Why did you come to Shrek Academy? Suddenly, Ning Rong remembered something important and looked at Zhu Zuking in confusion. As the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile sect, Ning Rong had her flaws, but her knowledge especially about martial souls was extensive. I get it. Our academy has a student named Daima Bai, and his martial soul is the White Tiger. At this moment, Chu Cheng Xu spoke up. Daima Bai? White Tiger martial soul? Zuking, could it be that you have some connection with this Daima Bai? Ning Rong asked Zhu Zuking curiously. If she remembered correctly, the White Tiger Dai clan of the Starluo royal family had a tradition of intermarriage with the Nether Spirit Katshu clan. Yes, I have a marriage engagement with him. Since her connection had been guessed, Zhu Zuking did not hide it and nodded. No way. Zuking, you're engaged to that perverted tiger, Daima Bai? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. That playboy who changed girlfriends more often than his clothes, was he really worthy of her new sister? Perverted tiger? Zhu Zuking was momentarily stunned. It seemed Daima Bai had left a bad impression on Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Ning Rong's eyes sparkled with excitement, looking eager for some juicy gossip. There are certainly people in the world who dislike gossip, but as a mischievous little princess who thrived on chaos, Ning Rong was not one of them. She immediately began piecing things together in her mind. Was this a case of Daima Bai messing around with too many women, and his fiancée, Zhu Zuking, chasing him all the way from Starluo to confront him? Zuking, listen to me, Daima Bai is a total womanizer. According to Ma Hongjun from the academy, he sometimes even has 3 dates in a single day. A guy like that isn't worth your time. I think you should break off your engagement as soon as possible. Xiao Wu earnestly advised Zhu Zuking. She had always thought Daima Bai and Ma Hongjun were equally perverted. But now, It seemed Daimabai was even worse than Ma Hongjun. At least Ma Hongjun had no engagement, his romantic affairs were his own business. But Daimabai? He had a fiancée, yet he still played around. What did that make Zhu Zuking? Chu Cheng Xu pulled Xiao Wu aside and said, Xiao Wu, you shouldn't say such things. Daimabai isn't just anyone breaking off an engagement, isn't that easy? Why not? Xiao Wu was confused. Daimabai is the third prince of the Starluo Empire. Publicly breaking the engagement would be a slap in the face to the royal family. The only way to force it would be to have a powerful person put a blade to the emperor's throat. Based on the domineering nature of the White Tiger Dai family, Chu Cheng Xu was certain that the royal family agreeing to annul the engagement was impossible. Unless an external force intervened, and this force couldn't be weak, not even an ordinary titled Liuo would be sufficient. Successfully bringing Miss Shirong into his fishpond would be a long and arduous task. Of course, it wasn't necessary to completely overthrow the entire Starluo Empire. As long as they could render the empire powerless to respond, that would be enough. Even if the royal family were to suffer a severe humiliation, if resolving the situation required paying a price that the Starluo royal family could not afford, they would most likely choose to ignore it. At the end of the day, Zhu Zuking was merely a prospective prince's consort, and that too for a prince who wasn't even highly valued. A little loss of face was nothing. The Starluo royal family had been humiliated plenty of times before. If they truly valued their pride that much, they would have long since engaged in all-out war with the Spirit Hall. Starluo was strong, while Heaven was weak. Over the years, Starluo had multiple opportunities to annex Heaven, but each time, their plans were ruined by the Spirit Hall. If not for the Spirit Hall's overwhelming power, Starluo would have already ground them into dust. One could say that the faction that hated the Spirit Hall the most wasn't the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan, whose wealth was constantly coveted, nor was it the Heaven Empire, whose interests were being plundered. Instead, it was the Starluo Empire, whose repeated attempts at continental unification had been thwarted, and the Clear Sky clan, which had been forced into seclusion over a decade ago. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? What about me? Holding a blade to the Starluo Emperor's throat? Ningrongarong had a strange expression. Senior Chu's thinking was a little dangerous. But despite the risk, the idea resonated with her. After all, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan was a staunch ally of the Heaven Empire. Every time the two empires clashed, her clan was obligated to assist the weaker Heaven Empire. And in war, there were always casualties. Over the centuries, countless ancestors of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan had died at the hands of Starluo's army. If one were to truly calculate grievances, Starluo was their greatest enemy. However, since Heaven had not fallen, Starluo had never been able to make a move against the Seventh Treasure Glazed Tile clan. This allowed the Spirit Hall, which coveted their vast wealth, to become their primary adversary instead. Xiao Wu, can you tell me about Daimabai? At this moment, Zhu Zuking spoke with a cold expression. My brother and Daimabai have quite a few conflicts, and I don't like him either. Plus, I'm not very familiar with him, so my opinion might be biased. Why don't you ask Ma Hongjun and Oscar at the academy later? After some hesitation, Xiao Wu suggested that Zhu Zuking seek out Ma Hongjun and Oscar instead. After all, even if she spoke the truth, Zhu Zuking being Daimabai's fiancé would likely assume she was deliberately slandering him. It would be better for her to get answers from others. All right. Zhu Zuking nodded indifferently, but she gained a bit more respect for Xiao Wu. Although she was young, she had already seen the harshness of the world. From Xiao Wu's tone, she could tell that she had a very poor impression of Daimabai, even to the point of disgust. Xiao Wu could have outright slandered Daimabai, but she didn't, which showed her integrity. And when choosing friends, wasn't it best to befriend those with good character? The wooden house Chu Cheng Xu had built was quite large. The first floor consisted of a living room, bathroom, forging room, and a temporarily unused bedroom planned as a storage room. The second floor had a small lounge and 4 bedrooms. Chu Cheng Xu had planned things carefully. One room for himself, one for Xiao Wu, and one each for Ningrongarong and Zhu Zuking, perfectly filling up the 4 bedrooms on the second floor. Now, things were playing out just as expected, with Ningrongarong and Zhu Zuking moving into the remaining 2 rooms upstairs. Just as Chu Cheng Xu was considering whether he should drop by their rooms at night, Xiao Wu suddenly frowned, as if she had remembered something. Brother, all 3 of us girls are staying on the second floor, but you're the only guy. Why don't you move to the empty room downstairs? Xiao Wu suggested to Chu Cheng Xu. Immediately, Ningrongarong and Zhu Zuking agreed with this idea. It made sense having a single guy stay upstairs while the 3 girls were there was inconvenient. If there were no empty rooms downstairs, they wouldn't have minded. After all, guests should respect the host, and it wouldn't be right to force him out. But since there was a vacant room downstairs, wasn't it only logical for the only guy to move? Besides, This wasn't even their idea. Another host, Xiao Wu, had suggested it, so it couldn't be said that they were forcing him out. Chu Cheng Xu looked at Xiao Wu in disbelief, feeling as if he had been stabbed in the back. Why had he built this wooden house in the first place? Aside from the terrible dorms at Shrek Academy, wasn't it also so he could have more opportunities to interact with the little rich lady, Ning Rong, and Miss Shirong? Now that the little rich lady and Miss Shirong had arrived, he was being kicked out? Move or not move? Did he even have a choice? Of course not. He had to move downstairs. There was no other option. He was the only guy here. Even if he objected, he was outnumbered 3-1, especially with Xiao Wu supporting the decision. He would lose outright. Xiao Wu, you're really my good little sister, huh? Chu Cheng Xu gritted his teeth as he ruffled Xiao Wu's rabbit ears. You ruined my plans. I'll deal with you later, little bunny. But I am your good little sister. Xiao Wu acted innocent, pretending not to catch the hidden meaning. She had done this on purpose. With Chu Cheng Xu staying downstairs, he would have fewer chances to interact with Ning Rong and Shu Zuking, lowering the risk of him being stolen away. Some things couldn't be shared, even with good friends. Let alone plastic friendships. Around noon, as lunchtime approached, Xiao Wu took Ning Rong and Shu Zuking to the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Chu Cheng Xu, now forced to move to the first floor, followed behind them with an unhappy expression. As they entered, they spotted Ma Hongjun and Oscar devouring their meals at a table. Wrong, Zuking, the chubby one is Ma Hongjun, and the skinny one is Oscar. Xiao Wu introduced them. Her voice caught Ma Hongjun and Oscar's attention. Looking up, they immediately noticed Shu Zuking. Ma Hongjun's eyes nearly popped out as he ogled Shu Zuking's black tight-fitting outfit, which accentuated her fiery figure. Fatty, where are you looking? If you keep staring at Zuking like that, be careful, or Sister Xiao Wu will teach you a lesson. Xiao Wu scolded him. Looking at pretty girls was normal. It was human nature. But staring in such a lecherous way? That was unacceptable. My bad, Sister Xiao Wu. Are these two beauties our new academy students? Ma Hongjun asked with an awkward chuckle. Humphrey. Wrong, Zhu Zuking, let me tell you, when my brother and I first arrived last year, this little rascal tried to flirt with me. But in the end, my brother beat him up so badly that his head swelled up like a pig's. With a cold snort, Xiao Wu ignored Ma Hongjun and turned to Ning Rong and Shu Zuking, recounting Ma Hongjun's embarrassing incident. Boss Chu, are these the new junior sisters who just arrived today? Glancing at the noble-looking Ning Rong and the curvaceous Shu Zuking, Oscar quietly asked Chu Cheng Xu. Yeah. Chu Cheng Xu nodded. Boss Chu, you already have Xiao Wu. You wouldn't compete with me, would you? Oscar probed. You? No chance. Chu Cheng Xu raised an eyebrow and then shook his head. Boss Chu, that's not fair. Sister Xiao Wu is so amazing. How can you have food in your bowl while still eyeing the pot? Don't make me sound so depraved. I'm not lying to you. You really don't stand a chance. Chu Cheng Xu straightened his expression and spoke seriously. Though that was indeed what he thought, he couldn't admit it outright. Otherwise, Xiao Wu wouldn't let it slide. He had to take things slowly. Why? Hearing that he truly had no chance, Oscar was baffled. He had innate full soul power and was one of the best-looking guys around. How could he not stand a chance? Ning Rong is an auxiliary-type soul master, while you're a food-type soul master. You don't fit within her criteria for a partner. Chu Cheng Xu pointed at Ning Rong, ready to shatter Oscar's hopes directly. He wasn't lying. Ning Rong was from the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile sect, which had a rule for direct disciples. Those who awakened the 7th Treasure Glaze Tile Pagoda Martial Soul had to choose a partner with combat ability. Otherwise, if both partners were purely supportive, how would they protect each other in the future? TSK, what a pity. What about the other one? Feeling a bit regretful, Oscar glanced at Ning Rong one last time before turning his gaze to Shu Zuking. Her name is Shu Zuking, but you can forget about her too. As for why, you'll find out soon enough. Chu Cheng Xu said mysteriously. Boss Chu, and you still say you don't have your eyes on her? Seeing Chu Cheng Xu being secretive, Oscar was even more convinced that he was being greedy. He didn't believe it. This girl had such an impressive figure, and Chu Cheng Xu wouldn't be tempted. Oscar, stop talking nonsense. I'm not that kind of person. Noticing Xiao Wu glancing in his direction, Chu Cheng Xu immediately put on a serious face and refuted Oscar's words. Fatty, Oscar, have you seen Daimabai? At this moment, Xiao Wu asked the two of them. It wasn't that she cared about Daimabai, she was asking on Zhu Zuking's behalf. Daimabai? Haven't seen him since this morning. He probably ran off to Sodto City for a date. Without much thought, Ma Hongjun replied directly. Zhu Zuking's expression instantly darkened. The fact that Ma Hongjun answered so effortlessly showed that Daimobai's behavior was exactly as Xiao Wu had previously described. For Daimabai to leave such an impression on his classmates, his lifestyle must be quite questionable. She had endured years of judgment and ridicule back in Douluo City, thinking that Daimabai had come to Shrek Academy to better himself. But who would have thought that instead of striving for strength, this scoundrel was here to enjoy his last moments of freedom. Alright, let's hurry and eat before the food gets cold. Seeing Zhu Zuking's foul mood, Xiao Wu quickly changed the topic. Boss Chu, does this girl have something to do with Daimabai? Observing Zhu Zuking's reaction closely, Oscar whispered to Chu Cheng Xu. Yeah. Chu Cheng Xu gave a simple nod. TSK poor girl. Oscar cast a look of pity toward Zhu Zuking. He knew what kind of person Daimabai was. And he also knew a bit about Daimabai's background. He was a prince of the Douluo Empire. If Zhu Zuking had some connection with Daimabai, it was likely due to a family-arranged marriage. With no emotional foundation, a forced union was already unpleasant enough. On top of that, she was paired with someone like Daimabai. In Oscar's eyes, Zhu Zuking's parents had basically pushed their daughter into a fire pit. Although Oscar had whispered, Zhu Zuking was a soul grandmaster with 2 soul rings. Her hearing was much sharper than an ordinary person's. Since they weren't far apart, she naturally heard everything. This made her feel even more sorrowful. If only Chu Cheng Xu were closer to the big cat by now, he'd definitely pull her into his arms and comfort her properly. That afternoon, with nothing else to do and no interest in training, Xiao Wu felt a little bored. She decided to invite her 2 new friends to go shopping in Sodto City. Ning Rongarong agreed immediately. After all, she loved to have fun. Zhu Zuking, however, wasn't too eager. She was a hardworking girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have a soul power level higher than Ning Rongarong's despite being younger and having less innate talent. But after considering that this was an invitation from her new classmates and that Ning Rongarong was going, she didn't want to seem antisocial, so she ultimately agreed. Brother, we're going to Sodto City for some shopping. Do you want to come? Coming downstairs, Xiao Wu saw Chu Cheng Xu training behind the wooden building and asked. I'll pass. Don't stay out too late. Glancing at the 3 of them, Chu Cheng Xu declined. If it were just Xiao Wu, he would have gone. But since it was all 3 of them, he decided against it. Why would he, a guy, tag along while they shopped? To discuss which store had the prettiest clothes? Oh, then we're leaving. Waving goodbye, Xiao Wu led the 2 girls out of the wooden building. Xiao Wu, what was Senior Chu doing just now? After leaving, Ning Rongarong curiously asked. Training his body. Xiao Wu blinked playfully, not revealing the full truth. But technically, she wasn't lying. After all, body training techniques did strengthen the body. The only difference was that the effects were far stronger than ordinary training. Chapter 77. In the end, it was a mistaken devotion. The sun was setting in the west, and evening was approaching. In the western part of Sodto City, after strolling through several streets and buying many beautiful clothes and delicious snacks, Xiao Wu and her 2 companions were finally ready to end their shopping trip. Zuking, cheer up, don't be so down.